Welcome one, welcome all back to the Division 1 League of Legends channel here as we get set for our second day of the initial week of the Spring 2026 Division 1 League of Legends season. Always a mouthful, but it's happy. I'm happy to be back on. I, of course, am Slayer, joined by my good partner in crime here, Quacks, as we are ready to get into the rest of what Collegiate has to offer in Division 1, Quacks, and we are starting off with a pretty big heater, I would say so myself. Yeah. Maryville taking on St. Clair. What a classic matchup here we've gotten in Division 1 already.
And St. Clair was a really big surprise for me in the last season of Division 1. I felt like they were a much faster-paced team. They were much more bloodthirsty than the other Div 1 teams that made it particularly close to as far as they did. Obviously, they made it very, very far in the first split, but they are going up against Maryville, and this is a program who is synonymous with success, at least as far as, promoting their prospects and the people that they pick up into bringing them into higher heights. And they're bringing back one of the high heights, Slayer, as their roster is going to be having Yuji back with them after a little bit of time with Team Liquid. He's now back with his collegiate organization, and with that T1 experience, I'm curious to see where he goes. But it does also mean that we have to say goodbye to some players, as well, as you can see up on the screen.
Yeah, so this is the big listen. I understand that obviously Maryville are coming into, now that we're back in spring, they're like the true defending champions of LoL. St. Clair have been like perennial contenders. I think the best way to label them has always been the fact that they're like the best team in Canada when it comes to LoL, the Canadian representation. But for Maryville here, right, like, as much as it is easy to talk about them as defending champions, as like title contenders here in Division 1, the most important thing Maryville have said with these two additions is that we are, primarily here to develop talent, because it's pretty hard for you to go from, collegiate right now to work your way up to tier 1. And Maryville have really shown that they might be the only stop. I mean, looking at Cryogen, obviously, the little time you spent here, Toasty is now in a much bigger pipeline of the G2 pipeline. So by adding Phi Mini and Obstinatus, this is Maryville saying, listen, we want to develop these guys and help them kick their play to another level, even past Maryville.
Yeah, and I think for Cryogen and Toasty, I mean, these were players that already had a lot of hype around them, even going into their time on Maryville. Cryogen had obviously been touted as one of the big prospects in support tier 2, even before joining up with Clerky and joining up with that program. A lot of people were behind this guy as a future LCS prospect, and Maryville kind of giving him just that little extra push that he may have needed to enter that tier 1 space. And Toasty, obviously, the notoriety of this player transcended way before he was on Maryville. He was a big name in the tier 2 space, especially in mid lane, where I think a lot of people have kind of come to the consensus that mid lane is one of the weaker roles in North America. He stood out amongst everyone else as easily one of the most exciting players in that role. And I think now we look at their replacements, we look at Obstinatus, we look at Phi Mini, and these are newer players. These are players that haven't gained that notoriety. These are players that I think have a longer way to go if they want to follow in the footsteps of so many other Maryville prospects by making it into tier 1 eventually. So I'm looking at not only how this team is going to be doing in this split, but also how we're going to be seeing these projects pan out in the long term, and how much time they'll be needing to develop into the players that Maryville is so famous for developing and bringing to the forefront of Collegiate League of Legends.
Exactly, Quacks. I think that's a great point to make there. The differentiation between where, like, the high level that Cryogen and Toasty are already playing at compared to Obstinatus and Phi Mini. I will say that there is a gap. Phi Mini, though, I think, as in particular as a player, definitely impressed in his short time in NACL. I know a lot of ACL reps, Quacks, like those circles, people have held him to pretty high standards. Yeah, so Phi Mini, is definitely a pretty big crowd jewel, I'd say, in the current state of mid laners that you could pick up for LoL. Obstinatus, I heard really great things about when his time, I believe he was working over at Ole Miss for a bit as well before he got picked up in Maryville. So there is a lot of hype around these guys, but not to the level that Toasty and Cryo are at. So do need to make sure that's known as they get into their first couple series for Maryville. But Quacks, it's also the St. Clair side that is going to look a little different going into this semester compared to last. So what are you looking at here for the new look St. Clair roster compared to what we saw from them in the fall?
I mean, I always feel like this St. Clair roster, easily one of the most interesting parts about them has been the mid lane, right? I think you look at Flocon as a player, and this is a guy who loves to be in your face. He is such an aggressive player and is so dominant in the laning phase, so good at snowballing with some of the more melee-centric, front-loaded damage champs, such as the Akali is something that I really associate with him. I know that he also has a pretty good Silas. He is familiar on the mages, so I definitely don't think that there is a champ pool weakness as far as he goes. But as far as what to look at and who to build around, I always feel like your biggest X factor is probably worth investing in the most. And I would definitely say Flocon is that for St. Clair.
Yeah, so Flocon is definitely the mainstay. I know we have heard somewhat that the bottom lane is shifting around. I don't know for sure if it's like the fact that we're getting, if I'm not mistaken, Quacks, isn't it like Coach Maddie is going to be playing AD in this series because they're still trying to figure out a marksman? Like there's definitely a lot of difference from the St. Clair team you're seeing here versus what we're going to get tonight. But I will say, speaking on hyped up prospects and looking like from the same lens as we kind of did with Cryo, Obstinatus, Miracle still should be here for St. Clair. I do think Miracle is another, talented support that a lot of people are hoping for big things from in 2026.
Yep, I love that Herald drive, by the way, there by Maddie. That was just a great highlight. But I think Miracle is a really mechanically intense support as well. I think that this is a guy who, in the laning phase, which, by the way, paired up beautifully with Lig. I loved watching this bot lane every single time. And Lig, I don't believe is going to be in this series. So I do think that that is going to have to be something we're on the lookout for, is this bot lane that you bring up Slayer. And the lack of, I would say, aggression coming out from their ADC, or just the new look that we might be seeing from the bot lane, might affect how this team, how we expect them to play. As you're seeing, a lot of these highlights are from Lig himself. And if he's not here, then I feel like this team does lose a little bit of firepower. At least the worry is that they're losing a little bit of firepower. So they either need to gain that back with what they're going to be putting in the bot lane tonight against Maryville, or we need to be saying another role step up and try to act as that carry alongside Flocon. Yeah,
so, and it's definitely tough if you're the St. Clair side, because obviously the most, well, actually, you brought up Yuji's back too. Okay, so the second most scary player to go against for Maryville, pun intended, is going to be Scary Jerry, right? So what I think makes him such a threat to play against for any bottom lane is the fact that, there are like a couple archetypes for marksman players. Some are really good at kind of just like farming out their early lane and then scaling to oblivion and running you over in team fights. So laning isn't that much of an issue. Scary Jerry bottom lanes don't go like that. They are bloodbaths.
Yeah, he goes forward.
Yeah, exactly. Right off the rip, Quacks.
Yeah, and it's always really fun to watch this guy. I'm really curious how Obstinatus is actually going to be, bouncing off of a player like Scary Jerry, who not only, as you said, has that innate aggression and is very, very active in the laning phase, but is also just a huge veteran of Maryville University as a program. I mean, this guy has been around with Clerky for a super long time. Obviously, he had a similar thing with UG where they did go into the LCS, but are now back with the program. Scary Jerry's obviously had a little bit more time to get back into the swing of things. Since then, we did see him last split with Division 1, but he's no longer bot lane with Zyko. I mean, like, Scary Jerry Zyko is basically a household bot lane when you talk about League of Legends Collegiate. And so now it's a question of how is Obstinatus going to fill the shoes of such an accomplished support with already such an accomplished AD carry.
Yeah, that's a great thing. Another thing that we definitely have to track. It's been cool, especially last split, getting to talk to Scary Jerry back with Maryville. Yeah. Obviously, he last year he spent a lot of time moving away from MBU to pursue bigger things. Now came back here to kind of play that like veteran role, right? And that's the cool thing, especially like you mentioned with the fact we have Mini, Obstinatus, most importantly next to him. It's going to be pretty cool for like the one. I still think it is unfortunate that UG is not playing, in like a tier 1 level. I think that's been like something that's talked about over and over again. Yeah, Quack's frustration, I feel like, is half frustrated that he's not playing the higher, but more the other half of your frustration is that we have to keep talking about it. The benefit here for MU is getting a guy like that back in your team in those comms to help you through any of those tricky situations, which Maryville will run into, even if we do think they are the best team here in Division 1. That just it just helps so much to have a guy that has been through been in so many big spots with Maryville and now beyond to come back here with a new, fresher team.
Yeah, and Yuji is also just such an everything, man. Like, I think along with Yuji's ability to shot call for Maryville and his veteran presence, this guy really can just kind of play about anything. Like, I do think he is very good at thriving better in certain metas than other, but I don't necessarily think he looks even like mid-tier in any of them. I think that he is really capable of playing what the team requires of him. And so I am wondering if we're going to be, at least especially in these first few weeks, if we're going to be seeing Yuji kind of be at the forefront. This team is going to try and maybe play around him, knowing that he has that veterancy, knowing that if he gets the resources, it's proven that he can carry. Or if Yuji's going to say, you know, I want to try and let these newer players shine. I want to give it over to Crimson, who is still really new to our program. I want to see what Obstinatus can do. I want to see what Fimini can do. If he's going to try and be a little bit more supportive to them, or if they are going to try and support him due to his experience. So the way and the dichotomy of this team and the way they're going to function is really up in the air just because of how many new prospects they have gotten over the past 12 to 11 months, honestly. I'm including Crimson in this as well, as he's also a freshman along with Fimini. Just that synergy and how they want to play is easily the biggest question for this team going forward, because we know whatever style they go for, they're going to look to perfect it, or else Clerky's going to make them run laps.
Yep, or shovel some more snow. As they got tons of snow over there. Those were some pretty funny videos. Seeing I always appreciate Clerky just making sure that the team bonding exercises from Maryville might be their like X factor to this team. To be honest with you, the way that they bring their squads together all the time. But you talked about a bunch of new prospects as we are still getting through some slight delays with the draft. Quacks,
it's opening weeks, folks.
Yeah, it's opening weeks. We can talk about all the new things that these new prospects could utilize here on Season 16, because the game has certainly changed a lot. So yes. I know you've been absorbing all the info, getting some good looks at some of the other pro leagues, showing what the meta picks are, some innovation. Talk to me about maybe some champions or maybe a role you expect to really look different in this matchup in particular now that we are on Season 16.
I mean, honestly, it's going to sound biased, and it might sound like, of course, but it's jungle. I got to say it's jungle. It's not the only one, so depending on how much time we have, I feel like I could probably go over every single role. But looking at jungle, I mean, a lot of the people would say that the big meta for the past year, I mean, especially toward the end of Season 15, was, all right, we're going to go Wukong, we're going to go Xin Zhao. We're probably not going to go too far out of just our bruisers that can go for the Sundered Sky and go for the Spear of Shojin. All these bruiser items really propelled that class forward to be viable in the jungle. But now we've got those champions. But Slayer, on top of that, we've got some Malphites, we've got some Jaces, we've got some Ambessas. They buffed another batch. I swear to God, they throw darts at random on who they want to put into the jungle next. But all of the champions that they threw those darts at, they have landed, and every single one of them is really strong. Malphite has been picker ban in, I think, most of the tier 1 regions. Jace, although a little bit less popular, is still really, really high priority simply because of how easily it is to scale, especially with that cashback rune. You're just so resource heavy as a champion like that, but it's so easy to collect that without any of the downsides of laning against a opponent. These champions have really defined the meta, and I am really wondering if we're going to be seeing a player like Yuji try to propel that forward, or if we're going to see like Alonzo, who I'm hearing is going to be the jungler for these guys in this series today, if he'll maybe go for something like the Jace or the Malphite, because those are top lane champions.
Hey, I mean, you're rocking the FlyQuest jersey swagged out. Mr. Griffin, the double MVP yesterday, broke out the Volibear as well.
So great.
So like the Volibear, I think jungle is a valid. I'm gonna give you the pass, Quacks, from your jungle bias. I'll give you the pass here. Jungle is a valid thing to point out, especially for Yuji. I kind of hope the Yuji just rocks up and like slams a B1 Kiana and tries to go like 22-0 and run over a team. That would be pretty interesting. But yeah, there are certainly other. I kind of want to talk about the items that we might see here. That there are some pretty cracked out items. Speaking on maybe AP junglers or just AP champions in general, people are arguing that Dusk and Dawn is the most overpowered item in the game. It definitely makes a lot of those AP power farming clear champions like your Dianas feel really good. Your Jax's top lane. There's a lot. We'll get into them and more, but I've gotten word that our draft is ready to go here. So let's hop in to our first official game here of the day. Just the second day of the 2026 split here. Maryville on your blue side, St. Clair on the red side, Quacks. So let's see some of those champions you were talking about in the jungle. Which one of them stay banned across our entire series? Because like you mentioned, the tier 1 league that I always like to pull things from, the LPL, Jace and Malphite. Jace definitely never gets through a ban phase, and Malphite rarely does, but we'll open things up with Maryville targeting some very specific picks here, taking away the Darius off the board from the Saints.
Yeah, they're just targeting to Pablo's champion pool right now, making sure that he can't get any of those aggressive top laners. This also points to maybe wanting to see something a little bit more lane dominant come out from Crimson. We all know Crimson is kind of like the Riven guy, and the guy that really likes to go a little bit more aggro in the first 14 minutes of the game, but and Darius is obviously a champion that can interfere with that, with just how damn difficult he is in the opening minutes of any League of Legends match. So maybe trying to set up Crimson to do something crazy by banning that Darius away from Alonso's hands. But there is the Jace that's also being taken off the table. I wonder if we'll see the Malphite. One very common way you can anticipate a team to just slam the Malphite is if they ban Silas, because that champion really isn't great except for countering the Malphite. It is the most one-sided matchup in, I think, all of League of Legends.
It is, yeah. So I think across all like competitive play, the biggest win rate matchup is Silas into Malphite. So that is a fun one. Azir going to get taken away. That is definitely a 5-mini staple, also a meta staple. So St. Clair doing a good job taking away pretty meta picks, but also like right in the wheelhouse of Maryville carries. Varus is obviously one of the most popular champions in competitive play, but is also a scary Jerry champion for sure. And this is a nice, safe, take what the enemy team gives you kind of approach from Maryville on the blue side. Just be one the rise. It's powerful. It's open. 5-mini wants it. Why not?
And now I think, I was going to say either we're going to get something with Talia or we're going to get something with Orianna. And it looks like St. Clair are going to choose the latter here, already putting the synergy of Alonso and Maddie to the test. So we're not actually getting...
Yeah, we're not getting Flocon.
Yeah, we're not getting Flocon in this game. So that means that it's really going to be about the teamwork here. But St. Clair opting not to immediately snag up a jungle pairing with the Orianna, instead going for that Corki. So you obviously will have a little bit more dominance in the laning phase just due to that passive and being able to deal a little bit more damage. But I am curious to see how FaZe actually does there as Aatrox locked in. We have seen this in the jungle as well, particularly in the LEC. I believe Navi's jungler absolutely loves this champion. I believe his name is like Relic or something like that. He's been dominating on it. And Rumble locked in signals the Aatrox. So full topside picked up here for Maryville. They are probably going to lose a little bit of the good matchups against this Corki, just because I imagine St. Clair will ban them out. But really setting up for this topside and their solo laners to have good games going up here.
Yeah, this... putting an Aatrox in the jungle next to Rumble Rise really intrigues me on how they approach the bottom lane conversation if you are Maryville. But let's see some of those, Corki pairings that St. Clair want to get rid of. Interesting to see the Yunara ban. Some people actually argue that Corki is a answer into Yunara because he can punish her laning phase. So that is intriguing to see a ban away from. Felios is also... Oh, no, sorry. Yeah, Corki's the Yunara answer. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Felios is as well. So we'll see. I assume they're just going to take away double marks from Scary Jerry. That's probably the smartest approach, especially... there we go, the Jinx. So... to be expected. Jarvan ban really good, though. I'm surprised that St. Clair didn't take the Jarvan with the Orianna, so that's a pretty freebie ban for Maryville.
And for all of the damage that Maryville have here, they really lack a solid engage. So I'm thinking right now, instead of going for the AD carries that, St. Clair are looking to ban away, you see the Yunar, you see the Jinx, I wouldn't hate if they went for like a Sivir here. I think On the Hunt has a ton of value and being able to close that distance for a lot of these short-ranged topside champions. As we do see St. Clair now going to go for the Cho'Gath, which signals to me
jungle?
that that's probably going into the jungle, which is a bit interesting because we have seen this as like something that Forzen will play with his meme team. But other than that, Slayer, I don't think we've seen this in competitive play. I couldn't even say it with a straight face.
Yeah. I don't think I've seen it either. I mean, listen, I think there's a lot of open air for expression with the AP junglers, so Cho'Gath kind of fits into that category, I guess, unless we see a full tank Cho'Gath. We'll have to see here. Maryville heard your very valid point there, Quacks, and said, we don't really care about that much engage because we're just going to try and slam lane. Kaisa Nico is here to slam lane. So that's what Obstinatus and Scary Jerry are looking for in their debut as a bottom lane.
And honestly, it's not too big of a surprise. I think Maryville, most of the competition that we saw them go up against in the first split of Division 1, they were usually able to just hands gap them, right? I mean, this team really is the perennial top CLoL organization. And so these kinds of players usually go into the laning phase. They kind of, most of the time, win, and then they don't have to worry about the 5v5s. So I do think there's a little bit of an asterisk kind of on the weakness of this comp, which is go buttons, which is starting up a team fight. I think really the only way they can start up a lot of these really large fights is by getting a huge equalizer to slow up a ton of those targets and allow for the rest of Maryville to kind of close that distance, or if we see Obstinatus hit a massive ultimate. And I, for one, Slayer, hate it when Nico is the sole proprietor of Engage for a comp just because of how easily she can get blown up. But if Maryville never have to, think about that issue because they just win lane, then I feel like this is a weakness that we might not see be prevalent here in game number 1.
That's a good point, Quacks. I also do think the one, give a bit more of an edge to this Nico slot is this is a comp from St. Clair that you realistically can catch them all stacked up on each other enough to land those like huge wombo pop blossoms, right? Because sometimes you can run into compositions where it's like, oh, there's an Azir and a Jhin. So like I'm either ulting them or I'm ulting the front line. Like I'm not gonna be able to get all of them in like a super 4 or 5 man pop blossom. No, you've got Cho'Gath Cassante, you've got low range Corki with like a Nami. You reliably can get these pop blossoms where you grab maybe the Cho'Gath, but then you also on the back end of it get like the Corki and the Nami. Like everybody can get comboed into this pop blossom. So I do think it is a better spot to look for them. But like you mentioned, it is a very interesting start for Maryville, right? They are putting all of their engage pressure on their new look support here, stepping in for the Saints. So that's a pretty cool way to announce yourself into the league if you're Obstinatus with this Nico.
Yeah, and I do think another angle that we can look at it is for the St. Clair comp. This is a composition that I would say outside of Corki is really weak for the first 14 minutes of the game. Like we don't have Cho'Gath getting that level 6, and even when he does, he's a little tiny boy. And then we see Cassante has, I think, struggled a lot in recent patches. I mean, this champion's been nerfed so many times that I would very rarely consider him to be classified as like a lane bully or someone that actually does really well into the laning phase. This is a comp that wants to go for the 5v5s, but if Maryville never lets them do that, if they can just steamroll this game in the first 20 minutes, then the St. Clair composition will never really come to fruition. And even if it does, we're looking, like you said, at Obstinatus to be that fight starter against a low-range composition like this. Those pop blossoms could be hitting multiple targets. So overall, I just think that St. Clair have a really tough job to do, which is to make it to the late game against Maryville. Teams have definitely, especially in Division 1, we saw this in the first split. It's been a challenge, but St. Clair, like you said, are one of the best schools, particularly in the Canadian region. So if anyone can do it, I think it can be them. There's a couple other teams, but they're going to have to be pushing up toward this competition. And hey, I feel like this is the best time to do it. We're in week 1. This is the first time we're seeing a new Maryville look, and maybe you can exploit some of those comms difficulties that they might be having just because they haven't had that time to necessarily gel yet, I think.
And as we have more time to, break down these drafts, Quacks, I do want to, kind of take you off your leash from the jungle. I want to let you run wild in your jungle here because this is the most unique matchup we have with this Aatrox versus Cho'Gath. So while we get some more time to maybe get through the little tech issue we're running into. Break down like what to expect from a Cho'Gath Aatrox matchup. Like I assume early clearing is just like both these guys are going to ignore the map if they can and just try and power farm, right? But what outside of that?
I mean, that you kind of said it. Aatrox really wants level 6, and Aatrox particularly I put into like a similar camp as like Wukong, where he's not necessarily weak at fighting, but he doesn't want to, because once Aatrox gets some levels, you know that Q is on a lower cooldown. That makes you a lot more skirmish heavy. You have that ultimate to be able to get that healing off. So I do imagine that we'll probably be seeing Yuji be pretty absent from trying to affect these lanes until he gets that World Ender. And the same can kind of be said, I guess, for the jungle here of St. Clair, just because Cho'Gath obviously wants to get those feast stacks. He's also very healthy in the jungle because of his passive, but can have the ability to be a little bit more active, right? Your Q knockup is longer range than Aatrox's Q knockup, so I do think that gives you a little bit more power to actually look for these lanes. We're going to have to be seeing that, because I do think that while this is a composition that is really good in the 5v5s and their synergy lies in going for 5v5s and getting those really big tidal waves along with those really big shock waves, it is going to be up to the Cho'Gath to try and accelerate things like the Corki so that he's not having to deal with the composition on the other side at even footing. Because if that is the case, if this Corki can't even get a little bit accelerated, he's too short range. He's just going to get blown up in every fight.
Well, we'll have to see, because you mentioned, there is some serious scaling in this game. It looks like we're in for power farming junglers, so early game could be slow, but you never know with a team like Maryville. You never know with a Scary Jerry-led bottom lane. Unfortunately, though, folks, we are running into some tech issues as it is the opening week here at Division 1. Appreciate any grace you could give us, so we are going to throw to a break before we return with the series to find out who are the true Saints of Division 1. Maryville Saints taking on St. Clair Saints. Game 1 coming hopefully shortly after this tech break.
Your learning experience should belong to you. At Maryville University, you choose your own path and forge your own future. Whether you're on the ground, online, or a combination of both, the Maryville experience is centered on you, the learner. As a leader in innovation and technology, we are prepared to take you from learner to earner and back again. Join us as we look to your future together.
With you, don't you know? I've been so down with you, and you know it. You never come around, and I show it. Just give me one chance right now, and I won't blow it. I won't blow it. Oh. And you know, I've seen better days. Through some things, yeah, I've been sending prayers through the roof. Oh, truth, yeah. Don't need all the answers, just tell me what life is for. One day I'ma wake up with a reaper at the door. Don't need all the answers, just say anything at all. I've been praying for a minute, I've been waiting on your call. Oh, don't need all the answers, just tell me what life is for. One day I'ma wake up with a reaper at the door. Don't need all the answers, just say anything at all. I've been praying for a minute, I've been waiting on your call. Oh.
Welcome everybody back live into our Game 1. It was a short tech break. That's the good news. The bad news is, spectate is a little bit buggy, so we jump in at about the 4-minute mark, and well, Quacks, so much for boring snooze fest power farming junglers. We've got Alonso with first blood here for St. Clair.
And it's 4.5 minutes into the game. I think that Alonso maybe just full clear to top and got a gank, as the action is not stopping, though.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's coming to his heal out of Miracle. The barrier comes out. Scary Jerry held his
Passive.
first, and that means that he wins the battle and finds that kill in the bot lane. But here comes Alonso, gonna force a flash out of Obstinatus with that unraveled earth. Jeez, all the action flying early on here, but it's Maryville getting a kill back, most importantly.
Yep, Maryville managing to get Scary Jerry ahead at the current moment. You can also see that Yuji managed to steal away the Tier 2 Raptors from Alonso. So despite the kill gold going over to the Cho'Gath or on that first blood, the Aatrox is hot on the trail as far as the income goes. So we'll have to see if once Yuji hits level 6, if he'll be able to make as much of an impact as Alonso has in the early levels. Hang on.
Oh my gosh, Tapablo all out. I mean, Crimson's just dead here. Nothing to really do. Cassante Gaming. Right, we got to keep nerfing this champion the way he's still throwing down in the top lane for St. Clair.
I mean, Crimson is pushed up. He doesn't have flash. There's so many different avenues for Tapablo to attack that, and he does. Crimson goes down again. And now Tapablo going to be able to push in that wave. No teleport for Crimson means that he's going to lose about a wave here. And that's just going to set him further and further behind. St. Clair off to a really solid start here in a game that we said was going to be very quiet, Slayer.
Yeah, now you've got yourself a really behind Rumble for this Maryville comp that are definitely going to be relying on that damage, especially during the mid spike, as you can see. Gold lead going over towards that top jungle duo for St. Clair. It's still another really interesting spot here, Quacks, because like we mentioned, Cassante Cho'Gath, we thought were going to be two champions who would play pretty passive in this stage of the game, but now for St. Clair, especially with this bottom lane starting to swing towards Maryville's side, those two need to be a part of a lot of the action to keep rolling. And Alonso's coming right back down towards his bot side. Bubble not going to land on Obstinatus, but they get the slow. This Nico is just dead here, and Alonso's going to feast on the Nico to get himself a second kill and set him on the right path to scaling with this Cho'Gath.
Obstinatus, no flash as well, and also use that clone, so the extra little bit of movement speed. He's not going to be able to use that to try and cover the distance to get away from this Cho'Gath. It's an easy kill, like you said. It's a feast stack for Alonso, and everything turning up right here so far for the Cho'Gath jungle, though it is being slightly equalized. As you can see, Yuji is pretty far up in CS compared to his counterpart. I'm wondering if that is actually going to mean anything, as Yuji just hit level 6, so this really is the time for the Aatrox to start making his mark around the map. You can already see he started up that dragon, so isn't necessarily looking for a gank, but maybe looking to start a fight here in the river.
Yeah, he's just trying to power farm, collect advantages for Maryville anyway that isn't fighting right now. Props to Obstinatus for really defending this little choke to make sure that St. Clair, Miracle doesn't even really get to check that dragon, so they get the info that Yuji's on there. They don't get that info until Yuji is taken down in that first neutral objective. So Yuji, like you mentioned, with the slight camp lead, and now the objective lead is just trying to farm his way back into safety, but FaZe and Miracle still just constantly throwing down into Obstinatus and Scary Jerry. And you know why? It's because Alonso has set up a well-placed tent in the bottom lane. This time he's going to lane gang walk down. His FaZe is one out away from death. Scary Jerry looking for the trades on a Miracle, but the bubble lands. There's the rupture knock him. Alonso goes for the kill on one end, and Scary Jerry flings himself into the Saints bottom lane. He's going to have to flash out another rupture, but here comes Yuji with the world ender. They 5 mini, realm warp him in. All of a sudden it's a 3v3, and the mid jungle duo for Maryville cleaning up what was an ugly fight on the bot side. Scary Jerry's going to trade 1-for-1 with Miracle. Oh my god, he's still alive actually. Oh, finally dies to the minions as Maddie swings in to try and help out, but 5 mini takes down Alonso. Now Maddie with no flash, no dash, and no damage can't even find the trade onto Yuji. As scrappy of as a start to the series as you can get, we've got 10 kills before the 10-minute mark.
And Yuji just impales the St. Clair Saints in the bot lane. Aatrox getting so much gold in that fight. He's going to reset and pick up the Sundered Sky pre-10 minute Slayer. The jungler from Maryville is absolutely massive.
And what a read there from 5 mini as well to utilize the clear advantage that Rise gives you. Hold on. Ultimate chicken in the top lane, as I like to call it. There's the equalizer. Yep, there we go. Top Pablo goes all out, but on the bot side, Miracle's been caught by Obstinatus. Top Pablo is getting walked down here. The shield to save him, not enough for the burn, but Crimson has turned this top lane on its head.
And also, the overheat auto attack didn't go through there on the last one, so the extra damage, maybe it was enough to kill it through the shield, but it ended up expiring. Crimson not going to be able to pick up that last kill, but we'll be able to push in this wave. To Pablo without teleport is also going to miss that wave, and Maraville with firm control over this top side. UG going to be picking up those grubs as well, which does mean that the income, especially for these Fed members like Scary Jerry and Fine Mini, is going to continue as they keep dominating their lanes.
Oh, I like to see that. I don't know if you noticed that little tech there, Quacks, but it's Nico tech I've been seeing from a couple of Nico supports around the world is, you know, if the fake out with the clone, we usually send the clone to like scout forward into brushes and then you walk away. That time Obstinatus faked out, sent the clone down and actually walked himself into the brush. We'll see if that actually catches a St. Clair member later. It's a very fun little mind game you can play with Nico.
And you gotta make sure that you actually send the clone into some precarious situations so that it isn't like too predictable.
Yeah,
you know?
Right?
You gotta keep up with the misdirection. You have to make sure that there isn't a pattern to the movement. So yeah, I'm curious how Obstinatus is gonna be doing that, as I've been seeing that a little bit as well. But we see both junglers have made their way toward the bot side, and there's a lot of scrapping in the 2v2.
I mean, Alonso loves it down here, really trying to help out this bottom lane, but Scary Jerry, the killer instinct forward, gets hit by the tidal wave. Miracle does get himself out, but Scary Jerry's damage is ludicrous, and Yuji will flash to silence FaZe, gets himself out from under the turret, sidesteps the bubble, does get hit by the rupture, the one has to come out. Alonso looks for the feast, doesn't have enough damage on the first take, but still gets himself the shutdown. Gold-wise, it's another win for the St. Clair Saints on the bot side.
And now, I mean, they're going to be able to try and contest this wave, push Scary Jerry and Obstinatus out of it, and give themselves a little bit of priority into that bot lane, so that way, once FaZe does come back to lane, he doesn't miss a lot of minions. But speaking of missing a lot of minions, Maddie, despite that roam and despite the shutdown going over to Alonso on the Cho'Gath, misses out on a ton of gold. You can already see that gold difference between the mid laners is over 1,000. A lot of that contributing probably to the plates and just the massive CS difference that is forming between these two. You've got to make sure that you make those roams count, and that is an example of one going right, but it just goes to show that every single win that you can get does come with a little bit of attacks, especially for a team like Maraville, who are so historically good at going for cross-map punishes and looking for different angles of attack.
Do want to give some grace, obviously, to Coach Maddie, who has played multiple roles for this St. Clair roster at points now, obviously subbing into the mid lane. Definitely, you know, he can hold his own, but not, I would assume, the mid lane or the roster setup that St. Clair want to be rocking all semester long. Got to give us some grace with some of those plays. Oh my God, Miracle. How have we ever found ourselves face to face with the Mongolian monster on the Aatrox? UG picks out Miracle, and now FaZe. There is no escape from this, my friend. The Valkyrie, a last-ditch effort, but the sweet spots don't need to hit if he just pierces the heart of FaZe with that sword. Oh my God. Top Pablo is killed off Crimson in the top side, and Fine Mini is getting ulted by a shockwave under the mid-tier 1 turret. We are just fighting on all fronts to kick off this first series, Quack.
Yeah, it's a super bloodthirsty game, but I still favor Maraville in that cross-map trade. They're the ones with the grubs, so that just means that they're going to be able to push in this wave. More gold is going to go over to Scary Jerry in the form of plates, and this Kaisa is going to be feasting despite not getting any of those kills. Meanwhile, you look on the top side, and they really weren't able to capitalize off of it. They didn't get a bunch of the plates in that tower, and now are scrambling to kind of get back toward the bot side.
Oh, FaZe. Okay, TP to try and cover him. He still gets hit by the Tangle Barb, so the barrier comes out. Doesn't matter. Scary Jerry killer instinct in to get that first kill. Top Pablo TP's in, but here's the Pop Blossom from Obstinatus. Grabs Miracle and Top Pablo. They're going to trade support for support. That's a clutch flash, though. Maddie comes in with the shield. Yuji with the World Ender. Doesn't look like he's going to be able to get a reset. And once again, St. Clair doing a pretty good job punishing the overextensions coming out from Maraville, as Top Pablo will finally cut down Yuji with the help of Maddie. It may be a goal difference towards the Maraville Saints, but it's still an even 9-9 count in the kills. And Fine Mini, he doesn't even get to take his own Realm Warp. He's trying to run away from Alonso, but he has the Dead Man's Plate to run him down. FaZe rush to help Fine Mini get further away, and Alonso cannot chase any further with Crimson there to cover. Whew, man, we are still just bloodthirsty between our two Saints squads.
Yeah, I mean, are we talking about League of Legends or are we running a marathon? Like, we're both kind of out of breath here, Slayer, as this game is just non-stop fighting, non-stop scrapping, non-stop action. And we're not even 15 minutes into the match yet. Maryville are continuing to look for these aggressive plays, but St. Clair as well. This top side is really, really far ahead, and it's just going to be a question of those team fights. And like we said, St. Clair are the team comp that, at least in my opinion, is better in the fights. They just have so many more ways to start up and engage. They have a lot more of a tankier comp as well, and generally any team with an Orianna is bound to be strong in the 5v5s.
Oh,
Maddie, you're on a ward.
He thought he was safe. Flashes away from the first Q, but still gets grabbed by Obstinatus and dunked down. So Yuji gets his immediate revenge onto Maddie. See if there's a play to be made on the top side here as we're stacking up 3 onto Mini. Good dodge
Crimson
on the
has
first tidal
teleport.
wave. Gets away from the bubble. Top Pablo's already taken the turret. There's a very tanky Cassante though. Rupture won't land either. Mini has dodged basically every single skill shot. Cuts down the wave as well. Top Pablo has to get rid of the turret aggro's mid lane. We see Obstinatus make a play on to FaZe. And Mini is able to trade 1 versus 3. And here comes the cavalry to come in and clean up. They want to get revenge for their fallen mid laner. Yuji lands the chain on a miracle. There's the first kill, and Alonzo is just caught up creek with no paddle. Great response from Maryville to avenge their fallen mid laner.
Yeah, and I really like the patience there, particularly from Crimson on the teleport. He waits until his mid laner dies so that he can be the guy collecting the gold and KSing for the efforts of his mid laner, stalling out on that top lane dive. Just beautiful stuff there from the Rumble, but still Maryville, I would say, getting the better of them overall. They get the top lane tower. They're going to now get the Herald, and this will set them up to have an objective to place down by the time this next dragon comes up. And we're only 60 minutes in, but Maryville already can threaten Soul Point if they get this next Drake Slayer.
And Maryville also sitting now on what is ballooned to a near 6,000 gold cushion. You can see it pretty clearly in some of these items as well. Everyone up at least a half item by this point. Scary Jerry, basically a full item up over FaZe.
Yeah.
What you'd expect from one of the premier marksmen in the collegiate scene. But as we do get set up for this dragon, I want to see, Quacks, if I can set you up for this talking point before any fighting comes. Zeke's Convergence first item Cassante. I don't feel like we've seen a lot of this.
No, Zeke's has been really popular with like Malphite.
Oh, there it is.
Nope, hang on.
There's the Zeke's. He goes all out. Utilizes it. Crimson tries flash away from Top Pablo. Drops the equalizer over himself to make sure Top Pablo can burn. He's still kind of fighting in the velvet carpet, and that's helping Crimson get towards that overheat. He's got the burn of Leandries as well. Crimson should be able to flame spit, walk down. Top Pablo looks for a quick turn, gets the double strikes into the shield, but FaZe just doesn't have enough damage. He flashes and gets enough with the Gatling gun.
Teleport.
But once again, Maryville TP in to avenge one of their fallen comrades, outplaying the 1v1. Tidal Wave slows down Yuji. 5 Mini looking for the Rune Prism route. They get the chains down from the Aatrox, and FaZe is just a pick to the slaughter. As hello, Killer Instinct from outside his territory back into it is Scary Jerry, and not even Miracle will survive that entire escapade.
And this is kind of just the inevitability with Maryville at this point, Slayer. Even though you can match them band for band in the laning phase, even when you can do that, this team is just so good at playing around Summoner's Rift, looking at the conditions of the waves of the game, playing around vision, and being able to equalize those trades and come out on top in the fights. Now Scary Jerry's looking on Maddie.
Oh, that's too clean from Scary Jerry. Jukes out the Shockwave style 1v1 win for Scary Jerry in the bot side. Top Pablo looking to try and chase out with Alonzo. These are the guys who just run at you and club you over the head until you die, but 5 Mini's doing a pretty good job kiting with Obstinatus, hitting the double Pop Blossom. Top Pablo's too low. 5 Mini, another Rune Prism, throwing out the combination, slamming down onto his keyboard. Just combo after combo. With Miracle's help, they will trade Obstinatus out, but 5 Mini goes 1 for 1 and survives and continues to scale.
Yup, and he's going to continue putting pressure on this top lane as well. You can see he cancels his back. Maybe he's going to try and push out this next wave. And this just means St. Clair can't really have any pressure on the bot side. Yuji is just very comfortable soloing this dragon because he knows St. Clair have so many other fires around the map that they have to put out.
Well, there's one fire snuffed out. It's the Infernal Drake.
But another fire comes up for St. Clair because it's now Soul Point.
True. There you go. Nice little 1-2. UG also starting to steal away camps as well from Alonso to continue hiding these gold leads that you're seeing at the bottom of your screen. We'll see where Maryville wants to go next. I wouldn't be surprised if they go for a 20-minute Baron, but they can't go for it if UG dies fighting over a Gromp that he can't get access to. There's the tidal wave out. UG sidesteps that, dashes away from a Rupture, and Maryville's jungler is out just like that.
And it's so cool to see UG back on this team after his time with Team Liquid. I definitely feel like we're looking at how this guy has grown, how this guy has changed. It was a short time in Tier 1, but still, we saw the improvement come out from Scary Jerry after his time in Disguised, so it's just awesome to see him popping off yet again in Collegiate, as now Alonso's in trouble.
Oh, the alley-oop and the dunk down from Scary Jerry. It is never truly a 1v1. Oh, Obstinatus. You can't use the Plasticone as the minion, my friend. Now he's cosplaying as Scary Jerry. Hits the two-man Pop Blossom. It's just like last time in this top side. Miracle flashes dive, get away for 5 minutes, but still ends up dying. Good all-out pullback for Top Pablo to make sure Obstinatus does die for that Pop Blossom, but there is no safety in the jungle for St. Clair. It's a double kill over to Phi Mini.
Yep, Phi Mini going to get a few kills for himself. The rookie mid laner of Maryville, 5-1-3. On this Rise, and now he's going to realm warp the squad over to the Baron. You called it, Slayer. 20 minutes, spawns right on the map, and immediately is going to get focused down by 3 of Maryville.
All right, Quack, so this is looking pretty Maryville-sided, as maybe expected, but how are we grading some of these, new insert members to Maryville through this first game, right? Because, let's start maybe with Obstinatus. I know you were worried about this Nico pick with a comp with not a lot of extra setup. Does have a lot of deaths, but how effective do you feel like he's been next to Scary Jerry this game? I need to stop asking you questions before fighting starts.
Yeah.
I apologize. Yep. Nice silence though to make sure the tidal wave does land. UG jukes out of the bubble, flashes over the wall, try to re-engage, but the feast still comes down, so Alonso gets that shut down. Crimson and Obstinatus, the first 2 here. Scary Jerry nearby with Killer Instinct, but no response from Maryville. Good pick for St. Clair.
They still have 4 members with the Baron buff, though. You can see that Phi Mini is also pushing in the bot lane, so Maddie is going to be there to try and put that out. He's 3 levels down, though. I'm actually surprised Phi Mini isn't looking to continue split pushing with just how strong he is. He's also going to have that level 3 ultimate up really soon, so the cross-map play from the Rise is definitely possible. Maryville, despite being down members, are thinning out St. Clair.
Oh my god, Scary Jerry living up to the Kaisa name with that Killer Instinct. Does throw himself into 3 members, but he picks up the double before he goes down.
Oh!
And look at the damage 5 Mini pushes out onto Maddie. Nearly one-shots him with a Rise combo, but now he's got to deal with Top Pablo right on top of him. Good route to make sure Alonso can't fall. Rupture does go wide. 5 Mini doing a really good job counting, but there comes the all-out. He gets the Seraph Shield, flash away from Top Pablo. Doesn't get away from that Rupture. Alonso looking for the trade and feasts onto 5 Mini to find that shutdown. Finds the turn as well onto Crimson. Obstinatus goes way too far. Overextension from Maryville nearly gets them aced.
And St. Clair hold on for dear life. Their base is not yet broken. And they manage to take down Maryville when they are knocking at their door. A lot of gold going over to Alonso yet again. This is a 9-3 Cho'Gath jungle. But Slayer, honestly, the big issue is that look at his build. He's not looking for damage. He's looking for tankiness. This is not where you want your gold at this point in the game. But it feels like the only member that's actually dealing damage.
He's not just here for tankiness, he's here for speed ups. Thanks to that Shirelia's. Don't want to go under the tier 1 turret to chase Yuji out, but still a good look to force him off of the wave. We've now got 4 members of the St. Clair Saints huddled around this bot side, but the Dragon isn't up in time for them to really punish Yuji's lowest health bar just yet.
Yeah, they're not really going to be able to stick around. I mean, look how little vision they have in the area. Obstinatus is just very comfortable taking these flank angles to try and look for some kind of way to, chip in some damage onto St. Clair while they do stick around to try and contest this Drake. They do also have the Feast, so if it does come down to a 50-50, Alonso will have a much better time, much easier time securing that objective, which he's going to have to do. This would be Soul for Maryville, but look on the other side of the map. Phi Mini is pushing in top. They're on a timer to make something happen. St. Clair have to pull the trigger.
So much burst damage from Scary Jerry. Every time he hits one of these Void Seekers, really starting to crank those health bars low, but 5 Mini will stop with the split push and TP himself back in. Battle lines have been drawn. Topside river to St. Clair, Maryville holding the bot side, and more importantly, the Dragon's attention. And as the Dragon gets lower, St. Clair less and less sure about their position, and they end up having to give Soul Point, but they're gonna have to give a lot more here. Here comes a realm warp in. 5 Mini and Yuji jump on top of all of St. Clair, but 5 Mini kind of throws himself into chaos, gets himself picked off. Obsidian helps Patty go down like Scary Jerry's Void Seeker, and despite losing 5 Mini to start the fight, their other big carry is here to just burn down all of St. Clair. It's a Scary Jerry masterclass, a Yuji double kill, and a Maryville Game 1 win.
And the tier 1 players, the ones that went on to Disguise, the ones that went on to Team Liquid, now back with their organization. They have transformed here, Slayer. They have come back and shown why they are the strongest, why they are the best in their roles. St. Clair cannot stand up to the might of the veterans of Maryville University as they bulldoze their way through game number 1 through the mid and late game. There was a little bit of hope for St. Clair, but it is snuffed out.
Props to Alonso with the new Cho'Gath jungle tech. The build was even more intriguing. 10 kills is awesome, but it's not a win. Maryville win the first game of our Saint v Saint Bowl to take a series lead.
And this didn't even feel like a game of League of Legends. This felt like a COD lobby.
Yeah, man.
This was deathmatch on Nuketown, like just 1-2, 1-2, bam, 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 like constant action around the map. I'm out of breath.
You're out of breath. You're out of breath. I felt like you didn't even get to talk during that game, and you're out of breath. Yeah, I enjoy games like that, but I do always feel bad for. I think I tried to ask you a question 3 different times, and I just never nailed the time.
Maryville did not agree.
No, Quacks. Here's one question that I asked you during the game that I think I can't ask you now. All right, let me just make sure there's no Cho'Gath with Shirelius running at me somewhere. All right, I think we're good. I think Alonso's gone.
They're not here either.
How are we grading the new look Maryville players in that first game? I know it was pretty hectic. It was a quick win, but what do you think of Obstinatus, Nico, 5 Mini, Rise?
I didn't think we got to see a lot of the Obstinatus Nico technology in this game. It just kind of felt like Scary Jerry was running over the lane just with sheer damage.
Oh, there you go.
Because he got so easily accelerated. So obviously there is up to 2 more games, so I hope we get to see Obstinatus flex a little bit more in this first look against St. Clair. But 5 Mini, I think, actually playing the game out quite well. I think that he had really good cross-map plays. I think that even when he wasn't a part of the fight, he was constantly generating gold. He was constantly applying pressure in a side lane. And I do think that that is something that has kind of defined Maryville's identity, because even when you win against them, even when you win a battle, there's no guarantee that you've completely won the war. And I do think that it's because they're able to always find a little bit of gold in the darkest crevices of Summoner's Rift. And 5 Mini certainly had that trait in game number 1, which led to his Rise doing a ton of damage, as you can see on the graphic. And player of the game, to literally no one's surprise, Scary Jerry, 13 kills, 3 deaths, 4 assists. This man was demolishing Summoner's Rift in game 1.
Very deserved player of the game, for Scary Jerry. I think I want to give credit to St. Clair because I enjoy the brash identity to try and throw down against Maryville, because they're going to be looking for fights. They look for a lot of even fights, but like you mentioned, what really makes Maryville such a championship caliber team is even while they're willing to scrap with you skirmish for skirmish, they're winning the small things. They're winning in all their CS leads. They're rotating on the map much better than you are to even like cover turrets and stuff like that. So St. Clair, a lot of credit for them, willing to they kind of won some of those skirmishes, went even in a lot of those skirmishes early on, but you got to be able to cover the other, less talked about parts of the game. Maryville kind of won through that part. And, of course, through their AD carry, Scary Jerry, who does earn player of the game. So Maryville take themselves a 1-0 lead in our first series of the day. We're going to take a short break here and give St. Clair some time to readjust, decide where they want to approach the Game 2 draft from, and see if they can extend our series to 3 in the first ever Saints Bowl, as I've dubbed it, between Maryville and St. Clair. We'll see you guys on the other side of this short break.
Your learning experience should belong to you. At Maryville University, you choose your own path and forge your own future. Whether you're on the ground, online, or a combination of both, the Maryville experience is centered on you, the learner. As a leader in innovation and technology, We are prepared to take you from learner to earner and back again. Join us as we look to your future together.
Nobody knows you like I do. Nobody knows what we've been through.
Nobody knows you like I do. Nobody knows you like I do. Nobody knows you like I do.
Why does it always seem like I'm moving backwards? Caught up in a dream, everybody's actors. Why does it always seem like people change faces and nothing is real here? Oh yeah. And you know I've seen better days. Yeah, you know I've been through some things. Yeah, I've been sending prayers through the roof. Oh, truth. Yeah. Don't need all the answers, just tell me what life is for. One day I'ma wake up with a reaper at the door. Don't need all the answers, just say anything at all. I've been praying for a minute, I've been waiting on your call. Oh, don't need all the answers, just tell me what life is for. One day I'ma wake up with a reaper at the door. Don't need all the answers, just say anything at all. I've been praying for a minute, I've been waiting on your call. Oh, I've been waiting on your call. Oh, yeah. I've been waiting on your call. Oh, I've been waiting on your call. Oh, I've been praying for a minute, I've been waiting on your call. Oh. been so down with you, and you know it. You never come around, and I show it. Just give me one chance right now, and I won't blow it. I won't blow it. Oh. And you know, I've seen better days. Yeah, you know, I've been through some things. Yeah, I've been sending prayers through the roof. Oh, truth. Yeah. Don't need all the answers, just tell me what life is for. One day I'ma wake up with a reaper at the door. Don't need all the answers, just say anything at all. I've been praying for a minute, I've been waiting on your call. Oh, don't need all the answers, just tell me what life is for. One day I'ma wake up with a reaper at the door. Don't need all the answers, just say anything at all. I've been praying for a minute, I've been waiting on your call. Oh. I've been waiting on you, yeah. I've been waiting on your call. Oh. I've been waiting on your call. Been waiting on your call right now. I wanna hear your voice somehow, yeah. I've been waiting on your call, oh.
Hey, let's get connected. Connected. Let me be the calm when it get hectic. Let me be the one knowing you left it. Connected. Let's just hit the plug and get connected. Feel it through your body, don't want my lecture. Let's get connected.
If you feel the way I do, come make you move. 'Cause I need you to help me for the night. So feel the way I do, come make you move. 'Cause I need you to.
Can't focus, but your body give me clarity. I can tell the way you move and how you stare at me. I'm obsessed with the way you caress me. I undress you with my eyes and you bless me. I confess my love and affection. I'm blinded by all the imperfection. Recognize the dark in your perfection. Can't wait to make you my selection. One side, let's get connected. West side, let's get connected. East side, let's get connected. South side, let's get connected. Worldwide, let's get connected. Local side, let's get connected. Online, let's disconnect it. Offline, let's get connected. Let's get connected.
The way I do, come make you move. 'Cause I need you to help me for the night. So feel the way I do, come make you move. 'Cause I need you to.
I need you. One side, let's get connected. West side, let's get connected. East side, let's get connected. South side, let's get connected. Worldwide, let's get connected. Local side, let's get connected. Online, let's disconnect it. Offline, let's get connected.
Welcome everybody back to Division 1 League of Legends Week 1 Match Day 2. We've already had one game under the belt in our Saints Bowl. Maryville Saints taking on the St. Clair Saints here. And Quacks, let's talk through the first game. It was an absolute bloodbath, ended in 25 minutes, but Maryville, maybe some over aggressive fight looks, but outside of that, it was what we expected from them coming back in to defend their title from the fall season.
Yeah, and honestly, it felt like it was spearheaded mostly by the returning members, right? By the mainstays of Maryville. I think that Yuji and Scary Jerry were definitely the highlights of game number 1. Scary Jerry, obviously winning player of the game. But going into game number 2, I'm really looking to see what Obstinatus and Fimony are capable of, as these are the new guys to the program. These are the guys that our eyes are on, not just for how they're going to be performing in terms of this Division 1 split, but how they're going to be performing several semesters down the line, maybe even years down the line. How are these guys looking as far as prospects go, and where do we think Maryville can take them? But kind of going back to game number 1, it felt, Slayer, like the big difference between Maryville and St. Clair, as like you said, this was a very bloodthirsty game from both sides, was just in what they did after the dust had settled. It felt like every time Maryville got a kill, they would push a lane, they would get a dragon, they would claim vision, they would get some kind of objective of any kind, whereas St. Clair, I felt like, struggled to transition a lot of their one fights into things that actually progressed the map forward, and that really was the big difference in my eyes as to why the Maryville were just so incrementally getting super far ahead, and why it eventually went to that breaking point around 18 to 20 minutes into the game, where it just felt like we're pretty close in kills. Why are Maryville, so far ahead?
Yeah, so it's still things like St. Clair. This is also a roster that's seen a lot of fluctuation with, Alonzo, Maddie moving into the mid lane. We now got FaZe instead of Lig. So stuff like that, want to give them more time to kind of figure out as a cohesive unit. But as we get into this Game 2 draft, I'm just mostly excited, Quacks, to see maybe some more ingenuity that we get from St. Clair, because that Game 1 draft was far from what we expected, knowing what the meta has been in Season 16 so far. So as we send over to the draft, we can get set now to kick off the draft. I'm curious to see what more ingenuity, especially out of our junglers, we'll get here in Game 2.
Yeah, as I do believe these are not, in fact, all of the correct Fearless bans that we saw for game number 1. I would remember if we saw Lilia's. That is one of my more favorite champions at the current moment. As we'll get those
We'll get those fixed up. Yep.
Eventually.
We've got them in the air, Quacks. We got them in here.
Yep. We've got them. Yep. But we do see the bans coming through here. Maryville already targeting the Kiana here. And Slayer, I have personally, you mentioned this is like a champion that we might see in the jungle earlier. I think I hate this character, honestly, in Season 16. She's so squishy, like she dies super easily. We saw this in the game where I believe it was Hambach playing her in the Sentinels versus Disguise series, where even when he was ahead, if anyone just breathed in her general direction, she got half health and couldn't really join the fight. So I'm a big naysayer in the Kiana at the current moment, which is very surprising coming from me. For those of you who don't know, I am the assassin guy on the talent crew. So if I'm saying she's bad, I think it's worth maybe listening. I don't know.
All I know is we should get you and Mr. Rafa that was on yesterday duking it out, because I'm sure he would defend Kiana if put up to the task. So that's for another day, right? Bans wise, St. Clair again banning a lot of very meta, very powerful champions. The Jason, the Azir to round things out, and then Maryville just going after Top Pablo and making sure that Alonzo cannot pull out any Nunu gaming. As fun as it would be to watch, it's so funny watching Nunu in competitive play, even if it usually doesn't work out.
Some of the big 80 carry bans are up. Yeah, or some of the big 80 carry picks are up. I was going to say the Varus is probably what we're going to be expecting to come out here from FaZe in this game. And FaZe in particular, I think, definitely had the roughest laning phase of all of the St. Clair members. It was a really difficult 2v2 for him to play out in game number 1. And so I think on this Varus, we're looking at a little bit of redemption from this guy. We're looking for him to scrap a little bit more closely against Scary Jerry, who is going to be locking in his own pickup here, Slayer. You can see that it is going to be the Misfortune. So already when we see that character in the game. We're expecting a lot of the draft to be centered around trying to maximize that bullet time damage and get all of those setup tools in order for that to be accomplished.
The Gwen also picked this early. I wonder if this is a Gwungle angle. I think I'm pretty confident Crimson can play the Gwen as well, but
Yeah.
part of me thinks he usually wants to trial a lot of these new junglers, get a feel for those. St. Clair coming back with a pretty meta comp. I'm liking this, right, to the standards we've expected from pro play, like the tier 1 level, and how it trickles down here to Division 1. Xin Zhao's most powerful jungler. Bard is a very potent support right now, especially into a bullet time. And then Varus, obviously. Misfortune Nautilus, though. All right, here we go with Obstinatus. So, Scary Jerry and Obstinatus definitely have the power once again to throw down in the bottom lane whenever they want.
Yeah, they absolutely do, but my big focus is kind of on the other side with St. Clair locking in that Xin Zhao and then pairing it up with the Bard. You were talking about some of the really big item Slayer, and you mentioned Dusk and Dawn, but I would say like a close second place in terms of items that have really warped the game around them is Bandle Pipes. And Bard is a huge Bandle Pipes lover just because those slows activate the passive on it. So being able to get constant procs off on that item make you really strong. But just by the nature of Bard, we're expecting him to kind of roam around the map. And with a champion like Xin Zhao, these two can be really aggressive in the laning phase. And so I think that really points to St. Clair maybe wanting to get a bit more heavy in the early game with damage for their solo laners, try and get those pushing lanes to allow Xin Zhao and Bard to constantly be in the face of whatever UG decides to lock in here for game number 2, whether it is the Gwen or something else. But right now, wouldn't be surprised if Gwen decides to go top lane. If I'm looking at a Xin Zhao and a Bard, I'm thinking absolutely not.
Well,
but
there it goes.
The Jax lock-in does point to a Gwungle. So now it's all about getting these lanes to have that push and protecting Gwen to get those items.
Jax is going to be fun for Crimson because I think Jax is one of those champions that can build a lot of different ways now in the new season. The Ivern. Are we throwing an Ivern mid? Is this Maddie
LS?
Is this Maddie throwing away mid lane to just be like, all right, oh wow, intrigue. All right, St. Clair.
Whoa.
Quacks, this is your job, man. What am I looking at? Help. I'm scared.
Okay, so Garen into Jax is a winning matchup for Garen just because he's not an auto attack based champion. As we see the Yone be the final lock in here for Marivel against what I can only assume is the Ivern in the mid lane, unless they're assuming to like put the Xin Zhao mid or something like that, which would
Garen
be
mid?
absolutely crazy. Yeah, I really don't know. I'm gonna assume it's Ivern in the mid lane. And I mean, we were talking about wanting to get pushing lanes. Ivern is never going to get a pushing lane here. So I wonder how that lack of priority in mid lane is going to affect what the Xin Zhao and the Bard want to do, which is put the Gwen behind.
Okay. Point St. Clair. I don't think there's anybody on Maryville who will want to build Serpent's Fang. Like, the only person they can is Scary Jerry, but, like, I don't think...
I mean, Scary Jerry could... I mean, Feynman could do it, but it would have to come really late, and he would have to be really accelerated. Okay, so it is Xin Zhao mid we're seeing. So that is really...
Maddie! You know what? Maddie is a jungler by heart, right? So like
that is true. But that is really insane because if this was any kind of ranged mage mid, like this would not work whatsoever. You'd be shoved in the whole lane. If Wind Become Lightning misses, then you're never going to be able to trade into your opposition. I feel like the fact that Yone was locked in actually gives Maddie a lot more opportunities to scrap and be aggressive, make use of that Xin Zhao early game. That is so notorious for being strong and get that priority. Like we said, I think that this kind of win condition of, get the Bard around, get the Ivern around, play around the Xin Zhao and be in the Gwen's face is kind of back on the menu.
All right, well, yeah. Well, okay, so getting in the Gwen's face, isn't that a bit difficult playing with an Ivern, or is it easier because of how quickly Ivern can get around the camps?
So it's actually quite easy in my opinion, just
Okay.
because like Ivern, obviously you're going to be lacking for damage, which does mean that you're probably going to want to make a lot of these roam trips up with your Xin Zhao, but like the brushes give you vision, you could steal away some of the camps, so anything to put behind this Gwen, even if it's not directly killing her, if you're tracking where Yuji is, if you're denying him these opportunities to accelerate his game, and you're constantly stealing away his camps, then you're doing your job at putting this pick behind and making sure that it's not getting to that 3-item doomsday timer that Gwen is so strong on.
We'll have to see. I mean, there is a lot to try that we can't
I'm a
really
skeptic.
read too well on this St. Clair comp. What I will say is I do think that there is potential to like skill expressively win some of these solo lanes, right? Like rarely do you get double melee solo lanes. They are going to be throwing down constantly. There are going to be a multitude of trades over and over again as this game goes on. And that could open up for, Top Pablo to come away with a lead. He did have an early lead up against Crimson last game on the Cassante. You mentioned how, like, Xin Zhao, this plays right into the wheelhouse. We're about to figure out some new matchups that we have rarely seen in Division 1. Let's see if St. Clair can punish Maryville for kind of falling into this Xin Zhao mid trap. Maddie, the jungler, now into the mid lane. As okay, late thank you observers. I was like, why are we Scary Jerry forgot to buy items. It happens to everybody, all right? Even the best AD carries here in Division 1.
Yeah, so Scary Jerry gonna be going back to base a little bit. We get a nice look at Misfortune, I guess, with base skin. That's not something you see every day.
Well, you get to see the new minions though as well, right?
Do you think Scary Jerry like subscribes to the like the Faker mentality of don't go the skin or something?
Maybe. I feel like was he base Kaisa last game? I think he was base Kaisa last game.
I think he was base
so,
Kaisa.
Yeah, I think so.
Maybe I'm onto
Yeah.
something.
This is my Jack skin that I use, by the way. I love this one. This is the.
Oh, I'm what's the one where he has like the hat on and he has like the green eyes? Temple?
Hold on.
Yeah, I like Temple.
Well, he's gonna have to pray to a temple to survive this one. Okay, never mind. Crimson walks out of that, gets the ignite out of top Pablo, but yeah, Garen's a very scary prospect to earn early trades. Crimson going the grasp in this matchup. I do like that. He's trying to get as much resiliency as he can out of this lane, as he has to continuously use the counter-strike just to even try and see. Yeah, bot lane, we're throwing down heals. Upside's getting a root down on a phase. He has to burn the barrier. Dredgeline's going to land as well. Flash away from phase, but now Miracle's a bit too far up. We'll take a couple of shots from Scary Jerry, but without the double tap passive, not enough damage for kill threat, but just priority.
And it's just FaZe and Miracle not respecting the level up from Scary Jerry and Obstinatus. They get punished for it.
Maddie.
Now,
Level 3.
Okay,
Oh,
Maddie.
he canceled the dash, and Top Pablo is getting punished for going for the classic Garen strategy of trying to proxy. Without Ignite, I don't think he can actually threaten to kill Yuji, and that gets Crimson first blood. Unfortunate timing on the old proxy Garen strategy. Yuji was pathing right for it.
and you can see the Maryville bot lane really want to shove in this wave. That's why they're not really able to move up and maybe try and get vision onto Alonzo, who's now wrapping around. He can probably steal away this blue, but I'm curious to see what he actually does afterwards. To see, he might have an angle to look for an attack onto bot lane because of how far pushed up they are, but there is a stark lack of actual CC as Miracle. They actually do just sting level 3, so here we go.
All right, here we go. Miracle portals get closer. Looks for the double stun. Obstinatus, though, is going to get on top of Miracle. Scary Jerry does burn the flash. Obstinatus is going to be a big body block. Gets away from the snare, though, with a good flash of his own. A lot of summoners need to be burned there, though. Only Scary Jerry's cleanse survives that overextension in the lane.
Good change of strategy there from Alonzo, saying, all right, we know that he is on the top side. He helped get that kill for Crimson. I'm going to steal away a camp, and this Gwen not getting the kill does mean that, honestly, Yuji does fall a little bit behind as far as, you know, getting toward that gold proc or that big gold avenue goes. Just trying super hard to get to those 3 items. Won't be able to do so because he gets that blue taken away. So he's getting put slightly further behind, which is what you want.
Alonzo just now resetting off the bot lane play. I wonder if he just expected to be double scuttled up here, and I feel like Yuji doesn't. Well, now he knows. The ward sees the scuttle, but I don't know if he expected that scuttle to be up himself as well. So for falling behind a bit for UG. He is going to pick up double grab. He's pinging towards it. I'd expect him to be able to grab that, but he could run into Alonso here for a bit of a scuffle. First roam should be towards 5 Mini and Crimson with the current wave state, but bottom lane's the one we're really throwing down. Heal comes out of Miracle, gets him down to about 1 HP. Scary Jerry out of mana though. FaZe looking to step up. Can he hit the piercing arrow?
Ooh.
Yes, gets the auto down as well. Support straight each other, AD carry straight each other, but lethal tempo Varus nearly gives FaZe a double kill. Good little trade there for St. Clair.
Yep, good look there from FaZe. Manages to get the kill onto Jerry. Now we'll be able to push in this wave and get some items of his own, as that's going to be the first back for both bot laners. Alonso, though, on the top side, looking for Crimson.
All right, let's test out that low damage Ivern. All right, flash for flash trade. That's a win. St. Clair doing a good job not letting Maryville do everything they want in these lanes.
Yeah, they're fighting back a little bit. I mean, Pablo does want to try and shove in this wave, as I don't believe it's going to crash into the tower. You can see Yuji is wrapping around, but does not have level 6 yet, so closing the distance is going to be really hard without Ghost.
All right, let's take over level 6 thanks to the wave. Yuji should be able to with the full passive.
Oh god.
Pablo gets level 6 off the wave in time, and Demacian smites down Yuji. Miscalculation there.
Yup, I mean, Yuji really wanted to look for the kill, really wanted to deny the crash, wanted to punish what he thought was an overstay from Pablo, but didn't realize the ultimate level up was coming there for the top laner. St. Clair gets taken down. These are the woes of Gwen in the early game. You really lack for damage. You lack for being able to close that gap, and Pablo takes advantage of that, gets himself a kill.
Alonso back on the bot side here. Does actually end up hitting the snare on Obstinatus. Gets the slow as well with that Glacial Augment and gets FaZe's second kill of the game. No way for Scary Jerry to find a trade back. Maddie in the jungle though, looking to roam down, finds Yuji, who is still level 5. Drops Ignite over onto Yuji's head. 5 Mini trying to move over with the Fate Unsealed. Crescent Guard knocks 5 Mini away from him though, as he continues to push for Yuji. Maddie may be thrown in the mid lane, but he still knows how to punish on his classic junglers. Finds that solo kill. We're still scrapping in the lane. Oh my god. Goes in the spirit form. Alonso looking for a trade. Hook lands short. We're still as scrappy as game 1, Quacks.
Yeah, we definitely are. Maddie looking to try and go further, but didn't have the mana to do so. To cover that distance after he hit the wind become lightning. So I think the trading just going to end there. FaZe throws out his ultimate, it whiffs, and now he is going to go back to base as Obstinatus is making a roam. Maryville trying their best to get around the map, but I think St. Clair are being a lot better about reacting to plays. They have caught Yuji out a lot and are managing to punish some of these overstays from Maryville and some of these missed positions from them as well.
It's got the gold pretty close to even, and definitely some slight edge towards a couple of these St. Clair members. Especially FaZe with the 2 kills, he's not going to be able to reset, but that means he shouldn't drop too bad behind his guest department catching this wave. And will finally take his reset unless Obstinatus is an absolute psycho. Okay, all right, he's just going to threaten his psychotic behavior and still keep him off of this reset. This is a hole the AD carries fall into that you always hate when you're solo on mana. You want to reset because you have a bunch of gold, but this is what happens when you play into misfortune, right, Quacks? You can just delete these waves, strut on out safely. Oh my god, they're going to go for the bullet time. Scary Jerry though takes on the turn, and the hook, the dredge line from Obstinatus actually executes there. So Maryville helped FaZe reset on his own, I guess.
Yeah, they said, you know, let me give you a little bit of assistance there. And now across that play maybe here from St. Clair. Crimson doesn't have flash.
Daisy's got her jersey on. She's ready to play. Hunting down Crimson. The Ignite already through. Just want to get him low enough for that Demacian Justice. Good Counter-Strike ward hop, though, from Crimson. Backs off St. Clair. Gets himself out. Now Yuji looking for his revenge. This time he has the needle working. Ah, man. This Ivern does not have the shielding to deal with Yuji just yet. He'll find the kill onto his fellow jungler, and Pablo does not have enough damage to kill off Crimson in the background.
Yep, Pablo going to have to be separated from his jungler, and also Yuji. The big thing making the difference there was also the Elixir of Force, that plus 30 adaptive damage for the Gwen, activated right before he started the fight. Speaking of fight,
man, we're throwing down. Cleanse out for Chains Corruption Barrier, though. FaZe the flash from Scary Jerry makes it close. but FaZe is just too far ahead right now. Finds the kill solo bolo style into Scary Jerry.
And look at his items. He's got Alternator, I believe. So he might actually be going for a little bit of magic damage here on the Varus. This just makes the damage profile of St. Clair that much more diverse.
Yeah, Quacks, look at Maddie's items.
He had... Wait, what is going... Wait,
What is Maddie cooking in the kitchen right now?
What
I am
are we
so
cooking,
intrigued.
St. Clair?
Oh my god, he's got Blasting Wand and a Dark Seal and a Dag. Is this like Nashers? Is he first item Nashers? That's all I can think of.
I think this
It's a
might
Ruby
actually
Crystal.
be... Is this not Dusk and Dawn, maybe? This also
Oh.
could be Dusk and Dawn.
Oh, nice. Okay, Maddie's tapped in. Hey, listen, you brought up Vandal Pipes. We talked about some of the other items. It's a 1 versus 3 right now. Daisy is angry for earlier on. There's the knockup, but where's the damage, bro? It's Miracle Bard and Alonzo Ivern. Your AP Zinzao is backing as your jungle and support look to die to a bullet time and flash out of one of them as Miracle walks it out. This is first dragon of the game, by the way, still up at 10 minutes.
And I'm really surprised Marivel have yet to pull the trigger. You can see the ward going down to try and deny St. Clair the vision around this pit, but those bushes are still going to give them an avenue to get at least an inkling of what is going on around that objective. And because they know Gwen is focusing down there, St. Clair gonna maybe try and look for a play onto the bot lane, but Obstinatus sniffs this one out, or does he?
Oh, Chains of Corruption also for
Oh,
FaZe.
fake
Hit on the
out.
Scary Jerry, and there's the Gunblade damage from FaZe's Bard. But Yuki comes in with the need to work, trying to find a trade back, but FaZe's damage is absolutely ludicrous. He takes 2 down before he finally falls to 5 minis roam. St. Clair have caught Maryville out over and over again in this game. And it's got them competitive in the gold until 5 mini. It's a 2-man Fate Unsealed, and Spirit forms out of there, takes Miracle down in style.
And it's Mini not to be outdone with the Snake Eyes play that FaZe pulled out earlier to execute his 80 carry. Scrapping continues in the bot lane, but crucially, Slayer, the dragon gets stalled out. Maryville are forced to cut and pivot toward the bot lane. They can't finish that objective, and this thing still remains on the map unbesmirched, except for a couple of snips from the scissors of the Maryville jungle.
Well, big problem with St. Clair's comp is, especially now that we know the build paths for their mid and 80 carry, they have a comp that is gotta be one of the worst at taking big epic monsters.
Yeah, it's pretty bad as they're in trouble.
Portal in Ivern, brings in Daisy, top Oblo here as well. Ignite coming over top early. They get the snare, they get the stun, and here comes the big sword from the sky to send Crimson packing.
Yup, and they know that now that dragon is more than likely gone, so I'm actually really surprised St. Clair aren't opting to overload the top side here. You know you're not going to be able to get the dragon. You know that Maryville are going to try and make a play on bot. The only reason I can think of them going back here is to maybe defend against a dive that Maryville might be looking here onto FaZe, but it feels tough because, like we said, hold on, ultimate comes out here.
Charge, bullet time, but there's a Tempered Fate. Scary Jerry only gets about half of the bullet time out as Obstinatus gets deleted by a huge AP piercing arrow. Is FaZe putting everybody onto the new Varus tech or what?
Maybe, but I mean, for FaZe in particular, I love seeing this guy step up. He had a really rough game number 1 on the Corki, but is now putting the hands onto Scary Jerry and Obstinatus. Every fight is just clinical from him. Even when he gets caught out, Miracle bails him out, and the Varus picks up 2 more pushes in the wave to deny more creeps from the Misfortune. And it really feels like this game, the lone member of Maryville that is exceptionally accelerated compared to their counterpart right now is Mini. So the new mid laner gonna have to try and pull them over the finish line here in game 2.
Good little Fate Unsealed to create some distance. Because Miracle was nearby, Obstinatus there to cover. Yeah, Division 1 fans, if you were bummed that we didn't feel like we were in Season 16 yet,
Welcome.
we've arrived. We've arrived. There are multiple Dusk and Dawn builds here, including Crimson, who's now losing to Daisy. Daisy just chasing down like a linebacker over the middle with his jersey. Finds another knockup. Obstinatus hook actually splits the uprights there, so no engage here for Maryville as Miracle looking for a stun angle. Get a portal away from Scary Jerry as Maryville have one
Guys,
extra
Daisy
member
is
here,
beating
but
you up.
Daisy Daisy is throwing hands, finally goes down. Maddie getting engaged on a Scary Jerry. Yuji looks for the turn for the pressing guard. Gets knocked up, and the new workings provide some healing. But the Demasi Justice Top Pablo finds the first kill. Maddie gets Scary Jerry to flash away from the Stepper Fate, lands on Obstinatus, and no trade kill comes through for Crimson. Top Pablo with the double. Red slide from Obstinatus to create some more distance, but the Vandal Pipe speed up isn't enough. There's another slow for another refresh of the Vandal Pipes, and Top Pablo under the turret will find himself an unofficial triple kill.
Looking for a play onto the bot side. I don't think he's going to commit to the dive. He's just going to go for a reset because, I mean, look at the rest of the map. Even though Maraville lost out on the fight, Scary Jerry's going to push out here in mid. I don't think he's going to be able to pick up the turret, and if he does, it might be with his life to try and trade for it, but St. Clair coming out victorious in a lot of these scraps right now, and I feel like a big, really undervalued part of that is due to Alonso keeping his team alive. You can see Scary Jerry was trying to pick up some of those lower health bars, but the shields were just too much for him because he's so far behind on this misfortune. It's not allowing for these Maraville members who have been put behind in the laning phase to come back because they're too durable.
Pablo looking to trade into Crimson without Demasi and Justice, but Crimson still backs off here. Slide Breaker has been completed for Top Pablo. The Rift Herald on to the Rift here. Still always really hard for St. Clair to do any objectives without the help of other teammates. It does look like Alonso's trying to do this on his own, but yeah, it's so difficult. Even with Daisy here, who comes across, Yuki though, in the Shroud, gets rid of Daisy. Top Pablo roams down the top side.
Slight difference.
Oh, that's a good call out. Slight difference. The bullet time comes out. There's a tempered fate as a response from here. Comes Top Pablo. Deletes Yuji. And now has a sight set for Scary Jerry. Here's the fight starts to split up here. 5mini and Crimson trying to get together in the pit with Shelly. As Obstas looks for a re-engage. Flashes over the wall. Game Top Pablo. The unsealed fate hits on to 2 from 5mini. Can't find the execute trade damage. There's Crimson to flash on top of FaZe. And finally shut down the AP Varus. But will Top Pablo find himself a trade? Spin for the win. Demasi and Justice sends Top Pablo godlike in the fight. Scary Jerry looking for the trade back, but does he have enough damage? He's silenced. The Ivory Shields! They're not enough. The Stride Breaker. Top Pablo picks himself up a double and takes the fire portal out. Alonso should have to sacrifice himself, but 5mini gets pulled out of the spirit form. And he shouldn't be able to chase him down. I don't think the flash is worth it. My God, St. Clair and Top Pablo are making fights work against the defending champs.
Now this is just absolute cinema here in game number 2. St. Clair with the unorthodox scraps are fighting back here. And Top Pablo wants more, but he doesn't have the ultimate. He's got to be careful of 5mini.
Yeah, I mean, 5mini is definitely the biggest damage dealer on Maraville's team right now. But here comes Maddie. Dusk and Dawn, forward with the wind becomes lightning. 5mini's trying to bait them into a fight, maybe. They don't see Obstinatus over the wall here. 5mini, good little trade. Maddie re-engages, Crescent Guard, knocks Scary Jerry away from him. 5mini's gonna dash away. Wind becomes lightning with the ignite. Is it enough skill on 5mini? No, he walks away. But Scary Jerry now caught out and cut down. Maddie gets one of the carries, maybe if it wasn't even the one he was intending to get on the first engage.
I absolutely love that from Miracle. They're not able to secure the kill onto 5mini, but they give him another option.
Show me the AP.
It is the misfortune.
I just wanted to see the AP of that era.
Yeah, FaZe almost getting another kill, but, you know, Slayer, I wanted to bring your attention while we maybe, hopefully, please have a LoL state. This is a, so this is a Dusk and Dawn on the Xin. This Dusk and Dawn item, it doesn't give you more damage, really, but the healing that you can get from your passive is based off of the magic damage. So it just makes you a lot more durable in these fights. Combine that with the Ivern and the Bard, and I mean, you're just setting up your late game carries to be so strong as Obstinatus now the target.
Does hit the blast cone as he gets done to get over the wall, but doesn't have flash. I think Top Pablo is going to find himself another kill. Might give it over to Maddie. No, he goes legendary. Still has the Demasi and Justice as well. As we see Yuji and 5mini going for that cross-map play. Max, you talked about this was the highlight of Maraville in Game 1, and in Game 2, their cross-map plays are what is trying to keep them competitive.
Yeah, they are pulling a bunch of attention over from St. Clair. They're not going to be able to even siege that Tier 1 mid because Scary Jerry is holding the line over there. They've got to respond to the Herald that crashes into that Tier 2 top tower. It's going to give them a little bit more space to play with and force St. Clair kind of back into this area where they can't make a lot of aggressive plays. And that just gives Maryville more time to look for other avenues, more time to farm up. You can see that Yuji has been set so far behind in this game. He doesn't even have 2 items at this point, and if that late game threat isn't online soon, it's going to be a really dangerous late game for Maryville, because right now, the only person accelerated still remains to be Mini, and he doesn't have flash. So St. Clair, you have to believe every time Yone is on the map, they're going to be looking at him as a potential target to shut down.
So Quacks, I will ask you the tough kind of question when talking about scaling. How do we grade? Maddie's build is a lot harder for you to talk to us about scaling, but at least for this AP Varus, how do these type of paths for these champions progress well as a game gets later?
I mean, I'm actually really not concerned about the Varus magic damage build at all. This is something that, watch this.
Yeah, I mean, down to about 10%. The next Fierce Arrow doesn't find the kill. Tempered Fate will make sure Fate gets some time, and he comes out of the gold stasis and eats a couple of bullets right to the chin. Great turn here from Maryville as they collapse onto the St. Clair bottom lane.
That's one of the major points of damage down for St. Clair. I mean, now they can maybe look to go onto the Baron. Pablo is here, but he's on vision. Crimson is stalling out the Garen. Look at the rest of Maryville. They're going to the top side, and there's no turret for Pablo to hide behind.
Yeah, look at the long path you're going to see from Yuji come up from all the way in the bottom jungle. Top Pablo, he is a legendary in the game. Somehow still doesn't have a shutdown, but he is cut down nonetheless. It'll be Crimson to pick up that kill. The 9-kill Garen finally falls.
Yeah, they shut down the Garen. I don't think they're going to be able to go into the Baron now, because we do see the Varus has respawned, but I mean, I guess without the Garen, you don't really have like a solid frontliner for St. Clair. So if you still wanted to go for this Nasher as Maryville, I suppose it's an option. But yeah, I like what they're doing. They're setting up for a pick, trying to bait them in. But there is a bunch of vision around the area. They can kind of pick up on context clues, and they're not going to base check. So I like that St. Clair are kind of poking and prodding around this area, not really looking to go all the way.
It's a chain of corruption into a great Bard stun for Miracle. FaZe will pick up that kill. St. Clairfield flashing up and flashing after Yuji, who's recalling on a ward. Maryville just out of position. Their jungle mid laner might have gifted St. Clair a Baron, and now Scary Jerry's face to face with Top Pablo. It's a flash from Crimson to try to get the Counter-Strike stun back down. Top Pablo should just be able to run out of this, though. Crimson really wants this kill. Grandmaster's Might under the tier 2 turret, but he won't chase under the tier 3. And on the top river this entire time, St. Clair get an uncontested Baron when they never should have had access to this.
Yeah, Maryville just playing a little too disrespectfully. Yuji recalling on a ward. They will be able to trade it with a mid lane tier 2, and a dragon coming up in a little less than a minute does mean that with this shove, they can at least respawn and get onto the map around this bot side river, try and maybe make it competitive. But St. Clair don't necessarily have to answer with this dragon, right? They don't have to fight for it. You've got a Baron, you've got the ability to push all of these lanes. You can go for a lot of the standing gold on the map. Giving up a tier 2 dragon or a second dragon to Maryville is honestly small fry compared to what you could gain with this Baron buff if you just choose to ignore it.
Love to see again from our first match that St. Clair are not scared to go fight Maryville. They're not scared to punish them for overextensions. Early in this game, it was over pushing lanes, and now it's just errant trades and disrespectful recalls. The St. Clair Saints not going to let that happen to them.
Yeah.
And like you mentioned, how much can they now use the Baron to get back to further their lead? They'll start by grabbing this third Drake of the game. The first Ocean Drake towards an Ocean Soul. So if you are Maryville, I think this is a pretty big gold trade back. The fact that Crimson gets alone time for a top tier 2, and you're nowhere near threatened to have to respond to an Ocean Soul Drake yet.
Yeah, not at this point, as Yuji is
How is he here? How
really?
His face, no?
Is this gonna work?
Face is 0. Yep. Ghost Pop, needlework, dodges the chain of corruption with style. Ooh. Love that from Yuji. FaZe had no idea that this big bad Gwen was sitting behind him in his own jungle. And there's the scaling win con showing up here for Maryville.
But Maryville still have a really tall task ahead of them. I mean, even though you get this kill and you give a little bit more gold over to Yuji, you're not really able to make use of it. This is what we said was the big difference between Maryville and St. Clair in game number 1 was their ability to take these kills and transition them into furthering their ability to accelerate the map state. But because the Baron buff is up, you can't really get through those waves. You don't actually get anything off that kill. In fact, St. Clair, now with push in mid, are going to be threatening this tier 1, and Maraville wanting to recall. They might not be able to because they have to try and defend this.
Wouldn't be surprised if Scary Jerry just ults this wave. Maybe he'll wait to see if Obstinaz can find an engage angle. Crystalline Overgrowth. Yep, there's the bullet time. Feel like it's a little too late. They already got the turret very low, so it gets canceled midway. Daisy look down to chase Obstinatus. That's a good blast cone. Obstinatus does not dredge line. Out of the Tempered Fate, though. Root comes across here from Alonzo. Maddie to re-engage on top as well. 5 minutes looking to try and scrap back here as the Fate of Seal will still hit onto Alonzo. He's got Alonzo a miracle pin on the backside as fine as Maddie does get rid of Obstinatus. And now it's Yuji looking to
Crimson on the backside.
Re-engages. It's going to have to be the flanks from Maribel coming through here to save this fight, but Crimson can't get in. 5 Mini wants out. And Maryville cannot find a way to trade back their fallen support.
And Crimson trying to go for some type of a play with that flank teleport, but Pablo on the Garen is just too good at playing bouncer. He's saying, Mini, yeah, I don't think you're 21 yet. You're not allowed in this club. And the old heads on St. Clair disallow this Jax from being able to interfere with their aggressive play onto the top side. St. Clair yet again winning out on the trade and denying Maraville from getting anything back in return.
I just love how you look at some of these score lines on the St. Clair side, and none of them have shutdowns. And I think it's... I'm trying to figure out... Whatever. Hold on. Okay. Walked it out. Very cool. Vandal Pipes OP. Vandal Pipes OP. Chasing him down. 5 Mini knows he has to duel into Top Pablo, but the Demacia Justice Ignite is not enough to save him, even with the shield bow. Crimson can chase down Top Pablo, though he does jump out of the Tempered Fate.
The shield?
He needs it to reset, but here's Alonzo with a 400 HP shield to save the valiant Garen. 2 kills to nothing. Once again, St. Clair win a skirmish, but it's Scary Jerry and Obstinatus to find at least one back in the mid lane.
2 kills to 1, still worth it for St. Clair. I'm really surprised, though, that all of them are now going toward the mid lane to try and deal with the push that Maraville have in that area instead of putting pressure on that bot lane. You can see that that wave to Pablo will recall and go back, but it feels like it's valuable time wasted here for St. Clair, giving Maraville more angles to try and carve out this map and get some vision. We've got Baron coming up in a little over a minute, so I think to Pablo, by pushing in this bot lane wave, is going to kind of force Maraville to respond and be late to setting up around that topside river where St. Clair can maybe lay a trap and continue doing what they've done all game, which is set up for those picks and transition them into potentially a Baron. And if they can get that, the Dragon Soul point could be on the horizon as well. So a domino effect is possible here for St. Clair, depending on how they play these next 30 seconds.
The threat of this AP Varus and a Garen ult is really just so scary
Crimson. Oh God,
for
Crimson.
a
Oh no.
single member of Maraville to deal with. It feels like if any of them get caught, they could just get one shot by St. Clair, and that makes, like you saw earlier with Crimson, really cautiously having to walk up anywhere around the map. Obstinatus looks to be hunting here for a dredge line. Got Yuji off to the side if they want to try and pincer here in the enemy jungle, but instead they'll just take over mid lane Prio. But we've got a couple flanks manifesting at top Pablo. So he's going to flash over the blue buff pit? No. He's going to wait for his support in a 2-man Tempered Fate, but there's no damage up there to threaten either of those two members as Maddie looks to re-engage on Obstinatus. Yuji and 5 Mini fighting their own duel as Crimson flash forward. We get a 2-man counter-strike stun the bullet time. Canceled by Maddie. He flashes right on top of Scary Jerry. Top Pablo should have that kill for free. And the Demacia Justice ignites down onto Crimson as well. Top Pablo going nuts for St. Clair right now, and it's setting them up for another fight win. He's chasing down 5 Mini next. Gets the slow thanks to the Strike Breaker. The Immortal Shield should not save 5 Mini until he dashes over the wall to save himself. But Top Pablo is running this game too.
And it's St. Clair. It's a fight on 2 different fronts, but crucially, Pablo goes untouched. This Garen now getting to the point where his ultimate deals half HP and executes them from 50%. This means Maraville really have to start focusing down this Garen before he can get those spells down. But how are you going to focus down Garen when there's an Ivern, when there's a Bard, when there is a Xin Zhao in your backline? There's too many threats for St. Clair, and the big one of the Garen is too well protected, Slayer.
Are they going to try and two-man this as response to the Dragon? This is really aggressive. I mean, they do catch Top Pablo, the biggest member of St. Clair on a reset. He's TPing in, though. Doesn't have that 30% shield, though, as he rocked the Ignite, but Maryville, they get the teleport out, but now Obstinatus is caught trying to clear vision. Another great Tempered Fate from Miracle, showing why the Bard was such a great pickup here for St. Clair. And now the green emboldened Saints of our matchup have themselves a Baron once again.
And to Pablo, now with his 7th death, it's now going to be punished by the Baron. Yuji is the target, though.
Battle Pipe chase down. Nope, Top Pablo has a new target. It's Scary Jerry. Doesn't have the flash, but it's the Strikebreaker slow chase down. Crimson and Scary Jerry able to back off. And for Maryville, that does pull St. Clair off the Baron for now.
Yeah, just delaying this death timer of Obstinatus to try and get that 5v5. Not to mention Fimini on the side lane.
Yuji, Top Pablo was waiting. See you later, Yuji doesn't even have to ult to kill him off.
Yeah, to Pablo gets that kill. Fimini does find himself on a flank angle, but I mean,
he's got base.
Really?
He gets Shades of Corruption, he eats a piercing arrow to the face. Does he even win this trade? 5mini gets the knockup, the pullback, and each member with under 100 HP. If 5mini can't even win into phase right now, we've got big problems for Maryville. Oh, tries to get the embroidered recall back, but Miracle cancels him out. Fate unsealed though, he's grabbed phase, and 5mini finds the kill! A huge shutdown! Tempered Fate does come back out, he will fall as Top Pablo goes to stop on the top side of the fight here. Crimson gets knocked out, the Baron being held at bay just by Maddie alone, but with no Yuji, he's gonna have to be Scary Jerry with a big bullet time. There he goes for it. I don't even think it's tickling the Baron low enough though, and he gets engaged on by Maddie. Crescent Guard comes out as we see the Baron secured by Alonso. Maddie goes unstoppable. St. Clair won a game 3.
Man, St. Clair secured the Baron. 4 members that get that one. It's only FaZe that died to Fimini that will not be wearing a purple. St. Clair, though, 30 minutes into the game, need to be looking to try and end this one now. The scaling threats are still alive. They're not down, or they're not out until they're out. We've got to try and end the game right here. Obstinatus trying to hold the wave, but Miracle is just going to execute him with Daisy in pursuit along with the rest of the team. They might just end it here and take Maryville to 3.
This is going to be tight, Quacks. His 5minis back up as well. It's a 3v3 for now. I wonder if Maryville like their odds. Maddie gets knocked up and cut down by 5mini. There's the needlework on the top Pablo, but now with Miracle here and the shields from the Ivern out of Alonso, they should be able to usher themselves out of the base, but Yuji still wants to push, still eats a change of corruption over the wall. Face finds a huge pick, in goes Crimson, but there's the flying sword down to smite him through. Unsealed Fate doesn't do enough from 5mini. The flash piercing arrow from FaZe might have just sealed it. Top Pablo's 15 kill Garen will shock the defending champions as they set up for their final push to win this game 2. It's going to be the bottom lane for Maryville, but Top Pablo is the big, bad wolf that nobody can contend with. Eats up all the turret shots, allowing FaZe to set up and get the killing spree. St. Clair are going to force our series the distance against Maryville.
Maryville University getting caught in the mid to late game. St. Clair, Xin Zhao mid, AP Varus, AP Xin Zhao mid, and all of these things end up taking Maryville to 3. What a insane game, Slayer.
Wow. Welcome to Season 16, Division 1. That is not possible without the changes we saw to League of Legends. Wow. I don't even know what to think here. St. Clair, awesome ingenuity with this comp, you know, benefiting from the fact that their coach was a jungler now standing in at mid lane, utilizes that. But I do think this is a game that Maryville will look back at and say, we gave them way too many opportunities to run away with this one.
Yeah, and I feel like Maryville overall, it felt like it was the rotations. It felt like it was getting picked off in moments that you shouldn't be looking to get picked off in. I think that particularly, I am definitely looking at Obstinatus in that regard. A lot of those Tempered Fates managed to find their mark onto the Nautilus, and it was just that last one that elected for them to go into the Baron that really was the straw that broke the camel's back. Maryville doing their best to try and stall this game out, but St. Clair, just the raw damage from the Garen. The raw damage from the Varus was too much for them to deal with, and it reached its tipping point. Now will be taking us to game number 3. That was just a super exciting game. Game number 1 was an absolute slaughter in favor of Maryville, but St. Clair with a slugfest in game number 2 to bring us back. And honestly, I feel like the most anticlimactic thing, Slayer, if we're looking ahead to game number 3, it would be for Maryville to just demolish them over the head. Or St. Clair, who knows? Could be St. Clair.
Hey, who knows? Yeah, I think what St. Clair have earned here is maybe a bit more respect in this matchup. Like you mentioned, Maryville is definitely favored, and almost every single game they played in the fall season, they could just kind of hands check everybody early and then end the game as quickly as possible, do whatever they wanted on the map. St. Clair are not going to let that happen this time round, and they punished correctly. But it was definitely a top lane canyon, it felt like, in this matchup. If I'm not mistaken, Top Pablo better be the player of the game for this one. I mean, the damage charts definitely support it.
Yeah, 42.7 thousand damage as the Garen. And I mean, this just made it so difficult for any of the carries for Maryville to really be online. Not only did it put Crimson in a position where he wasn't really able to be relevant on the Jax, but it also meant that, like, Mini, even though he had a really good laning phase, like, he was just getting one shot by the Garen. Yuji was getting one shot by the Garen. And yeah, to Pablo, much deserved, much earned player of the game. 16, 3, and 6 on the Garen top lane, and I hope we get to see this ingenuity from them in game number 3, because I feel like that could be a core staple of some of these teams, where if you're looking to challenge some of the big boys and, you know, programs like Maryville, programs like Winthrop University, you go for stuff that isn't expected, go for stuff that they haven't scrimmed against, and you kind of dumb them down a little bit in that macro sense.
St. Clair, let's get our boy Top Pablo a photo in here. The way he's playing, that's all we're missing from his performance. Well-earned player of the game, 16-3 on Garen. That is a freight train of a performance that has now put us in what I would definitely consider for myself and Quack's uncharted territory. We have ourselves a game 3 on the horizon. Maryville and St. Clair, 20 champions taken off the board. Can St. Clair continue to not only punish Maryville for their over-aggression, but keep them on their toes with some flashy build paths and compositions? Or is Maryville angry and just going to steamroll a game 3? One of the two of those realities will be coming your guys' way after another short break. Game 3 on the other side.
Your learning experience should belong to you. At Maryville University, you choose your own path and forge your own future. Whether you're on the ground, online, or a combination of both, the Maryville experience is centered on you, the learner. As a leader in innovation and technology, we are prepared to take you from learner to earner and back again. Join us as we look to your future together.
I can go anywhere, walk the desert in the sun, lost and I don't care. I'm feeling lighter, lighter, at the finish line. You can't cheat me now. Flying like a satellite, I'm so far away, can't get me back. You wanna take it in my mind, cloak and dagger, snakes and ladders. Think of all the reasons why
Why does it always seem like I'm moving backwards? Caught up in a dream, everybody's actors. Why does it always seem like people change faces and nothing is real? Oh yeah. And you know I've seen better days. Yeah, you know I've been through some things. Yeah, I've been sending prayers through the roof. Oh, truth. Yeah. Don't need all the answers, just tell me what life is for. One day I'ma wake up with a reaper at the door. Don't need all the answers, just say anything at all. I've been praying for a minute, I've been waiting on your call. Oh, don't need all the answers, just tell me what life is for. One day I'ma wake up with a reaper at the door. Don't need all the answers, just say anything at all. I've been praying for a minute, I've been waiting on your call. Oh, I've been waiting on your call. Oh, yeah. I've been waiting on your call. Oh, I've been waiting on your call. Oh, I've been praying for a minute, I've been waiting on your call. Oh, I've been waiting on your call. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
There are a few things better on an afternoon or evening than 3 games of Division 1 action, and that is exactly what Maryville and St. Clair brought you in our first Saints Bowl of the spring season here. 1 apiece between our 2 teams. After 2 games that have definitely been bloodthirsty, but St. Clair with some ingenuity and some confidence to punish, Maryville oversteps, gets them to this critical game 3, Quacks.
Yeah, and honestly, St. Clair, I feel like the ingenuity was the best part of it. When you've got a jungler playing mid lane, when you've got all of these role swaps, and when your roster is a little bit more on the jumbled side, especially compared to Maryville, who definitely look like they all have their ducks in a row. I mean, they have a lot of subs, but it looks like this is probably the roster that they'll be sticking with for the foreseeable future, at least in Division 1 League of Legends. It means that St. Clair can, get a little bit weird with it, and I feel like that was definitely what we saw in game number 2. We had the AP Zinzao mid, we had the AP Varus, we had the Garen top lane, we had the Ivern in the jungle. Like, these are champions that, while not necessarily impossible to see, are very, very uncommon, and I feel like Maryville were just not prepared for that in game number 2. That, and honestly, Slayer, I'm going to call it out, a combination of that and a bit of disrespectful gameplay from Maryville. I feel like they were getting caught out a lot more than we would expect a program of their caliber to be doing. And overall, I just felt like they were giving St. Clair a lot of avenues to really accelerate their carries and accelerate their game forward that we didn't get to see in game number 1.
I'd love to put an ear to the wall of whatever message Coach Niles gave to Maryville after that game 2 loss for sure. But game 3 draft is ready. Let's jump into things here now with the Maryville side having side selection, and they have opted to stay on the red side, likely looking for counter pick potential. A lot of champions now off the board in Fearless format, but the way St. Clair drafted in game 2, it seems like they can make a comp out of any combination of champions here in this series, Quack. So we'll have to see what they bring out. What they won't end up changing, I expect, is the bans. I'm sure they'll look pretty similar.
Yeah.
Azir, Jace, probably
Darius.
2 of the 3 of theirs. Yeah, Darius, right?
Right. So I don't think we'll be seeing anything too crazy come out here. I agree with you, Slayer, but I do have to kind of highlight the 20 Fearless bans. Usually the further and further down you get into a series, the one role that really becomes apparent where there is a lack of champions to be played, a lack of good champions to be played in that role, is AD carry. And I do think that now we'll probably see an ADC here on 1, if not maybe see a top laner as well. I feel like those are probably the 2 most likely roles. Or mid, actually. I changed my mind. It's probably ADC or mid that'll be snagged up here on first pick. So far, looking through the bans, we actually do see the Scion get taken away, which I don't believe was in the ban list the last couple of games. So a little bit of difference here. St. Clair, though, going for the Silas ban does point to a rocky direction that we could be going.
Let's see if Maryville just decide to ban it, or are they willing
Maybe.
to play into it? I mean, this biggest signal, right? Yep, they will ban it. Okay, cool. So that does mean that Alistair priority goes up a bit in this game as well. That is the old, before Malphite got back into the meta, Alistair was always a scary pick to make into Silas. So with that off the board, maybe we'll see Obstinatus or Miracle go that way. But yep, here we go. St. Clair, they're already cooking quacks. Do we dare even guess where this Swain goes? Because I can think of...
It's a quadruple flex.
Yeah.
Realistically.
Arguably is a quadruple flex, yes.
Yeah. You can put this in support, you can put this in top, you can put this in mid, you can put this as an APC. There's so many different positions where Swain can go. So I'm not even going to bother trying to assume where this character is going.
No. Make a guess now, man. We got to call our shots.
All right, fine.
Fire a guess.
I will guess mid lane. That's where we most commonly see it.
Okay. All right. We'll have to see.
But at the same time, I actually wouldn't hate it into the bot lane now. I think Swain would probably do pretty well into the Yunara just because of how tanky you are and how difficult you are to punish in early levels. As Nunu wasn't banned, so St. Clair are going to immediately snag that one up for Alonzo here in game number 2. That ingenuity coming through. I wonder, though, if Maryville, with this Ambessa lock-in, if they're debating putting it in the jungle or if they're going to just give Crimson the assignment here for game number 3 and keep it relatively standard.
Okay, so St. Clair are definitely cementing themselves as a death ball team. This is another kind of death ball squad with the Senna locked in. I do think Senna being locked in does mean the Swain can still go bottom lane. You could see Miracle go it, and then maybe a fasting Senna angle. I don't know how that works in Season 16, but it's always up there with the Senna. Rakan Yunara, I love the Rakan here for Obstinatus. I think it's a beautiful way to make sure that Crimson can, most of the time, get a clear public execution engage when the charm comes down from the quickness.
And looking ahead at these drafts right now, I think the big apparent issue for St. Clair is just their lack of really upfront damage. I mean, you've got a lot of consistent damage and things like the Swain constantly draining your health and being able to heal himself. And the Senna as well is really good in the extended fights. But as far as like pure one-shot potential goes, I feel like St. Clair don't really have something that they have drafted up for themselves yet, at least akin to like the Garen, right? The Garen was their big one-shot machine that could just immediately take someone out of the fight. I think St. Clair needs something similar to that to deal with things like the Yunara, because if you're just allowing yourself to have extended trades against things like the Ambessa and the Yunara, especially once they get some items, that is kind of a coin flip if you're not able to get these lanes ahead. So I think you need something that's a bit more damage heavy here for St. Clair if you want to tilt that in your favor, as Maryville, after the ban's going to give Fimini probably the champion he's most famous for in the Hui Slayer.
I would agree. Yeah, and I think into, again, another death ball strategy. Hui is one of the few champions best equipped to play from enough range where the Nunu, like the Senna, Swain running at the Hui will be outranged. Talia, though, is a good way to kind of force the Hui back forward with the Weaver's Wall, depending on how Maddie can pilot that. The Talia lock-in, yeah, so this will be a Swain bot, and I expect it to be support, and I wonder if it'll be farming.
Yeah, I wonder how the dynamic between Swain and Senna is actually going to go, because, I mean, these are two champions that are really comfortable just kind of stacking, and I feel like against things like the Yunara and the Rakan, a lane that isn't really great at punishing that, it's just a matter of which one of those two bot lanes comes out of the laning phase and can make use of their scaling a lot better in the team fights. As Maryville, last pickup going to be the Gnar, just a really good counter in general to the Renekton, being able to kind of herd him around, kite him around in the laning phase, and making it very difficult for him to operate in some of those late game fights by shoving him into a wall and locking him down before he can get into your backline.
It does. I guess I wasn't so expecting it, but Quacks, I want to give you credit because you pointed out how Ambessa had shifted more into the jungle in Season 16. So it's Yuji on the Ambessa in the jungle, and we now get a pretty clear look at both of our compositions as we head into Game 3. And the St. Clair unique composition train continues rolling. That is a support Senna for Miracle, and it will be phase on the Swain, just straight farming. So maybe not exactly what we thought it would be champion-wise, but it is going to be the Swain farming up here as we have both of our bottom lanes reach the lane. And with this, you know, it's going to be hard to figure out how St. Clair going to operate, obviously, Quacks, but for Maryville, pretty hard onus on team fighting. And once, you know, one of us throws out an ultimate, we're all throwing in ultimates with this Yunara, this Ambessa, the Gnar, and the Rakan.
But I think that St. Clair have drafted a comp for themselves that is really capable of kind of taking the damage that Maryville have drafted and being able to dish it out, right? You've got so many different champions that are capable of surviving and being able to go for long extended fights and not immediately getting bursted down, that if Maryville don't find these avenues to accelerate and get things like the Yunara, get things like the Ambessa closer to that 3-item mark ahead of time, then once the team fight rolls around, I feel like St. Clair will just be too durable. This is what we saw in game number 2 with things like the Ivern just being too hard to kill the champions that were around him because of those shields. I think a similar principle can be adhered to here in game number 3, where St. Clair are too tanky. So Maryville have to be the guys being proactive in the early game, not allowing the scaling and the survivability to become a huge factor in the late game.
Think like how shielding was the big issue for Maryville overcoming game 2. Just, yeah, innate healing will be a real big issue in this game 3. So I'm curious to see, itemization-wise, who goes for anti-heal early, because there are definitely multiple candidates that want to get that one in store before any big team fights happen. Decent trading in a lot of lanes here. That's the heal out of Obstinatus to make sure Scary Jerry's fine, but one of our relatively calmest laning phases so far. And that allows us to take a look at jungle, which Quacks, both of them are pathing together towards this bottom scuttle.
Yeah, and we can already see the recall coming out here from Scary Jerry. It's a lot easier to look for these kind of cheater-esque recalls in Season 16 just because of the home guards and being able to get to the lane a lot quicker. Scary Jerry also being up in CS does mean that he doesn't lose basically anything. He just kind of allows for FaZe to get back in relatively even CS trading with him for the time being. But this also does give St. Clair that priority in the bot lane. Maybe that is a window needed for Alonso to look for this bot lane crab. As we can see, he is snowballing the bot lane river.
Good slice and dice into the stun. Pull the meek, but Yuji skipped down that bottom crab to go after Maddie. The flash will not save him. Yuji gets first blood, and you know he's got to be angriest of all. The Maryville are playing this game 3.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Yuji getting caught out so many times where we didn't expect it on the Gwen, being that late game threat and just not being able to get the necessary gold and not having the time necessary to really stall that game out. Definitely feels like he is on a bit of a revenge quest here. His flash burn from Miracle, a lot of trading on the bot side, and so far, first blood though, going over to the Ambessa does mean Yuji, like we said, the guy who needs to be accelerated in this game is one of the main engage tools on Maryville. And they're getting that job done pretty good so far.
The threat of this, the pullback of the never move and the snares from Miracle, it's all really just making it hard for Scary Jerry to farm. I think you pointed out well in Draft Quacks that this is such a tough lane for Yunara to play in. Obstinatus gets very low here. Do get the extra Q auto tap from Scary Jerry to make it a trade, but the ability to heal back up is Miracle. The health bar of FaZe. This has been the toughest laning phase so far for the Maryville bottom lane.
And you can see that Obstinatus is just kind of forced to reset. There's a wave that's, you know, crashing, so it will give him a little bit more time to get back to the lane with those home guards, but he couldn't really look for an engage onto Miracle, who had to burn that flash just because he didn't have any mana. Now, Alonso is looking for something on Defymany, who does have that summoner spell to get away.
Ooh, and a clutch fear as he runs away with the speed up. Fymany showing why he is one of the best Hwei players that we have in Collegiate right there.
Yeah. This is definitely the champion that I most closely associate with Fymany. I think when he was kind of coming up around the tier 3 scene, when he made his appearances in ACL initially as far back, 'cause I believe the big one for Fymany was, if I don't remember incorrectly, it was like winter 2024. He was known for being this guy who would play like the long range mages, your Hweis, your Talias, and kind of just trying to win out in pure poke power. Now, though, he's on this champion, and he's going for Maddie.
Oh, spiraling despair is enough to get it through, even without the Q damage coming through. 5 Mini has a solo kill on his way, and now Yuji is teamed up with Obstinatus to go for a flank here onto FaZe. They do have reinforcements coming from behind with the knockup from the grand entrance, and Scary Jerry's damage. Down goes FaZe. Alonso couldn't get there in time to help them get a trade or save their AD carry. Maryville starting to pick up kills all across the board, a lot more reminiscent of game 1 of our series.
And even Pablo is kind of forced to back away in this
Oh
counter
my God,
matchup.
Yuji got level 6. He goes in for public execution. Miracle wasn't expecting that ultimate to take over off of a mere ward, and Yuji grabs himself his second kill of the game.
Yeah, Yuji doing really well at being in the faces of St. Clair so far, and you can even see he's taken the aggressive path here to cut off Maddie from getting back to lane.
Does just that. Good use of the Unraveled Earth, though, into the Seismic Shove to make sure that Yuji can't dash out of any of Maddie's combos, but as you mentioned, he is losing precious XP and gold as Yuji shifts on up to the top side to get himself a grab and some scamps.
It's already a 2,000 gold lead, 6.5 minutes in. I mean, Maryville are just being a lot more proactive, and that's what we said needed to happen here, though now Yuji probably going to have to surrender this crab.
Weaver's Wall, he's cut off here. You have to flashback over the Weaver's Wall. Follow comes across from Alonso. Top Pablo can't slice and dice, just slices over the wall with the Seismic Shove not landing. Yuji gets out, but didn't think he'd have that much trouble just going after a top crab.
You know, it's about it really is the mental warfare with those Scuttle Crabs, Slayer. You wouldn't understand, you're an AD carry player.
Very true. You know what I know is this is what Scary Jerry's doing here. Walking down the lethal tempo, getting a ton of autos in. Surprised that fight hasn't come out further.
5
There's the
Mini!
Oh my God, into the Arcane Comet. 5 Mini is already pumping out damage.
I love seeing this. Maryville with their debut of the mid laner. Games number 1 and 2, not the most flashy from 5 Mini on that rise in game number 1. He was more of a product of his AD carry and his jungle just having so much pressure on the map that he could be anywhere he needed to be to put more pressure onto St. Clair with those cross maps. Game number 2 wasn't an amazing look from him either. Game number 3 on his comfort champion. He is looking amazing as Scary Jerry's going in.
Transcends, cleanses one of the snares. Demonic Ascension popped here from FaZe, knockup from Obstinatus, but the Arc of Ruin has more than enough damage to cut down FaZe in his super form. It's a double kill for Scary Jerry. Everybody from Maryville bouncing back after a rusty game 2.
And Alonso is going to try and look for something, but he's going to be spotted on a ward. All right, let's see your drifting, my guy.
Obstinatus just going to tank that like a Chad. That's a support player.
Yep. And now, I mean, the wave is also slow pushing, I believe. So it is going to be a little bit of prio here for Maryville. Off of reset, Yuji does have a couple of options. I'm wondering what he's going to be doing, as we do see the grubs
Sky
are now spawned. Yep, does have the Sundered Sky, and now the world is kind of his oyster. I mean, with that item advantage, he can really go anywhere he wants to. We've seen the grubs have spawned on the top side. Dragon is in the bot lane, so it's just a question of which one you value more, and I think with how ahead your team is, you want to get those plates as soon as possible. So grubs, to me, is definitely the correct call here.
Clear out the vision. Top Pablo trying to get down. Maddie needs to catch up in CS. Any free wave he can get is a blessing, but I don't even know how much he'll get free access to that mid wave. Crimson is the one that helps out with the grubs nonetheless. All 3 of those will be secured. Alonso looking to trade the Dragon on the bot side back here. Remember, Consume Smite is very powerful for Nunu, so you never really 50-50 if you are this Nunu. Obstinatus looking to engage with Miracle. His 5 Mini is a bit late. Smite consumed secure for Alonso. 5 Mini looking to chase down though. Crushing Moss, Brown Despair gets the combo down once again. It's the 5 Mini show for Maryville in game 3 as he helps Scary Jerry go on a rampage.
Yep, Scary Jerry going to pick this fourth and potentially looking for more here now that Yuji has arrived into the bot lane with that ultimate as well.
Oh, there it is. The charm from the Rakan into the public execution from Yuji, just like they drafted up.
And Miracle can't even defend this tower, and this is where the grubs really come in. Maryville understanding, hey, all our lanes are winning after they get a kill. Let's give them a little bit more gold stacked on top of it as the top lane 1v1 is ruined.
Yeah, Gnar ultimate. Crimson wants it, goes mini, but doesn't matter. He gets the fadeaway auto. Both trade flashes, but the boomerang flies free, and Crimson gets in on the killing spree.
Yup, Crimson with the counter matchup, making use of it, taking down to Pablo and burning his flash. Now 5 Mini looking for more damage. Doesn't get the kill, but maybe could look for one. Still has plenty of mana.
Severing Bolt could dodge Maddie. But here's the thing, right? That was what? Crushing Maw and then one thrown orb at him, and what was that, like 70% of his HP? That is only going to get worse.
The fact that you know all of the names of the Hwei abilities is just insane.
All right, that is the orb thing I made up. That is not the name
All
of
right.
the ability. I'll tell you
fair.
which ones I do know the name of. It's Severing Bolt, we saw him get the 1 kill with, Smiling Despair is the ultimate, and then Crushing Maw as the big claw. I don't know all of them. I appreciate the glaze quacks, but we are an honest broadcast.
Yup. I don't think I know a single play-by-play caster that actually knows all of the 9 abilities of Hwei? 10 abilities?
I think it's 10 because ultimate.
Because
and then
it's
there's
3
4.
combinations,
Well,
so
wait,
that's 9.
are there more than 3 combinations?
Oh.
I don't know. We don't have time to get into this because we may have a lane gank coming across here from Maddie on the Talia. Weaver's wall in, looking to cut off Scary Jerry, who does dash down, decides himself well, then cuts down Maddie. TB comes across from 5 Mini. We have Alonso showing up with a big snowball. Mark Extension is popped for phase, but I don't think he can really deal with the damage that Scary Jerry puts out. They do get Obstinatus, and with the absolute 0, Alonso does find himself a shutdown onto Scary Jerry. So all things considered, St. Clair will take the 2-2 trade with some valuable shutdowns claimed in their own name.
Oh, they absolutely will. I think that is certainly worth it for St. Clair at this point. When you are trading evenly and down this behind in gold, you gotta take what you can get. But it's still going to be Marivel pushing in that wave. You can see Yuji as well, kind of now on the hunt to make something happen. Has that ultimate back up, and Miracle did burn the flash, so yeah, I love this. He's just looking for any kind of aggressive play, but it might come back to bite him.
Obstinatus is sprinting over here to help Yuji, who does hit the holding execution. There's the quick strong from Obstinatus. Turned on its head once again is St. Clair's addition to try and save their bottom lane tier 1. Yuji still hanging around here. There's no ultimates available. It's just gonna have to be a good old-fashioned 0 ultimate dive, but with Obstinatus getting the grand entrance knock up into the Severing Bolt, 5 Mini brings more than enough damage, and that's the bottom lane of St. Clair dropping once more.
And St. Clair are kind of getting into a point where they're just kind of thinking, all right, every man for himself. You can see that Maddie was in the area. They had to have known that dive was coming, but instead of like trying to help, instead of like trying to maybe save the dive from happening, Maddie says, all right, good luck. I'm going back mid. I'm catching this wave. I've got problems of my own at the current moment. All of St. Clair are fighting an uphill battle, and Marivel are just bulldozing this game. We said they might be on a revenge tour after game number 2, and I feel like that was an understatement.
Jerry, once again, good transcended dodge of the snowball. You can see how much damage he can trade back into Alonso alone. Couple autos and an Arc of Ruin. He is ripping on this Yunara. He survives that pick as well, as we see bottom lane shifting into the mid lane here. With their quests already completed, Marivel can really go wherever they please as 5 as they continue to just force this snowball of a lead into an avalanche.
And really, when you're this far ahead as, hang on,
Bye,
Maddie
Maddie.
might be
See you
dead.
later. Yep,
Goodbye.
flash right on top of your head. One misclick forward, Scary Jerry is not messing around this time.
Yup, and now I think that it's probably going to be a turret here for MU. That wave is going to die, but maybe they can get it on the next one. As it just doesn't stop here.
Again, he hits the Crushing Maw, sets up the Smiling Despair, nearly finds the kill without the Severing Bolt. But again, top Oblo, that is only a warning sign for later, because that damage is only scaling.
Pablo forced to back away there. Yuji not gonna try and go into pursuit of the kill. Instead, Marivel going to turn their attention off of the respawns toward this bot lane. And I was saying, when you're this far ahead, when you're in this kind of a winning position, it feels like you don't necessarily have to go for the dragons and extend the game stages. Now Yuji has found his next target. Goodbye, Miracle.
Usually they use the quickness to set up the public execution, but when they get around on top of Miracle, they don't need that dash. Instead, he can use it onto Alonso. Does flash away from Maddie Seismic Shove. FaZe holding onto the demonic set, just Obstinatus and re-engage with a good grand entrance. Yuji dashing forward. They're trying to use the absolute 0 brush trick. Alonso
You're not
finds nobody.
Kesha.
Yuji going forward. Scary Jerry transcended, turning into a machine gun and body of the marksman name. Dashing after Maddie, gets him with the Arc of Ruin, turns his attention back towards FaZe as Crimson gets the slows. Crimson gets the kill. 1 shutdown back, but St. Clair have to pay it in 2 out of return and make it a 3rd, as 5 Mini is way too much for Top Pablo to handle.
Yeah, Pablo gets taken down now off of the respawn. St. Clair going to be forced to respawn to this top side as well. Marivel not even going for the dragon. I feel like their main priority should be going for the Herald. Instead, just keep knocking down these towers.
5 Mini Another clutch fear on the snowball charge from Alonso. The burn of the Blackfire Torch with the caster minions! Oh, the Simmering Bolt dodge. Alonso on 22 HP walks out.
Yep, definitely not unscathed, but alive. Marivel, not even 20 minutes into this game. 11,000 gold up, basically, Slayer. This game is an absolute stomp, and if there was any doubt after game 2 about who the top dog is going to be here in Division 1, make no mistake, Marivel are certainly going to try and defend their crown. And St. Clair going to be going after it, but it is going to be a very uphill battle. It is a statement game from Marivel.
Well said there, Quacks. Game 2 was a glitch in the system. This is the norm to expect in Division 1. The message Marivel is putting across to the rest of the league as they look to go back-to-back in Division 1 titles. Top Bobble going to pop the Dominus as Crimson is going to come out in the Mega Gnar form, but that'll make him a bit more slippery to chase down. Still, Miracle wants to push forward. There's the speed boost. The Crimson gets going mini, gets himself out. Good, never move root coming across from FaZe, but Obstinaz flies in with the charm, and the knockup Scary Jerry transcends. Cuts down FaZe as Top Pablo TP's in alongside Crimson. Everyone heralding around this tier 2 turn in the name of St. Clair, but the one pick onto FaZe should just be enough for now as Marivel lose their AD carry's ultimate form.
You can see that Alonso is maybe looking for a pick onto Crimson, but he does have Flash as the Gnar. Obsidian is also very slippery.
Crimson about to go Mega. Obstinaz gets over the wall. Crimson goes Mega and should be fine. Yuji is going to take the script here because remember, while all that fighting was happening in the middle, they left 5mini on his own top side. He got the tier 2 turret. He's getting FaZe to flash over his Fowling Despair. He's still threatening the tier 3 turret. But now I think 5mini's solo adventure on the top side is finally done. Why do I think that? He's 5 versus 1. There's the shutdown.
Shutdown. Going over as well to FaZe on this Swain. And honestly, it doesn't feel at this point like it's really going to matter who gets the shutdown. I mean, it's not going to change the predicament that St. Clair are currently in. You're super far behind, even though a massive inflection of gold is going to be going into that Swain. I mean, look at what he's building right now. He's going for the Bluetooth Swain build. He's got 2 blue items, one of which is a frozen heart because he is just so damn scared of the AD threats on Marivel. He's not even opting into damage. Or no, it's not Bluetooth, it's Skype.
Skype, there you go, okay. I was like,
Skype Swain.
Skype Swain, that's a good name for it. Scary Jerry is going to get slowed down. Oh my god, he only 3 shots Miracle though. Top Bobble going to go after him, dashes over the wall here. Good public execution though on the Renekton. They're trying to save Scary Jerry, but he will end up falling. Top Bobble grabs that kill, but now 5mini says, I'm the real big bad carry that none of you have worried about here. Yuji finds Miracle, and my god, does FaZe get popped like a balloon. 5mini goes on to a double. Crimson with the nice Mega Gnar ultimate. Alonso gets himself the heal and the FaZe rush speed up, so should get himself out. And the rest of Marivel are chasing down the mid lane. Alonso will finally fall as Crimson is flashed after him. We'll get the mini Gnar autos through. The base, though, is the real target here for Marivel as they bring Shelly in and crash into the tier 3 turret.
And it's only to Pablo trying to get away. I mean, the rest of St. Clair are starting to respawn because the death time is so short. 5mini does to the turret.
Oh, Yuji flies into a wall. All right. Well, that's stung a little bit for the Marivel Saints fans. There's no way Yuji gets one right. Oh my god, he nearly got 2. That was gross.
Yep. And meanwhile, Crimson is just pushing on the top side. I feel like that unnecessary death from 5mini and that
FaZe?
botch flash from...
Oh, look. Quacks the tactics. They're so far behind, they want the supers for extra gold.
True. But I honestly, listen, Clerky, don't make them run an extra lap for that, okay? Spare my boys. They put on a good show. This is a plea to not make them run like an extra lap around the track just because of that flash.
I think they already have to because it's game 3. I hate to tell you.
Yeah, but don't add one more onto it because of the flash is what I'm saying, you know?
Okay.
Like, sure, maybe deserve for game 2, but like, let's show a little bit of mercy, right?
A little bit of grace.
I can try and help out the Marital boys.
I'm sure they appreciate it. But their attention is still on wrapping up this series. 20 minutes, the Baron has spawned. Marivel have a 14,000 gold lead at this point, so they might not even need it. Scary Jerry starting to limit
Jerry.
test here. 1 versus 3. He's going to get the slice flash
Holy
over the wall.
moly.
Right in time for Obsidian to find the double charm back. Perfect position from Scary Jerry with his support behind him. And Yuji just gets the slice down. A very squishy Miracle. Batting and run down next. Scary Jerry, the Arc of Ruin, not going to find the kill. Thanks to the Seraph Shield. But it's the final march forward here for Maryville. Took an extra game more than they wanted, but they will start their title defense campaign with a 2-1 win over their Saint rival. Maryville Saints, the best Saint team in the spring split of Division 1 as they wrap up our initial series of the day.
And Maryville with their new prospects, some young, some old, Mini and Obstinatus in their debut on this program. We're going to have to wait and see how these players shake out, but Maryville dominate in this game number 3 to close the series out.
Just getting a couple of kills for the road, it looks like. Oh my gosh, 5 minutes damage here. Ludicrous. Crimson's very low, though. Scary Jerry's about to take a foul shot. Yep, there's the Never pulling back in. There's the Nexus explosion. Maryville win the Saints Bowl 2-1.
And Maryville bringing us right back to reality there with that game number 3. We had game number 2 where we could dream a little bit of something crazy happening, but unfortunately Maryville, it's like a cold splash of water in the morning, Slayer. Just immediately wakes you up, tells you, we're not dreaming anymore. This is the best team in Division 1. This is the team that won in the last split, and they are looking to defend that title. Make no mistake.
And, well, so how do we grade the start, right? 1 out of 10, A through, or F through S, like, because I do think not only just game 2, but I think Maryville definitely, there's a couple words you can use, like limit, test, disrespect their opponent. I think that happened in games 1 and 2, and of course it cost them the most in game 2. But this game was the cleanest. Obviously.
Right, no, for sure. I think that they showed a little bit of their youthfulness, particularly in game number 2. Like, that is the most obvious. But even in game number 1 and game number 3, not really game number 3, but game number 1, I felt like there were a couple of uncharacteristic mistakes coming out from the Maryville that we all know and love. And so I do think that this team, obviously, when you've got, 2 new players, Crimson, who only spent a semester with Maryville, so he's still technically a freshman. Like, this is still a team that has plenty of young players, still plenty of players that want to try and go for the hands diff. And I certainly feel like there are just some times where they would jump the gun a little bit. This is like a common complaint that, funnily enough, a lot of people had with that new FlyQuest team yesterday when they played. Just being able to kind of reel it back in, I feel like, is something we have to be on the lookout for Maryville when they are in a bit of a bind.
All right, Mini grabs himself player of the game. Well deserved, as you mentioned, for one of the new pivotal pieces to the next reign of Maryville in the CLOL landscape. This sometimes early in the season, just, I'm sure Coach Niles went into this game 3 and was like, Mini, if we see the angle for your way, we're going to get it to you, man. We're just going to give you a nice, simple run over your opponent, take over the game kind of style to close out the series, and that's exactly what Mini did.
Yeah, and he did it on one of his most signature champions. I'm really happy to see him on this program. I think that a lot of people who have watched Mini understand this kid's potential, and I do think that he has grown really, really fast in the short time that he has actually been around the scene. Again, I feel like the first time we saw this guy was really toward those last couple of months in 2024, so it's been a little over a year, and I feel like the jump that he has already made in that short time has been significant. And I'm curious and very excited to see where he can go now on a program that is so famous for fostering talent and young talent at that.
Well, speaking on fostering, new talent, we will be going to a short break to set up an interview, but on the other side, we'll get to hear from Mini's newest addition teammate, Obstinatus. We'll get a chat with the new Maryville support, so we'll see you guys on the other side of a short break to learn more about the new look Maryville for Division 1 spring season.
Your learning experience should belong to you. At Maryville University, you choose your own path and forge your own future. Whether you're on the ground, online, or a combination of both, the Maryville experience is centered on you, the learner. As a leader in innovation and technology, we are prepared to take you from learner to earner and back again. Join us as we look to your future together.
one know when you left it. Connected. Let's just hit the plug and get connected. Feel it through your body, don't run my electric.
If you feel the way I do, come make you move. 'Cause I need you to help me for the night. So feel the way I do, come make you move. 'Cause I need you.
Can't focus, but your body give me clarity. I can tell the way you move and how you stare at me. I'm obsessed with the way you caress me. I undress you with my eyes and you bless me. I confess my love and affection. I'm blinded by all the imperfection. Recognize the dark in your perfection. Can't wait to make you my selection. North side, let's get connected. West side, let's get connected. East side, let's get connected. South side, let's get connected. Worldwide, let's get connected. Local side, let's get connected. Online, let's disconnect it. Offline, let's get connected.
Let's get connected. The way I do, come make you move. 'Cause I need you to help me for the night. So the way I do, come make you move. 'Cause I need you.
I need you. North side, let's get connected. West side, let's get connected. East side, let's get connected. South side,
To match week 1. Maryville 2-1 win here, and we will now bring in the victorious support for the Saints here, that being Obstinatus, to chat with him. Hey, there he is, off of the win in the Maryville compound. All right, my friend, I'm going to give you an easy start here. How does it feel to get that first series win with Maryville in Division 1?
Well, feels pretty good. It's our first official together, I believe. So it's always nice to start well, even though we dropped one game.
True.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. So I kind of wanted to talk a little bit more about you, Obstinatus, personally, because I think a lot of people are familiar with Maryville, but might not be as familiar with you as a player. So obviously, you hail from the land over the Atlantic in EU. What has it kind of been like making the journey, and what is like the big differences between, I guess, the culture here in anything, whether it be solo queue, whether it be competitive, whether it be just the food that you have noticed since you've made your journey over here in NA?
Yeah, well, food is for sure a big problem. But then taking that into something else, like playing like scrims and everything else, I'd say it's pretty similar. I think there's like a smaller pool of teams to scrim against and to practice against, I would say. You kind of scrim against the same people every day, I would say. And a big factor, I would say, it's solo queue. As a support, like in Europe, I would just play like engagers into engagers, while here I'm playing a lot against enchanters. So that part's a bit boring.
All right, yeah. Not necessarily a fan of the enchanter spin in the meta. I can respect that, Obstinatus.
Neither am I.
Yeah. I do want to ask about, obviously, talk to me about, we saw him hovering over you a bit watching the interview, but what is it like to play to get to join Maryville and play next to a player of like Scary Jerry's caliber as your introduction to this program?
I mean, it feels great. I think the whole team is pretty good. It's something that interested me, choosing like Maryville as well. It was the team and the atmosphere, and I think everything's going great, and I'm very excited to keep playing.
Yeah, absolutely. So I guess kind of now talking about Maryville, so obviously this is a program that is really well known for being able to foster and promote talent into the next level of competition. So I'm kind of wondering what your aspirations are now that you are in Maryville, like kind of what is...
I would say that my goal is to win everything that we have to play. So any competition that we're gonna be inserted.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Any competition that we're gonna be involved, like the goal is gonna be to win every time. So.
Okay, yeah, okay, I like. So you know, I do want to I want to go back to the point because I think it'd be fun to talk to you about the support meta a little bit too, right?
Yeah.
You talked about how annoying you're not a fan of playing against any of the enchanters. Two questions. One, I'm curious if you feel like maybe you will pick up an enchanter, maybe see an enchanter angle, especially with Fearless. And two, how busted is Bandle Pipes as an item? 1 to 10. I need a number. We got to talk about it.
Especially last patch where it was even cheaper. That item is so broken. That item is very broken. Yeah.
Okay, good. Yeah.
For enchanters, like I mean, I don't mind playing them, you know, but I prefer choosing when to fight. You know, like if I'm playing Nautilus, I want to fight this and fight that. I like to have more control. And in solo queue, like, yeah, it's pretty boring to play against Sana Lux and this type of comps, you know.
Yeah, I get you. I get you, Absana. So I'm right there with you. All right, my friend. It was great to chat to you. I always want to do this as we end up the interview. Any shout outs you want to give? Friends, family, teammates? You get the last little convo here.
Ooh, I mean, shout out to you guys for this interview and for this competition.
Awesome. Hey, I appreciate it. Okay, all right. Well,
Have a nice day.
we will. Yeah, we'll hopefully talk to you more, Obstinatus. Great start to your time. We now say goodbye to the Maryville support. We will surely hear from them more as they defend their title with a good start. Folks, we do have a whole other series on tap, though. We will now be going to a break. But on the other side, the Ohio State Buckeyes take on the Boise State Broncos to finish out our Week 1 of Division I League of Legends.
Your learning experience should belong to you. At Maryville University, you choose your own path and forge your own future. Whether you're on the ground, online, or a combination of both, the Maryville experience is centered on you, the learner. As a leader in innovation and technology, we are prepared to take you from learner to earner and back again. Join us as we look to your future together.
I don't care who I'm meant to be, 'cause I'm someone else. This is what happens between. Cause I'm something else. I don't care what you see in me, 'cause I'm someone else. This is what happens between. Tell me when you love. Tell me when you love. Could it be me? Be your fantasy?
Tell me who do you love? Could it be me? Be your fantasy? Tell me who do you love? Could it be me? Be your fantasy? Tell me who do you love? Tell me who do you love? Tell me who do you love? Could it be me? Be your fantasy? Tell me who do you love? Could it be me? Be your fantasy? Your vision when I get my dad distracted, can't catch my breath. The sand in the hourglass has stopped. You light up my world in ways I can't explain. Your electricity's running through my veins. Oh, baby, I can't help it. I've never felt like this. Only you can do what you do. Only you
Firing shots, high caliber round. If you know what's best, then you better get down. Down. Get down. Down. Better get down. Down. Get down. I wanna see you get to the ground. You're being held up by the UK sound. Firing shots, high caliber round. High caliber round. Then you better get down. High caliber round. Then you better get down. High caliber round. Then you better get down. High caliber round. Firing shots, high caliber round. If you know what's best, then you better get down. Down. Get down. Down. Better get down. Down. Get down. I wanna see you get to the ground. You're being held up by the UK sound. Firing shots, high caliber round. High caliber round. Then you better get down. High caliber round. Then you better get down. High caliber round. Then you better get down. High caliber round. Then you better get down.
At Ohio State, we are the agile, bold breakthrough teams. The never afraid to innovate teams. And the achieve more together teams. Together, we are the Ohio State University.
What would you do if you couldn't fail? Would you see every setback as a catalyst to keep going? This is the innovator's mindset. Because innovation demands daring. It's finding thousands of ways that don't work. And the one that changes everything. Because we know changing the world doesn't happen by chance. It comes out of the blue.
All my energy is placed in my time and the energy. If you don't like the way I think, don't need to be the love of me. I try to fix my mind and the habits would be using me. All are in the way I sleep, cause I know that you embellish me. Tripping on my love, but I don't feel the same way. I'm sorry, baby, go ahead and kill me. You ripped out all the segments of my soul, cause you need me. With that, I'm still here, distracted by the same.
knows what we've been through.
Nobody knows you like I do. Nobody knows you like I do. Nobody knows you like I do. Nobody knows you like I do.
Why does it always seem like I'm moving backwards? Caught up in a dream, everybody's actors. Why does it always seem like people change faces and nothing is real? Oh yeah, and you know I've seen better days. Yeah, you know I've been through some things. Yeah, I've been sending prayers through the roof. Oh, truth. Yeah. Don't need all the answers, just tell me what life is for. One day I'ma wake up with a reaper at the door. Don't need all the answers, just say anything at all. I've been praying for a minute, I've been waiting on your call. Oh, don't need all the answers, just tell me what life is for. One day I'ma wake up with a reaper at the door. Don't need all the answers, just say anything at all. I've been praying for a minute, I've been waiting on your call. Oh, I've been waiting on your call. Oh, yeah. I've been waiting on your call. Oh, I've been waiting on your call. Oh, I've been praying for a minute, I've been waiting on your call. Oh, I've been waiting on your call. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I've been so patient with you, don't you know? I've been so down with you, and you know it. You never come around, and I show it. Just give me one chance right now, and I won't blow it. I won't blow it. Oh. And you know I've seen better days. Yeah, you know I've been through some things. Yeah, I've been sending prayers through the roof. Oh, truth. Yeah. Don't need all the answers, just tell me what life is for. One day I'ma wake up with a reaper at the door. Don't need all the answers, just say anything at all. I've been praying for a minute, I've been waiting on your call. Oh, don't need all the answers, just tell me what life is for. One day I'ma wake up with a reaper.
Appreciate you sticking with us here as we are rolling into our second and final series of the night, Division 1 League of Legends Match Week 1, coming to a close here, and it's the battle of the state-born schools, Boise State Broncos taking on the Ohio State Buckeyes here, Quacks. Two teams who did not finish well compared to the matchup we saw earlier in the fall season, but spring blossoms anew, and we're looking forward to seeing what these two rosters can put together, because for my mind, these are two rosters, Quacks, that have not had a lot of turnover between their fall counterparts.
Yeah, and it feels like the biggest thing, the biggest shift for these two teams is going to be how they shift in mentality, right? Obviously, this is going to be a recurring theme that we talk about, especially with Boise State and the kind of thing that they are going to be, or I guess the philosophy that they're going to be running with here over the course of this split in Division 1, just about that long-term improvement and focusing on what's good and trying to push that to the forefront of this team's gameplay.
Yeah, and I'm glad you brought up mentality, because that is what we heard out of the Boise State camp. Want to show this little quote that we got from the great Kelsey Moser. Shout out Kelsey Moser. Technically one of our bosses over on the
like
LPL
our boss's
English.
boss.
Yeah, boss's boss, LPL English. She does a lot of great things over there, but is also the coach of both the Boise State University League of Legends team and Valorant team, which I believe are playing currently. So we have this quote. Kelsey is embodying the idea of kind of simplifying the game plan for her players by saying, all right, we're going to keep really similar archetypes. These are the champions you're going to play every week. We're going to try and play these champions every scrim. These are the styles we want to play. Rinse and repeat, so we can kind of carve out an identity. And I think that's a smart, simple approach that hopefully Boise State can find a little bit of success with. Maybe not this early on, Quacks, but as we look at the rest of the spring split.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing is that Kelsey is a very cerebral person, just from talking with her, whether it be in LPL, for casting or just anything in general. I feel like Kelsey has a really good handle, particularly on the metas of League of Legends. And so I do think that when it comes to us entering a new season with a lot of new picks being popular, with a lot of new junglers propping up, with a lot of new supports being viable due to the new Vandal Pipes item, these are going to be things that we kind of have to be on the lookout for. What are the styles of these players? Because as we can see in this quote, it feels like these styles are going to remain largely the same over the course of Division 1. There isn't going to be a lot of deviation, as you can see from that quote. And I think this is going to not only allow us to get a better handle on what Boise State likes to do, but also who their players are as individuals and what that style is as players and not just as a team. But including that as well.
Yeah, I like to see that Kelsey is saying we still have the faith in this starting five. We just want to help you guys grow as players, and this is a great way to do it. So that's cool to see. For the Buckeyes, a lot of it, I think, a lot of people like to talk about Five Fire and what he was able to do as one of the premier mid laners, I would say, in Division 1. But I do have a lot of hope as well for this bottom lane. It looks like, according to rosters, that we are getting 5150, who played a lot of games for Ohio State last year, back in next to Delight. I thought their bottom lane did find more success than maybe people would have thought. So I hope to see how maybe the Buckeyes pivot a bit more towards the bottom lane, knowing Five Fire is such a stable force in the mid lane.
But it would be really remiss, rather, if we didn't at least mention Five Fire and the ability for this guy to carry. I mean, this really was the big guy on Ohio State last year. And so I do think with the meta changes or not necessarily the meta changes, I think a lot of the mid laners that were strong at the end of season 15 are still strong in season 16, but just the general changes around the mid lane. Obviously now you've got the quests, which gives you the upgraded boots, and you've got the home guards, which allows you to go back to lane faster. I feel like these are things that allow mid lane to carry just a little bit better and be a much more well-rounded, all-rounder kind of position where you don't really fall off. You don't have to worry about a lot of the things that you needed to worry about in Season 15. And so if you're a good mid laner, I feel like this is a good season for you. And I think Fire definitely was one of the better mid laners in Division 1 last year. And this should propel him forward as a win condition for Ohio State to continue playing around. But I absolutely love the shout out, Slayer, to some of the less talked about players. Obviously 5150 and Delight are still a really good bot lane. I'm really looking to see what we'll see from this top side here in season 2026, as I feel like this is going to be another case of just where can we see these guys in the adaptation department with the new changes coming to their role.
So as we, I just got word. We can head over to that Game 1 draft. So we will get set here, Boise State, Ohio State, to get into this draft. I think it's going to be fun for us to kind of continue this moniker of, like, trying to identify what Coach Kelsey's plan is for Boise State from an identity standpoint. Like, I think it's easy to say that we could just try and stick to super meta champions and compose compositions that way, but we'll see, because you've got to also factor in comfort a little bit to help the team dynamic. So we'll get to see it. Never seen this though, a Master Yi ban. That is fun to see that. Good old Sigma Kitty is pulling out the Master Yi bans. Civ are going to be the return. I expect a lot of these bans to be more comfort oriented than we saw maybe with some of the meta bans that St. Clair were throwing down into Maryville earlier.
Yeah, and this is kind of to be expected. Obviously, like you said, we saw some of those comfort bans being thrown at in the previous series, but I think that comfort picks were few and far between. I feel like we obviously had the off-meta picks of things like the Xin Zhao mid, like Maddie going for the Xin Zhao because he's off-roll is probably the most apparent one for me, at least when I'm thinking back to that series. But I think that comfort picks are going to be a lot more relevant for teams like this that aren't necessarily on that same level as teams like Maryville and the St. Clair Saints. So that makes draft a little bit more unpredictable and makes my job a lot more difficult. But we'll have to see, like you said, just what archetypes Boise State have in store for these players and what we can expect in terms of the roles that these guys will be playing in the grand scheme of this team.
Yeah, so let's see what the B1 looks like here. And okay, so this would start to shade towards the idea from the Boise State University camp that they do want to stay somewhat potent in the meta. I would say Yunara is definitely one of the premier Season 16 champions, mainly thanks to those Fiend Hunter bolts. That new item makes her very powerful. And the Corki response here. So right now, these are pretty stock standard meta drafts going so far. I will point out, in most circles, people point to two champions as being good Yunara counters. Felios for the range, and then Corki to be able to outburst her. So Ohio State already have a bit of advantage brewing in the bottom lane here for 5150 and Delight.
And we can see that the Nami is going to be paired up as well. This is going to help Corki with that Valkyrie kind of close the gap and be in the face of this Yunara. But we talked about it a lot in the last series. We can see the Malphite is thrown up here as well. No Silas ban on the other side to try and target Ohio State. So that is a bit of a scary prospect. They're going to lock in the Rise here, which is, I think, generally a good matchup into the Silas if it does get locked in. But I feel like you just kind of have to slam it here. I feel like this just is the best counter. And not only is it a good counter, but it's also really good for closing that gap for the Corki. So, yeah, this is going to be what Fire grabs for himself. And like we said, a lot of the attention is going to be onto him. And this is the pick where you got to keep your eyes on it.
All right, that's a lot of pressure on to Boise State. Hydro is now playing into the most losing matchup in competitive league play. So that will be interesting to track here. Also, the Silas does kind of provide twofold. I think if you are lures, you don't necessarily want to go for an Alistair as well, or you have given Fire the most Exodia Silas game you ever thought of.
Yeah.
So as we look at support pairings, I don't think Ohio State are going to ban the Alistair because they know they have that as like kind of a pseudo third ban, Quacks.
Yeah, Alistar, if I don't see it here, I mean, Five Fire just has all the tools to pop off. I feel like it just needs to be done. And honestly, I feel like there's no reason to not ban it just because of all the engage that Ohio State have for themselves so far. But they're going to ban away the Ambessa. They're going to ban away the Jace. They fear a lot of these really high economy, high damage junglers that could come out here, and that's just going to leave them open to an Orianna, which
Ooh,
means Silas is going to be a jungler. Yeah.
Oh,
and
wow.
this is a matchup, Slayer, that I have personally had to deal with. I did some Malphite jungle experimenting in solo queue, and this sucks. Like, this is just an absolutely terrible matchup. You don't want to do anything pre-6 as Malphite, but Silas wants to do everything in the first few levels. So if he can find value in the first few minutes, Malphite's going to have a really rough game to play with once he does eventually get that level 6 mark.
Outside of the counter prowess of the Silas into the Malphite, Boise State, after we heard from Coach Kelsey for their squad, that they're just sticking to certain archetypes, it seems through one draft that their archetype is team fighting. So, I mean, this is a great team fight comp, except for how Malphite got countered. But we need to talk about the Buckeyes. Wukong gets locked in here. So is it Silas top? Is it Wukong
I think
top?
I think it's Wukong top.
Okay.
I mean, I think it's Wukong top. I think that Stone Skin is going to make you a lot more willing to take the poke damage that Gnar is notorious for in the laning phase when he is little boy. So that interaction does at least alleviate some of the pain of laning against the Gnar, but Wukong just most importantly gives another ball delivery system over to the Orianna. This is a really popular combo when it's a mid-jungle pairing. If it's a mid-top lane pairing, I don't think we'll be seeing it as often as we do for mid-jungle, just because that confluence is a lot more difficult to link up, particularly around the mid-game when this can be really strong and push the game forward. But just the threat of it happening in the late game when everyone is grouped up together, that's threat enough, as I was actually wrong. It's Silas in the top lane against the Gnar. So some interesting things coming out here from Ohio State. I cannot remember the last time I saw a Silas in the top lane, to be honest with you.
You know what, Quacks? We just got the treat for our day of week 1. We're just getting the ingenuity day, the experimentation day. Already saw Ivern jungle with a Xin Zhao AP mid lane in the St. Clair win. Now we're getting some Silas top from 2M 2MC, so that will be fun to see here. Both these comps scream though, Quacks, is this game is won and lost by team fighting.
Yeah, especially for the Boise State side. I think that it's very apparent this comp lacks innate damage in the early levels until you can get some items. I feel like it's going to be on them to kind of weather the storm, hold the line, and wait until they hit those massive item breakpoints for their champions. Level breakpoints as well, as obviously Malphite level 6 is deadly. Lulu level 6 can also kind of create a bouncy house system. If you can immediately wild growth the Malphite after he ults, you can get a double knockup. So that could be kind of cool to go for. But until you have the damage to back up that combo, I feel like Boise State are better left just kind of farming, biding their time. And that is the position where I'm expecting Ohio State to be the most active. I think the early game really is going to be a telling sign for this team about how proactive they can be in the early levels, especially once we have access to that hijack. I really want to see if we can get this Silas moving around the map. But my biggest concern about Silas going into the top lane is whenever you have Silas in mid, he can roam toward the rivers. He can easily have access to that Malphite if he encounters him. Silas jungle is kind of the same thing. Silas top lane, he usually just stays in the lane. So how many opportunities are you going to have to actually steal away that ultimate? You're certainly going to have less than if he was in the jungle or mid. So it feels like this counter pick is just kind of nerfed a bit by nature of him being in the top lane and not being able to get around the map as frequently. Yeah,
and in past seasons you could kind of say, oh, but you could kind of swap the Silas out of like the top lane island, but with quests,
right,
especially early, you really can't afford to swap. So we'll have to see. There's the man, 2M 2MC, sporting the Silas top as we are on to the Rift for our final series of the day, the battle of the Broncos and the Buckeyes. And we are out onto the Rift, and we already see that Mr. I believe that is Hydro on Ego, moving on up top to get a Raptors award. That's a good, nice little thing to spot during the clear. But now that we know this jungle matchup, Quacks, both of these champions definitely power farming till 6.
They absolutely are, but crucially, I mean, you would think that because the ward was placed down by Boise State, they're the ones that have like a vision advantage over the Malphite, but what I found, especially in the new season as a jungler, is that if you go for a ward, it's very difficult for you to actually go to the other side and start. For example, if Hydro wanted to ward that Raptor and then go to his red buff and start on that bot side, it'd be a lot harder for him to do so. He'd be late to the camp. So if Ohio State are conscious, then I feel like they'll be able to tell that this Malphite started top lane and it's going to be a mirror clear here, and both junglers will be meeting on the bot side crab. So maybe that's something that Ohio State could look to do. You can already see they're getting priority in the bot side. Maybe going to make it difficult for them to get that crab for the Malphite, get him close to level 6.
Early on, the Gatling gun with weaving in autos is just a lot of upfront burst for Paint Liquor to deal with. So I like to see 5150, excuse me, Valkyrieing forward to look for those trades. This bottom lane is Obstinatus's Nightmare that you talked about in the interview with the Maryville win, by the way. It's double enchanter, so a lot of trading going to be going down there as we see Mr. Hydro spotted on his Raptors clear thanks to a clutch 5 fire ward. So does show, at least towards Sigma Kitten, that he is a little bit behind on his clear. Keep that in mind, as both of these junglers will want to go after that bottom scuttle.
But right now, it really is just a question of priority. And I mean, you look in mid lane, the Cake is already kind of forced to take his first back. He'll TP back to the lane and will get superior conditions, but it just feels like him not being able to assist in that bot lane crab fight will make it more difficult for Hydra to actually commit to that camp. And it's not better in the bot lane either. I mean, 5150 and Delight have been a lot better at applying pressure onto Paint Liquor, who's a little bit less than half. So yeah, Hydro forced to immediately take the reset and ping toward that top crab.
Smart. And it's just, yeah, just make sure you can trade this goes pretty well adapted. As Rat is going really low. They've got him ducked, full range, forces the flash. I would see a bubble from Delight land on a Paint Liquor. He has to flash. See the heal come out from Blurs as well. And since we know that Mr. Hydro reset towards the top side, that means Sigma Kin gets to come on over and look for this dive. Heal comes out from Delight, shield onto Paint Liquor. They want to go for him. No one has turret aggro until it's active 150. Then trades his life, his 2M2MC, dives after Rat. But the cleanup comes across there for Hydro. So we trade a pair of kills top and bot, but it was first blood going over to Sigma Kitten and the Buckeyes.
Yeah, so it is going to be the Buckeyes, I think, getting out better just because of that extra gold on the first blood. Now Hydro's maybe looking for something in mid lane, but this is the difficulty. Pre-6 Malphite ganks are certainly a sight to behold.
Yep, there's the slow, and gee, I hope I get these autos down, and because Hydro doesn't, 5 Fire just walks out. He's actually so confident that he walks right back into lane in face of a 2v1 as he continues to amount to lead against the Cake's scaling rise.
You can see Delight was also hovering him, so if they committed any further, the Nami would have likely been able to bail 5 Fire out without the need for this Orianna to use that flash. And that's really something we have to keep our eyes on. I mean, Hydro already is in level 4. He'll eventually get that level 6, and we'll be able to do so before those flashes come back up, as 2M2MC is just crazy on this champion. We had our suspicions, but it is very difficult for this Gnar to play out the laning phase. And the worst part, Slayer, Hydra's not really going to be able to bail him out in his current predicament.
You want to make it double worse? The wave is completely frozen. 2M2MC is a complete stranglehold, so gonna have to sacrifice a lot of creeps as Rat walks his way back up top.
This game continues. I'm really curious to see what Hydro is actually going to opt to build. You can see he has the ring here and 2 stacks of it, so we'll have a little bit more damage, but traditionally the big build for a lot of the pro players that go for the Malphite jungle is obviously the Zeeks into Bamble types. So we'll have to see if he goes for that. Good shot!
Gnar ultimate, he catches him in the hop. Rat is dead unless he can kite like an absolute god, which he is kind of doing, but it was because 2MC was just waiting for his cooldowns to come back up, and he has himself his second solo bolo, warping the top side for Ohio State. As Sigma Kid looks to make a move on the mid lane. Good shockwave from Five Fire, grabs onto the cake, he tries to flash away, gets through Prism onto Sigma Kid, but Five Fire, one auto short from completing the kill on that gang.
You can also see the pings coming out from Ohio State to get out of dodge as Hydro is looking for something. That bot side crab, I think, will actually give Malphite level 6, so I wouldn't be surprised if teams scrap over that as Sigma Kid.
Okay, he walks past the giant boulder in his way, gets traded on heavily. Paint Liquor gets the slow. He has to use Trickster to get on out of there. And Sigma Kid takes quite a thrashing, but he will have first access to that bot scuttle, and with the creep score evened up, that means that Sigma Kid will get to level 6 first.
Yup, and I don't imagine he'll be able to do anything off of it. The mid lane priority is going to be equalized right now. 5150 and Delight are more focused on trying to push in this lane, so even though you get access to that Cyclone, you can't actually leverage that advantage just based off of the way your lanes are going right now. And so that does mean that Hydro will be able to get level 6 off of this blue buff. It's a little bit delayed, but overall, still, all things considered, I mean, you're tied in the kill department. Top lane is definitely the worst lane right now for you as Boise State, but you're in a decent spot.
Okay, so, thank you. I was going to say, 2MC, you scouted Hydro clearing his topside camps. If you died of this gank, that would have been very unfortunate, but he backs off at just the right time. But Hydro is level 6, so now we get to see Hydro start to really play the game for Boise State.
Yup. Yeah, this really is where you have to start pulling the trigger, and one of the big worries for Malphite, particularly in the early game, is even if you have access to that ultimate, even if you have a clear target, if you don't have anyone around you to actually join up in attempting to finish off that kill that you just committed your ultimate to, that person's still going to get away, especially if it's Five Fire because he has access to the phase rush. He still has that flash as well, so I think it's going to be a test here for
2MC thought he had the solo kill, but the boulder known as Hydro flies out of the tri-brush and turns that play on its head. That is unfortunate for the Ohio State top laner.
Yeah, I mean, Rat's now going to be able to shove this wave in, go for a back, but crucially, Hydro, with no ultimate, does mean this is kind of a timer for Ohio State to play on. You can see they're going to focus down that bot lane Dragon, and scaling advantage, we talk about the team fights being kind of the main bread and butter of this game. It does get you in a position where you are at least a little bit ahead in controlling the pace by getting this first Dragon, but you can also see that Boise State is going to trade as well. They're going to move up the Lulu and get some numbers around there, but it's not going to be contested at the same time. So nobody fighting, it's just a handshake of the neutrals.
We
Wait,
did
hang
see
on.
the
2MC.
Yeah, he's going right after, knowing that Hydra has no ult. And oh boy, here we go. Oh, he whips the unstoppable force. And now the wild growth comes out here from Lurs. Rat's trying to run down here to help out Boise, who rally around their jungler. The nightmare scenario from draft, the hijacked unstoppable force, falls flat the first time we see it.
Yeah, doesn't manage to find its target. 2MC denied a kill that otherwise very much should have been his, but you still get the flash out of Hydro, so it does make his, flash ult combo not as relevant for the next 5 minutes.
And I mean, okay, I was going to say, Paint Liquor has been under assault all game long. He has to transcend to dash away from Delight, but Sigmakin is here. They don't get the tidal wave, it's flash away. Good kiting from Paint Liquor, but he can't get away from the Cyclone. Sigma Kid will pick up that kill. Yunara drops for a second time, so one of Boise State's real big scaling threats is set pretty far behind.
Yeah, and Lur's also not having that ultimate, not able to keep his AD carry alive. Ohio State really committing for that kill and not losing a ton either. Five Fire even teleporting down there to secure it. He's only going to miss, I think, half a wave, and you can see that crashes under tower. He'll be able to pick all of that up, so nothing lost despite that very aggressive look by Ohio State.
Gold lead towards the Buckeyes, but not by too much. The hope for us here on the casting desk is that the early game goes pretty neutral so that we can really let these team fights shine and swing the game. As you see the gold leads, mostly on the Buckeye side. Most of them aren't super large that we'll reach like the item breakpoint differential for those fights, but it is trending in that direction for Ohio State, especially getting, you know, the Trinity Force done on this Corki. See further ahead. He's hijacked the Gnar ultimate, but everybody gets thrown into the bouncy house. That's a big heal on the W. The 2MC will drop. Good bubble from Delight to hold Paintlinker in place as the wild growth does come out here from Lurs. 5150 having to expend the barrier and flash at the threat of a giant ulted up Yunara running down the Buckeyes bottom lane.
Yeah, this wave is going to be slow pushing, and you can also see 5150 and Delight are actually just hitting the wave, so it's going to bounce back toward Paintlicker. He'll be able to pick this one up under the tower. A lot of aggression coming out here, but crucially that top play going the way of Boise State off of this Malphite. Now you can see Hydro not really opting to go for the items. Instead, he actually finishes up his boots, so really prioritizing that tankiness for these future fights.
Paintlicker on the bubble, but sets up the tidal wave. Transcend dashes away. Hydro is here, but there is no unstoppable force. Instead, Lurs flashing for the polymorph onto the light set up the slow. 5150 nearly finds the kill onto Lurs. Lurs perfect bait, but the main man rocket for 5150. BT trades out Paintlicker. Sigmakin over the wall to Trickster. See ya later, Lurs. You thought you had a safe recall. Instead, you get an expedited one in a gray screen fashion back. Good job from the Buckeyes jungler to make sure they win another dive onto the Boise State bottom lane. And now we fight over Krugs. I think Sigmakin wins this.
He definitely does, but this feels like a bit of a nonsensical fight, all things considered. I mean, you're delaying the back of Delight to get back into Summoner's Rift, so this Nami is not going to be able to link up with the Corki at the exact same time, and this will just allow for Boise State to get shoved in the lane temporarily, and really our eyes have to be set up on that dragon coming up in a little over a minute. You can see that Hydro has that ultimate now. It still doesn't have that flash, but will be very close to coming off of cooldown by the time that dragon spawns. So this is something that they have to look to play around, and it's something that I think Hydra has to threaten the OSU members with in these next few seconds.
We do have some time. Oh, that was incredible timing. Paintlicker eats a huge chunk of damage for 5150. That is pre-Trinity Force Corki. The Nami steroid showing why this is a very potent bottom lane in the start of Season 16.
And now it's just really difficult for Hydro to actually do anything. I mean, Paintlicker, this turret actually might just straight up go down. So if they can get access to this, they can get a reset. They get a massive item advantage for the Corki. He'll have access to that Trinity Force. And I mean, at that point, the dragon just feels like an afterthought for Boise State.
Nice hijack Gnar ultimate to make sure Rat does not transform. And he has himself another solo kill up on the top side. As you mentioned, the bot tier 1 goes down for first turret. And Ohio State have ballooned the gold lead double, now up to about 4,000.
Yeah, this is a really tough game for Hydra to play when all your lanes feel like they are just really getting pushed further and further behind, and the only timer you have to actually interfere with that is when you have your ultimate up. It feels like it's just not frequent enough that you're impacting the map here as this pick. So this is a tough situation for Boise State to be a part of. I mean, you pick this Malphite champion, they immediately go for the Silas, so those team fights are just going to get so much more difficult when you don't have an accelerated threat. And the most insane counter in the game of League of Legends is really threatening your one ahead prospect in the Malphite from getting involved in a lot of these fights.
There is a clear win con secured for the Ohio State. They've got the first 2 Drakes of the game, a Mountain Soul. Boy, would that do wonders for, like you called out, a pretty burst-intensive Boise State comp they're going to have to contend with. You might see some burst come out from the Malphite here, but we do see, all right, there we go. Right on top of him, the ult comes out from Hydro, Unstoppable Force. C does trade it back, flashes after ulting him, Scott him dug back in. He gets the trade kill on the Hydro. That was nuts to M2MC.
2M2MC with the fancy footwork and the combos. They get the 1-for-1 under the turret. And look at the rest of the map, Slayer. It is falling to pieces. Boise State, sure, you get the kill on top, but you lose your mid lane turret, you lose your mid laner, and you lose your AD carry all in the same time frame.
And maybe the biggest part of the gold swing, how many plates did they just lock up? They got mid-tier 1 with a couple plates. 5Fire takes out 4 of them on the tier 2 turret. Gold is obviously most flashy is most gained in the flashiest way by getting the kills. But in Season 16, taking down turrets is one of the most probable ways to win games compared to recent seasons.
And one of the best ways to take down a turret is to secure the Herald. Shelly just charges into that, and now Shelly has made her presence known on the Rift. Boise State are the first toward this topside river, but they're not really going to be able to hold it because of how far behind they are. I mean...
Oh, all right, well, let's see the burst damage. 2M2MC, lands the Abscond Duck, gets the knockup, throws down way too many Silas passives, and, well, transcends himself. However useless that may be on the Silas, he still gets the style points.
And now...
Oh, no.
Boise State are looking to jockey around this objective, but they just are so far behind that this feels like a just empty threat at this point. I mean, look at me. I've got the unstoppable force, but none of my team have the damage necessary to follow up with it. Malphite, for all the praise that teams have been giving this champion, he is a very expensive pick. The draft has to revolve around him, but he revolves his game around the rest of the team. It's very inverse thinking.
Okay, Rat, nice flash. Gnar ultimate, throws Fire to the turret, but he flashes back out. The shockwave for tons of damage. And one more combo from the Oriana will pick up the kill to heal from Delight to get himself the assist. But Fire outplays the turnaround there from the Boise State top laner.
Yeah, really good flash there from Fire. Now we'll be able to pick up this turret, and they'll be able to really save this Herald for when they get a massive fight win. I think now that we're coasting around the 17 to 20 minute mark around that time frame, the lane assignments get a little bit more muddled, and Ohio State can really start grouping up and threatening Boise State.
Paintlinger this time has cover from Hydro. Ensemble Force ultimate. Paintlinger transcends, gets enough autos down this time. A little turn on the 2M2MC, but look at all of Ohio State. They've got 3 wrapping around. They have a TP on top. They have the Realm Warp coming through to try and get the cake here with a Tidal Wave. Knocks down 3 from Delight, and that will roll Ohio State over the Broncos. Sigma Kid just chasing down the cake. Doesn't have a knockup available. The cake will live to tell the tale of the mighty Buckeyes winning a fight in the bot side.
Yep, but Ohio State win out, like you said, and it was the really good flank angle there from Sigma Kitten off of that Cyclone to re-engage the fight, pick off Boise State, and now that mid lane tier 2 going to fall as well. We're getting really close to that 10,000 gold mark difference, Slayer, and it feels like barring any crazy wombo combo from this Boise State squad, it feels like it's Ohio State's game to win at this point.
Well, they might have a catch here on a 5-fire, but he does get the phase rush speed up to counter the chilling smite, so he'll be fine. I did like that look from Boise to find that pick, punish these overextensions, but gotta hand it to Ohio State. Kind of moving like we saw Maryville move to a lot of these St. Clair picks, where even when they make a play on one side of the map, they roll as a unit back down to cover. It's a really high macro play they showed off to win that fight at the bot side.
Yeah, it definitely is. I think that Ohio State's movement have just been really, really good. Even when Boise State commit to a play, I think that the cross map has been really good from them, and also just the reaction feels superior as well. We saw it back in that top lane play. I mean, they tried to get the quick kill onto 2M2MC, but he traded it in for a 1-for-1, and now it's an actual fight coming out here.
Hydro, he uses his Assaultful Force. 2M2MC hijacks it to go after the back line. Down goes Hydro. Cake with a good trade here. 2M2MC is now in a 1 versus 3. Gonna make it a 1 versus 2. Lures goes down, trying to heal through all the damage. Flashes
Save
into the
him!
barrage. The Nami cannot heal him. Delight shows up late, but 5150 drops the hammer over the head of the remaining Broncos and sends them back down to the fountain.
Really good stalling there from 2M2MC. I mean, at this point, the Kingslayer heals you for so much, and it's on such a low cooldown. Really difficult for you to just immediately one-shot the Silas, and it buys time for 5150 and Delight to come in, clean house, and pick up more kills for this Corki. Now his 7th of the game. And Ohio State gonna pick up their 3rd Drake. This will be Soul point for them, but it doesn't feel like Soul is the main win condition for this team. Everything is going right. Everything is coming up heads, and Boise State University are so far behind in this game, Slayer.
There is maybe the crowning jewel to bring Ohio State home. Baron out on the Rift. Shout out to our observer team for that cinematic entrance to the ever-familiar Purple Worm. I expect that Ohio State might just try and take a fight with this thing sooner rather than later. Or at least try to get Boise State to Yep, contest them. Yep, here we go.
Yep. They're just going to start it up. If they even have vision on it, that's just the ultimate alpha move at this point. Watch us take the Baron, guys.
Looks like there's going to be no contest from Boise. I think they recognize it's a pretty big death trap to walk in. Despite how bad it is to give over Baron, you are so far behind that maybe just full turtle, get at least Hydro a full clear of his camps that he won't really have access to any further. Couple waves left for Paint Liquor. It's I don't hate not full sending it into a Baron that you certainly will lose the fight at.
Yeah, I mean, Boise State, they have multiple ways to engage fights, and if they're opting not to even engage, period, I feel like that just paints a picture of how dire the game has become.
Sigma Kid goes into the Cyclone. Cake is fine, though. And there's the Ensemble Force turn onto 51. 50 was taking up the turret. He flashes away. Sigma Kid is now a little too far away from his team. The turret doing a lot here for Boise State as they will lose access to
tower.
it. Hydro gets out with a blinking health bar. Sigma Kid can't finish off any of these kills. Teleport coming through. This is 2M2MC to join up with the rest of his team as they will get rid of the middle inhibitor. And thanks to Five Fire's split push on the top side, the rest of the Buckeyes can turn their attention to another inhibitor turret.
Yeah, they're just choking out Boise State at this point in the game, looking for double inhibitor with the Baron buff, and now without that unstoppable force, it's really hard for Boise to actually engage this fight. They've got to try and clear the wave, but they don't excel in wave clear either.
2MC gets a two-man hijacked our ultimate, and there goes Rat and Lurs, and this time the Gatling gun known as 5150 alongside 2M2MC's highlight top lane Silas pick will finish off the Broncos in their own base. A dominating start to their spring campaign. The Ohio State will take a 1-0 lead in our final series.
And say it with me, ladies and gentlemen, when you see a Malphite, or when you draft a Malphite, there are two words: ban, and say the other one, Slayer, because you know what it is.
Potato.
True.
No, Silas.
Ban Silas. This champion just runs through Malphite. It's impossible to play. And we got to see why here in this game. Really good look here from Ohio State overall. And honestly, off of a pretty difficult, I would say, draft here. I think Boise State actually had a pretty decent draft. The biggest mistake was obviously, not taking away that Silas. But all things considered, this was a comp that could have really excelled had the pace of the game not been so pushed forward so quickly that they could actually allow these threats to scale. Had they, gone into like the 20 to 25 minute mark, relatively even in gold, this game probably would have been a win for Boise State just due to superior scaling, in my opinion.
Yeah, it does feel like they never really got to ever play the team fight comp they drafted for, which is unfortunate. But we are, this does help us learn a bit more about how Boise State want to approach their new archetype as we get a look at some of the post-game stats here. Quacks, your player of the game, I assume 2M2MC we're rolling with?
Yeah, I'm giving it to 2M2MC. I feel like the way he handled that laning phase with a champion that we're not really privy to seeing in top lane. We were skeptics on the Silas being in top because you mostly pick it as a counter to the Malphite, and you're not going to be interacting with the Malphite a lot in top lane. He just said, okay, fine, I'll interact a lot with this Gnar in the laning phase, and every interaction left the Gnar on the ground. And yeah, deserved player of the game, in my opinion. The Silas pick and being able to pilot it really, really efficiently here in game one.
So congrats to the Buckeyes top laner, 2M2MC. Showing some new ingenuity, saying, all right, you pick Malphite, we'll plug the Silas in, and we will show how flexible of a champion it is. I love to see them capitalize on the biggest gap champion-to-champion matchup that was Silas into Malphite. And the Buckeyes now have themselves a 1-0 lead over the Broncos. We are going to go to another short break, but on the other side, see if Boise State can conjure up themselves a Game 2 win, or if it's all Buckeyes in our final series of Week 1.
At Ohio State, we are the agile, bold breakthrough teams. The never afraid to innovate teams. And the achieve more together teams. Together, we are the Ohio State University.
What would you do if you couldn't fail? Would you see every setback as a catalyst to keep going? This is the innovator's mindset. Because innovation demands daring. It's finding thousands of ways that don't work, and the one that changes everything. Because we know changing the world doesn't happen by chance. It comes out of the blue.
Go pick your type. Don't think, just fall in line. What's the point of living life if it ain't even mine? All the best things I know sit in the void. It makes me wanna scream. And I'm something else. I don't care who I'm meant to be, 'cause I'm someone else. This is what happens between. Cause I'm something else. I don't care what you see in me, 'cause I'm someone else. This is what happens between. Tell me when you love. Tell me when you love. Could it be me? Be your fantasy. Tell me when you love. Could it be me? Be your fantasy. Tell me when you Tell me when you love. Could it be me? Be your fantasy. Tell me when you love. Could it be me? Be your fantasy. Tell me when you love. Tell me when you love.
One look and my jaw just dropped. Can't catch my breath. The sand in the hourglass has stopped. You light up my world in ways I can't explain. Your electricity's running through my veins. Ooh, baby, I can't help it. I've never felt like this. Only you can do what you do. Only you give me that deja vu. Only you. Before you found me, I was floating among the stars. No direction till I landed in your arms. Destiny makes sense when I look in your eyes. A new force of nature that brings me to life. Ooh, baby, I can't help it. I've never felt like this. Only you can do what you do. Only you give me that deja vu. Only you.
Firing shots, high caliber round. If you know what's best, then you better get down. Down. Get down. Down. Better get down. Down. Get down. I wanna see you get to the ground. You're being held up by the UK sound. Firing shots, high caliber round. High caliber round. Then you better get down. High caliber round. Then you better get down. High caliber round. Then you better get down. High caliber round. Firing shots, high caliber round. If you know what's best, then you better get down. Down. Get down. Down.
Welcome everybody back to Division 1 League of Legends final series of the first week of matches here. Boise State Broncos taking on the Ohio State Buckeyes, and the Buckeyes prevail in game 1 to pretty dominant fashion there, Quacks.
Yeah, it just kind of felt like they had the assignment of, all right, we need to make sure that we cannot allow the Malphite comp to fight us on even footing. We can't let this game get too late, and we can't let 5v5s be the name of the game, and they did just that. They were very proactive early on. I feel like 2M2MC was obviously the big hero, one player of the game, but everyone across the scene from the Ohio State squad, I think, did very well in one-upping their counterpart and taking control of this game. So Boise State, onus is going to be on them to bring it back and try to get us to a game number 3, Slayer.
And, you know, through one draft, it looks like Coach Kelsey wants the Broncos to be pretty team fight oriented, in their execution. So are there any champions that you feel like we should be looking out for, or champions that should be prioritizing to kind of fit that mold if that is going to be their archetype for the season?
I mean, I'm looking at the junglers, right? I feel like the junglers, for me particularly, like, you've still got things like the Zinzai, you still got things like the Jarvan. Like, these are things that are quite good at pushing the pace of the game forward and being able to have relevancy in the team fights as well. The Crescent Guard and the Cataclysm are both very good in 5v5s, even though you still have that dueling power as those champions. So I wouldn't be surprised if Boise State try to opt in for a little bit more proactivity. I think that the Malphite maybe was a champion who is a bit harder to nail down simply because you don't really have a jungler until he hits level 6. Now, maybe you get something with a little bit more ability to impact the map pre-level 6, and I do think that is certainly something Boise State should be looking at, as it felt like the game was out of their control before they really even had a chance to grab onto it.
Yeah, it does feel that way, and that's the tough spot you can be at if you try and draft for team fighting, is a lot of the times at least one, maybe usually two of your lanes are kind of playing where they have to play pretty passive. They can't play pretty aggro. They have to surrender leads a lot of the time. So that's always a tough spot to be in. For like AD carry, it's interesting, right? Because I think some of the meta picks aren't necessarily super team fight oriented, but I do think there are places for more hyper carries. We'll have to see though. Boise State's ready. Ohio State is already. Let's get into the game 2 draft here with the same side. So the Broncos want that coveted B1 pick on their side to try and keep this series alive, Quacks.
Yeah, and now on blue side, I believe they, well, so obviously it's weird now because we don't know who has first pick, but I think that Boise State do have first pick here in this series, so we'll have to see what they do with that. Again, I think there are a lot of different champions that you can be one in the jungle. I also think that there are a lot of champions that you can be one in the AD carry role, right? Varus is still open. I think that Sivir is definitely another blindable champion, so we'll have to see if there's any attention paid up toward those two. But yeah, I just feel like for this, for the case of Boise State, it has to be about trying to be more active in the early levels and the jungler trying to get these lanes ahead, because it felt like it just was a case of Malphite being ahead, but the rest of the lanes were all behind, and so you never really got value when that unstoppable force wasn't up. So maybe something with just a little bit more proactivity here for Boise State in game number 2. But for the side of Ohio State, I mean, we don't really have a lot of notes from game number 1. I feel like they played the game pretty clinically. I would expect them to have something similar to try and be really proactive around the first few levels of the game. And if both teams have that in mind, we could expect a lot of early fighting in this game, Slayer.
Do you see a lot of similar bans, though, from both sides? Ezreal and Yi carry over from game 1 for Boise State. The Sivir carries over for Ohio State. They ban away the Ivern and the Rakan. Maybe the Buckeyes were watching what St. Clair just tried up against Maryville. They're like, we don't want to deal with Ivern. But that does leave up the Varus. So, okay, again, a good start for Boise State. They get the Varus in their hands. That's going to be a big-time player for Paint Liquor. So we'll see exactly how the teams optimize around it.
Now, we're going to have to see what Ohio State opt to go into it. I think that Varus is obviously a champion who is not only decent in the dueling department, but with that Chains of Corruption, you can look for picks. And Jhin is one of the champions that is very fluid with the kind of summoner spell that he likes to take. Obviously, every single AD carry has like a preference on that secondary summoner spell along with Flash. I think Jhin is very jack of all trades when it comes to being able to go teleport if he wants to, being able to go cleanse. And I think that the latter is more than likely what we're going to be seeing from him in this game to avoid getting picked out here against the Varus later on. But we do see the jungle picks now coming through. Jarvan giving Boise State just that extra little bit of proactivity in the early minutes of the game.
Yeah, Pantheon 2. Okay, so I like this from Boise. They are playing from they're going to look to kind of play from range and set up this Jarvan for Hydro to kind of go in and lock down. Likely, I'm going to say the mid laner. You could look for this Jhin. Now the Azir makes it a lot more interesting. This is a huge range game. This game is going to be whoever can really hit their skill shots, push their range damage through, and then for the rest of the non-range, engaged pieces, who can get on top, who can close the gap between a Varus and a Syndra or a Jhin and an Azir.
But I do think that the Cake has to be a little bit more conservative with his abilities because you use that Scatter the Weak to trade and to wave clear just as much as you do to try and disengage a fight. Meanwhile, Azir doesn't really have to worry about using that E ability to try and do anything other than disengage a fight. So I think that the disengage use for the Syndra is going to be really crucial because if you burn that just to try and clear the wave and you aren't tracking where the Pantheon is, well, then it doesn't matter. They're going to get immediately on top of you and burst you down before you can do anything. So being mindful of your cooldowns is also something that I'm looking at here for the mid lane as we are moving to the second phase of bans. You can see that there's just a lot of fight starters being banned away here by Ohio State. The Gragas more than likely a comfort ban toward the side of Rat as well, and the Nico pairing well with the Varus. So my biggest curiosity is going to be what Boise State opt to go for with this pick in the bot lane. And against the Karma, this is a double ranged bot lane, so you could go something crazy like a Seraphine, I guess, to try and really scrap for priority because you want that in order to get use of the Jarvan.
Okay, well, there's a good dive buddy for the Jarvan, like that pickup coming across here for Rat. So Jarvan will lock him into Cataclysm, and that should line up Rat's Public Execution a lot better. Karma Jhin is not usually seen pairing in the bottom lane, but hey, Quacks, hang your hat on that pick. So you go double range. We're going to go double further range. Seraphine and Varus's range will outrange everything that the Buckeyes bottom lane has except for the curtain call.
The Renekton lock in here as well, I think, is really, really valuable because you get that shield break, which means that the three champions that have shields on the side of Boise State are going to be taken down for size in the team fights. But also, I think that this is just really crucial, particularly for the Pantheon and the Azir, to have an extra buddy going in with them. That Dominus is obviously really threatening in the early to mid-game stages. It's just kind of a checkmate around a lot of these neutral objective fights with the Grubs and with the Dragon and such. So I feel like this is a much better look here from Boise State. I think that this is a comp that can very easily snowball out of control if they can play the lane right. I think that the pairing of Jarvan and Syndra is really effective, and with a full engage comp that OSU have obviously drafted for themselves, disengage tools like the Seraphine can have a ton of value if you can play them right. So I think that this is a much better draft from them. I think that Ohio State still have a really good draft, and I think this is going to be a much more exciting game because it is not necessarily about one piece like it was with the Mal fight in game number 1. I feel like this is these are comps that you have to look at as a whole rather than one piece really bridging everything together. Everyone is chipping in to complete this 5v5 front to back fest that we are going to have in game 2.
Great analysis, Quacks. My takeaway to add to you, this is the biggest Serpent's Fang game I've ever seen in my life.
Oh yeah,
biggest Serpent's Fang. It's like
honestly
this,
for both teams.
That's what I'm saying, right? Like both teams need it because we have an Ambessa, a Seraphine on one side, and then you've got Renekton will have some. Renekton with it goes Eclipse will have some shielding, and you've got a Karma. So it's like everybody's going to get shielded up mega. So I'm curious. I would expect That means I would give the slight edge to Boise State because the one champion that it actually makes sense to build a Serpent's Fang in is going to be Paint Liquor. If this is the Lethality Varus, you can build it on Jhin, but I think the current build path for Jhin, it is a little less effective to go for Serpent's Fang.
Right.
But I think both AD carries kind of have to build it in this game.
Yeah, I mean, you could see the Jhin going for Serpent's Fang, but I mean, depending on how well the Pantheon does early, I could also see him maybe going for it like third or fourth when the shields get really relevant. One of the things that my biggest pet peeve, Slayer, is when we're building Serpent's Fang like second, because nobody is maxing their shield abilities. So the shields don't become a really relevant piece until the mid to late game when we're starting to coast around those 3 to 4 items. So if that's the case, I think Pantheon could build it as well, but I absolutely agree. Serpent's Fang has a lot of value in this game.
Valuable game for the standings if the Buckeyes can complete the sweep, as they'll start 1-0 in the spring split of Division 1 League of Legends. We are back out of the Rift, folks. Buckeyes, Broncos, brawling the 3 Bs to lock this game up. You can already see some decent trading in for level 1. A desperate attempt from Ohio State to get that ward down, but it will come across here for Hydro, because we have trading in the bottom lane as well. 5150 should be able to get to this 4th shot pretty comfortably. It's going to force the heal there out of Lurs, but good little trade there again for the Ohio State bottom lane. They were perma-push and winning all of game 1, so it seems like back to the same business.
And, good movement there from Delight as well. Now Boise State kind of have to back off this wave out of fear of Delight's poke, and this just gives them a lot more avenues to be aggressive in the laning phase to continue kind of starving out this Varus. We'll have to see if the Jarvan can bail them out. As we can see, both junglers are, again, pathing toward the bot side, but maybe there's a world where Hydro, after he completes his clear up on this top side, decides to cut across, maybe goes around the long way from that river and can try and impact, maybe burn a few of those flashes or get some kills. As, again, I feel like based on the way the priority is swinging, if you're looking to just secure that crab, it's not going to happen just based off the bot lane conditions so far.
Whoa, okay. Well, it looks like we ran into a slight issue. Oh, okay. So we got a crash. It looks like the AD carry has crashed on one side. Okay, so I've gotten word it is Paint Liquor that has crashed. That's unfortunate. So we go into a little bit of a tech pause. Not a lot to take away from the map state, Quacks. I need your jungle expertise on those early clears. We expect any action from those two once we get back on the Rift, or what are we looking at?
I mean, they were clearing like their wolves and their raptors, so not a lot to go off of. I mean, yeah. I've seen games decided that quickly though in solo queue. One of the worst feelings as a jungler is when you're just like on your 2nd or 3rd camp and you see like enemy double kill in the bot lane. It's even worse if you're pathing down there. It's an absolute nightmare. And it has happened before. So, I mean, I guess both junglers mentally are doing okay because that hasn't happened.
That's good to hear. That's good. We got the mentals locked in.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm trying to think it like, because I'm the AD carry, and I that's funny because you hate the most when AD carry, when the bottom lanes get killed off while you're pathing towards them. Maybe you'll flame me for this. I always hate when junglers think or like get mad at me for not moving to help them on something when I can't move to help them on something. Listen, sometimes I deserve to get flamed for not moving as an AD carry, and yes, I do over prioritize minions, but when I'm like shoved under a turret and you're trying to fight bot scuttle level like first spawn, like what am I supposed to do? Quacks, like come on.
Yeah, I mean if you have no priority for crab, then don't go for it. I feel like we saw that last game with the Malphite, and we're gonna have to see that this game because so far that bot lane push is very apparent for Ohio State right now. But I think that again, kind of going back to the win conditions and the ways that we're expecting this game to shape out, Slayer. With the Jarvan, I mean, he's got a lot more power in the early game with the Pantheon to apply pressure onto the map. But if he's not able to do so, that Grand Starfall has seriously moved mountains and fed families with how strong it is and how impactful it can be, how much gold you can generate just off of that global pressure alone. So I think that it kind of puts Jarvan on a bit of a timer. You got to make stuff happen, because if you don't, Pantheon is going to be able to respond to basically every single gank attempt that you have, and will be a lot more proficient in being able to make his own gank attempts work with that global ultimate as well. So I think it's a battle of just priority. I think it's a battle of proactivity, and that is always the most fun thing to see as a jungler, when you've got two junglers that understand the assignment and are willing to kind of sack their own resources in order to get their lanes ahead. It's always really fun to witness that.
Without a doubt. I think what makes Jarvan versus Pantheon very fun is both junglers are very strong for like different reasons. I think the advantage Pantheon will always have over Jarvan is the pick potential of a Grand Starfall, the flank in team fighting, but then Jarvan Cataclysm can really help focus down one person or get rid of really key summoners out of team fighting. So like Jarvan, I think, is probably like the better team fighting jungler, but Pantheon is so much better of a tempo jungle, get you kills in side lanes, get you ahead, and then later maybe getting flanks or picking off stragglers. So that's why Pantheon and Jarvan is always a fun matchup in the jungle.
Yeah, and overall, like, kind of looking at the comps more holistically, I feel like Boise State generally have like winning matchups here. Until they're not, I guess, is a way that I would put it, simply because like Ambessa definitely beats up Renekton in the 1v1 until he gets Dominus, right? Syndra can definitely prevent Azir from actually having a good time in the laning phase until he gets shuffled, moves into fog, and then manages to find a pick onto you. And you're immobile, so you can't actually do anything about it. So I think it kind of goes beyond just the Jarvan being on a timer. Everyone on Boise State is on a timer to win out on these matchups, to make the most of this, first few minutes that you have before those level 6s really start to put a dent in your ability to actually influence and push this game forward.
All right, back onto the Rift. Looks like the issue did not really last too long. That's always a good sign here, and we can get back to seeing how these junglers path. The one fun thing about Jarvan and Pantheon, again, is that we don't need to power farm for ultimates to be effective, and with some half health bars, some low mana bars, wouldn't be surprised if Sigma Kitten and Hydro both path over.
You can see, just like we said, he is cutting his clear to influence the bot lane.
All right, here goes Hydra looking for a Flag and Drag combo. Delight gets the speed up, gets the heal speed up as well, but the Flag and Drag still lands, so he has to flash. Looking for the tether back, but 5150's damages must be respected. He flashes, gets the first kill, has the crit shot loaded for Hydro, grabs himself the second. 5150, warp in the bottom lane for the Buckeyes.
And all of the damage and the attention goes onto the Karma, and they completely leave out the Jhin, and he's just able to pick them off now. Star Fury is under the tower. He's got nowhere to go. He does have flash, but is there a point?
Guaranteed stun, crit shot again for 5150, and 3 kills, all coming out of the bottom lane for Ohio State.
It's a disaster start here for BSU. We said they were on a timer to make things happen, but now that timer has been shattered, significantly lowered, and Ohio State with a massive lead already in the bot lane.
Just how they expected to. I mean, this is a 2,500 gold lead at 4 minutes. That is a preposterous amount of gold to be up. Mainly because 2MC is also up serious CS on the top side, but it's Hydro again looking for a return gank. And Hydro over top onto Rat as 2MC picks up the first kill. Hydro with the Conqueror stack thinks he can trade back here. No Colemeek to come through for 2MC to make it close. But to trade 1 versus 2, a win for our Game 1 MVP.
Yeah, Colemeek on a super long cooldown, level 1, but now Hydro is getting aggressed onto as Sigma Kitty has the Dirk.
All right, stun lands there, puts the lance down as well, and wow, that was way too easy for Sigma Kitten. So Hydro gonna go down after a successful gank and keep rolling the gold lead in the Ohio State's favor.
And look at these backs by the side of Ohio State. I mean, I'm going to even include 2M2MC in this, because even though he died, he got a Caulfields off of his first back. A Dirk is there for Sigma Kitten. A Dirk is there for 5150. If you thought it was bad before, it's about to get a whole lot worse for BSU, as the damage is just too much for them.
Good scout of the week there from the Cake to make sure that Lurs can live. Flag and track for
no,
Hydro.
he doesn't have
Sigma
flash.
Kitten is here as well. Five Fire has the full lethal tempo stacked up, so this Azir is going to hurt even if it is early game Azir. And with the tether from Delight, Five Fire will get himself on the board. Everybody looking for gold in the Ohio State camp has themselves the gold they need. And now we've got Rat caught way too far up in the lane. 2M2MC and Dominus Pop looking to brawl. The public execution is available, but it's just going to be used so Rat can double dash away from the big bad Croc.
Yeah,
Oh
now
my
Five
God,
Fire going for a kill.
Then shuffle, throws the Cake towards the wall.
Flash
Sigma
W,
Cake's gonna
come on,
commit
do
the
it!
flash, get over the wall, but doesn't get the kill early enough. The Cake with the unleashed power will trade 1 for 1.
You can see Sigma Kitten's hesitancy to flash over that wall. He did not want to commit that summoner spell to get the kill, but unfortunately, he realizes he has to, does it a little too late. It's a 1 for 1 in the mid lane. Ohio State still winning out in this game, heavily Slayer, but just a little bit of hesitancy from the jungler does allow the Cake to at least trade 1 back, get that lost chapter, and give a little bit more power over to the Syndra. But how are Boise State actually going to be able to utilize that? Everywhere else is on fire right now.
Do want to point out a technicality that we did not point out when we first got into the game, that it is not Paint Liquor, it is Snarf Fury, so in a DD carry position for Boise. But yeah, it's going to be really hard to kind of stem this bleeding, because not only do you have gold all in the right places for Ohio State, mainly most of it, as you can see, the gold leads are on champions that really can snowball, mostly being like Sigma Kitten. A fed early Pantheon is really hard to deal with.
It absolutely is, and I mean, I would say the Jhin getting kills is like not the most threatening thing in the world until he does this and that.
Grand Starfall under the turret with a curtain call. I mean, where do you run to if you're the Boise State bottom lane? You got a Pantheon behind you, and you got a big curtain call shot to the forehead from 5150, who goes on a killing spree. The Boise State bottom lane drops together for a second time.
Yeah, that's a just play safe moment there from the side of the Boise State bot lane.
Flash
Is now
dominance
2M2MC.
2M2MC. Racking a flash away, though, just in time before any more damage can come out, but it will force him away from his turret and to lose even more resources.
Yeah, no teleport. You can see 2M2MC is going to clear this whole wave, so the next one is, in fact, going to crash. I don't think he'll stick around for this extra plate. Yeah, it's just going to take a recall for himself, and Boise State in such a difficult position, not even 8 minutes into the game. Sigma Kitten, honestly, not a great Drake timer, but they're so far ahead that it doesn't matter at this point.
No, it does not. You can take whatever they want on the map, whenever they'd like it. How does Boise State kind of stem this? They got to look for pick plays with this Jarvan, try and maybe lean more into the Syndra's burst ability. If you can get a full combo from Hydro and the Cake onto anybody besides, I'd say, Sigma Kitten and 2M2MC, they could find themselves a critical kill. They're going for a flank on a 5150. Delight is separated away from his AD carry. 5150 cleanses the chains, comes and flashes out of the Cataclysm really well to survive that gank. Should just be able to run back towards his turret. Really smart play from 5150. The Q from the Seraphine. Not enough for the damage to find that kill. And mid lane, it's a Shuriman shovel from Five Fire to throw Cake under his turret. He takes 1 turret shot. There isn't enough damage with the Azir alone. It's Sigma Kid's going to swing on over 1 spear. A couple more autos from the Sand Soldiers. And Five Fire has himself the kill on the mid laners, as the Light is now being chased under between his tier 1 and tier 2 turret.
There is absolutely no way.
And Hydro. Delight the shield.
Okay.
Nope. The poke of the lance will get the kill, so Hydro does convert 1 back for the Broncos.
Yeah, if I'm not getting that kill, I'm rage queuing into my Ferrari, and I'm getting, like, oh man, I'm getting mad. As curtain call.
Dodges.
Yeah, not going to hit anyone, so no trade there for BSU as they win out on the fight. But now I say that, and there's a top lane dive.
Called the execution. It was a Hail Mary effort to try and get away from the dive, but it's just too clinical. Ohio State just picking up kills all across the map right now.
And 2M2MC just casually bragging that he has the new Viego skin with that emo. I really want that skin. but I don't want to spend $250. But I really want that skin. You know that the business practices are questionable when people are actively hoping their champion doesn't get the insanely high quality skin. Like, Slayer, if Ezreal got the skin, would you be like really happy or like really sad that you now have to spend $200 for your champion?
I'd be pretty mixed. I would be in the exact same camp as you. That is just a perfectly placed Pantheon ultimate. He lands right exactly where the cake path into. That kill's picked up. 2M2MC is sitting on Dominus. He has Ignite. The turret is very low. Is he just going to try and kill off the turret and then kill Rat? No. He'll wait another wave as Sigma Kitten is revisiting his favorite place to feed on kills, that being the bottom lane. Nice deadly flourish lands on top of Lures. He gets a big-time Seraphine ult, though. Sigma Kitten gets shut down. The root lands on a Delight. And Snarfury should be able to find this kill. It's a double TP through as well. All of the Broncos stampeding into the bottom lane. But Rat doesn't have enough damage to find that final kill. It's still a win for Boise. And Hydro's looking for more here, but he can't get close enough with the Cataclysm. A lot of shutdowns, though, cleaned up there from Boise State.
Yeah, big play there from Boise, trying to get a little bit more gold in their pockets. Obviously, 2M2MC, with how low the top lane turret was, he's going to be able to pick up this tower. So the Reddickton likely going to be able to, after this reset, go for his first item of the game and really start to get involved around a lot of these future fights. Spyfire looking for another shuffle.
Nice. Emperor's Divide, beautifully used for Fire, and Delight will take the kill. But it's still one very valiantly earned by the leader of the Buckeyes, Fire in the mid lane.
Yeah.
150. Oh, he's going to get hit by a double tap coming across from Lures. Snarfury should have enough damage. Piercing Arrow comes back up. Should be here soon. Can Snarfury hit the shot? No, neither can convert the kill. And here comes the critical turn. All right. Can anyone hit their skill shots? One more comes across. Delight gets the kill. The fourth shot doesn't land. I think Delight might be able to just kill off Snarfury.
I think he kills this.
Yeah, he pops the barrier early. There's an empowered cube, but we flash towards the top side where 2M2MC is brawling with Rat under the turret. Cake's here to cover. Sigma Kid there as well. Good flash wave from the scout of the week. Goes out from 2M2MC. Cole the Meek isn't enough because the unleashed power will get the kill, but Sigma Kid is so darn fed on this Pantheon. He walks down one kill. Cataclysm from Hydro flashed away. As they do watch Sigma Kid walk away with the double kill, and Fire knocks down another structure to close the map in further on Boise State.
Oh my god, the BMs. Come on, man.
Oh, Sigma Kid re-engages. He tries to throw up the Unbreakable. Fire needs to come over and help his jungler, or maybe not. Gets the heal.
Triumph.
One more auto. Sigma Kid
gets out,
and now Fire has Lures trapped. The Sand Soldiers just need to bring enough damage to find this kill, and they will. Masterclass game 2 from Sigma Kid on the Pantheon.
This one's going from like straight up disrespectful to straight up demoralizing. I mean, Rat throws out public execution to hit the air, and I mean, he finds his target, but he doesn't find anything other than that. No ult for the Ambessa, and we're not even 15 minutes into this game. We're literally only 13 minutes in, Slayer.
And it feels like this game is already crumbling for Boise State. Got to take down more turrets. Oh my god, it's another Grand Starfall. But this time, the Encore finds its mark on the Sigma Kid, but that Q is disgusting. Goes on a rampage and once again walks away with low HP. Blocks all the damage Lars has on the double tap Q. Hydro, can he get close enough? No, but it's Lars who will get it done on his own. Now it's 5150 that Hydra has to get 10 with, but the Seraphine shields are doing enough here. 5150 in melee range with a Jarvan. Just doesn't even care. Can walk on out of there scot-free, seeing the cake swing over.
They're going to try and continue looking for this play, but 5150 does have both summoners available, so there's plenty of room for the Jhin to try and outplay this. He's not even going to try, though. The lanes are going to resume as normally, but Fire and 2M2MC are just continuing to put pressure in mid and top, making it harder and harder for Boise State to get any definitive win across the map, because Ohio are always trading something in return and looking for some kind of advantage across the map. This is exactly what we said with Maryville, and it rings true even for the teams that are considered to be on the lower level here in Div 1.
Ohio State, they are really indexing into trying to win as quickly as possible with even their build paths, right? This is a hubris for Sigmakin. This is a Yomu's angle coming out for 5150. I would assume that cloak goes into collector for even more one-shot ability. They do not plan on slowing down whatsoever in this game. It helps now they've got the win con of a Chemtech Soul on the cards with 2 of the first Drakes already in their pocket.
But I don't even know if the Chemtech Soul is going to be a win con at the end of this game. It feels like, you know, you look 10 minutes into this match, or into the future of this match, and I mean, based on the way this game is going, Herald is up. Maybe I give it, like, they can go for Herald, then they can go for Baron at 20 minutes. And I feel like they can really just start looking for ways to close out this game. So, I mean, Boise State, they have maybe like a little bit to try and go for these fights and maybe steal away this objective, as they are all on toward the topside river, but that timer, just like we said in the early game, is dwindling by the second.
Sigmakin takes the expedited blast cone to try, and Yo moves forward, looks for the kill. He has lures in his sights, and the encore will not come down in time. Sigmakin stacks onto that hubris, and will now turn his sights towards the Rift Herald, putting together a monstrous performance in Game 2, up to 12 kills at 60 minutes. He's almost averaging 1 a minute.
Yeah, really good target selection there from Sigmakin as well. Instead of going for the Jarvan, he goes for the Seraphine, who doesn't have the luxury of a flag and drag. But speaking of flag and drag,
okay, engage, pulling execution comes down thanks to the Hydro Cataclysm, and that is a terrible time to pause. I saw Star Fury disconnected. Oh, I don't know about calling for the pause at that point, though. We gotta wait out the fight, guys.
Yeah, that's a Fnatic pause, but it is what it is. And I mean, based on the way that fight is going, you got the Renekton coming in from the left. You've got more reinforcements coming in from the right. I think that just like every other exchange that we've seen in this game, Slayer, even when Boise State get one, Ohio State have baited them too far in to where they're all just going to immediately die, or most of them are not going to live to tell the tale of the fight, the famous fight of the topside river, where we really wanted to jockey for the Rift Herald.
But I guess we obviously can take stock of the game 2 put together here for Ohio State. Not too crazy to come out and say we expect them to close out this series. But Quacks, what has impressed you most about Ohio State coming into their second split into Division 1? I know it's through one series, but are there any things you were looking for them to kind of do as a team coming into this year that you're already seeing them kind of improve on, or same old stuff that got them success against teams like Boise last year?
I mean, I'm really impressed with 2M2MC and Sigma Kitty. We talked about kind of the profile of this team. We highlighted Five Fire. We said 5150 and Delight were a really good bot lane from last split as well. And we said our biggest question mark, our biggest curiosity was going to be how the top side played, how these guys were going to be able to stack up and keep up with their teammates who have shown that they're really capable of demolishing when they get the right resources. And so far, they've been doing the exact same thing. 2M2MC, one player of the game in game number 1. And based off the way this game is treading Slayer, Sigma Kitty is probably going to be the most likely candidate for MVP of game number 2. So just, I feel like Ohio State, a much better all-rounder than what we were anticipating. A lot of people like to label this team the Five Fire show, but it feels like everybody has been performing in this series today, and that's really cool when you think about the future of this team and potentially how high they can go in developing these players.
Yeah, at points last split, Ohio State were in the convos alongside with Stony Brook University of, these teams we expect to kind of fill out that third tier in Division 1, because you put Maryville at the top, and then you put like St. Clair, Winthrop in their own little grouping, and then who really can maybe challenge up in the top 3, I guess that is. Ohio State at points, showed that they might be able to do so, and alongside Stony Brook, that's like kind of a mark on your calendar's matchup. But to see Ohio State kind of taking care of business against a Broncos team that was at the bottom of the league is good to see them carry that over end to end from one split to another.
Yeah, for sure. I think that the Broncos obviously doing really well in that regard. So I think for the side of Boise State, I mean, one of the big things was just trying to look to put at the forefront what is good about this team and looking for this in the long term. So I think that we are looking to see that in this series. And so far, I feel like we've seen some positives, but it just feels like Ohio State is that much quicker and more proactive than their counterparts.
Yeah, it's a long road for Boise State to kind of put some things together. I think it is rough, right? Because I do think what you're saying is they have good game plans to kind of prepare for like the biggest points of the game. But the problem is right now that they can get run over early where they can never kind of like
they're not even getting to those points.
They don't get even play the comp they drafted, right? And that's got to be like priority number one to kind of fix up, is try and make not even like winning, like you don't necessarily need to like win a bunch of these lanes, like run over an early game, but just like try and stay somewhat competitive where you can get to 20 minutes with like even this comp, right? Like a Varus, Jarvan, Syndra, Ambessa combo, and like actually play out the fights as you want to.
Yeah, it feels like we have to be, for this team, looking at the... Oh, hang on.
We're going to jump right back into the fight. Yeah, okay. So, SigmaKin just half-health the cake with one spear, but he still gets jumped on. There's the shutdown. Hydro gets a double, but 2-2MC on the backside of the fight. Eviscerates the cake. Slaps down Rat as well. Fire will TP in. Another good look from the Broncos, but it's just routed by Ohio State's ability to reflank the fight. Hydro, nice little move to flash flag and drag away from Fire. But their pickoff of the very fed Pantheon comes at a price.
Yup. Luckily, though, you do get Ohio State off of the Herald, so they're not going to be able to finish that one, get that extra siege power for themselves. It's not going to stop them from sieging those. You can also see that tier 2 tower does go down, as now Seraphine's in a bit of trouble.
Okay, able to kite off the Renekton without Dominus, and the poke is pretty expansive. The Encore still going to hit despite the slice away. Hydro goes forward. 5150 trying to do some more peeling as the loot does come across. And here comes the Fed Pantheon once more. Great Chains of Corruption will come out from Snarf Fury to make sure that SigmaKin can't really mark a target to try and one-shot. And the fight fizzles out with nobody dropping.
Yup. The crowd goes mild, nothing happening, and the game resuming as normal. I'm very surprised that Ohio State aren't just immediately gunning it for the topside objective. I mean, you're not going to be able to siege against this team very effectively when there's 3 of them defending this choke point. I say that and they do get the turret immediately, so never mind.
Crystalline Overgrowth is a hell of a thing. All right, this is a fight I want to see. Oh, never mind. It's a 2v1. I was like, I think SigmaKin might be able to win 1v1 against Rat, but they do bring the Renekton over. Rat doesn't have flash, is looking to try and kill off SigmaKin, uses the Yomu to brace his face, but holding excuse does come down from Rat, dashing after SigmaKin, but the unbreakable shield stays off enough damage to survive. A bit of an outplay there from Rat.
Yo, I just have to say, how nerfed is jungle when we're saying the 12, 3, and 4 Pantheon might 1v1 the 0-4 Ambessa on one item? Honestly, he might have. Honestly,
you're right. All right, hold on.
He probably would have lost that. You're right. No, you're completely in the right.
Well, Lurs is not losing that anytime soon. Oh, the Unleashed Power and the Piercing Arrow just don't have enough bang for their buck. And they won't find that kill. 5150 gets jumped on by Hydro, and the Cataclysm with the Karma Shield starting to show up a bit. Nope, doesn't matter. Hydro still picks up another good shutdown. And the Cake using the Blast Cone should survive the Ignite. Yep, ticks down one short, and now 2MC is alone, surrounded by Broncos.
Oh my god!
Looking to stamp down onto him, and Hydro gets himself out. SigmaKin's here for the fadeaway spear. The Cake finally goes down as Rat dashes after 2MC. Shutdown comes across there to Snarf Fury, but SigmaKin will clean things back up for a double kill. And finally, the skirmishing settles down once again.
Yep, bit of an extended trade, but Boise State still not without getting a little bit of gold. They catch 5150 off in rotation. That'll be his first death on the Jhin, and 2MC after so long does finally go down. So they get themselves some gold, but looking at the priority, it just does allow for Ohio State to get more vision down on this bot side, make it more difficult for Boise State to enter this area, and makes this dragon kind of a pipe dream for Boise State, all things considered. Ohio should be able to get this soul point, but now the turret is keeping them away. He was canceled.
The weak piercing arrow, unleash power, everything goes on down. Kill off 5 fire. Re-engage with the public execution. Just get the light from Rat. Sigma Kid and Delight trying to back themselves off as all the Broncos are pressing forward. And there's a great encore from Lurz to hit onto 2. It's a triple kill for Star Fury. Ohio State are way under respecting their opponents right now.
Yeah, they definitely are, and now finally it feels like the comp has an opportunity to do what we said they needed, to 5v5, to look for these angles, to team fight as this unit, as Boise State, as 2MC is going in.
Yep, he's got the dominance, he's got 5150 weaving autos back in. This is effectively a 2 versus 5 right now, and there's finally Hydro to make sure 5150 does go down. 2M2C gets slowed up. Oh boy, we got a TP coming over across though. This is 5 fire. Flanking away the 3 last members of Boise State. Dashes after the cake. Good shield there from Lurz, and 5 fire swinging up further towards the lane actually allows for everyone on the Broncos to get themselves out.
Yeah. I think 5 fire messed up his combo a little bit because he had ult and elected not to use it. So that allows Boise State to get away. They still reclaim control of this bot side river, so they're going to be the ones onto Soul Point. But all things considered, like you said, it feels like Ohio State disrespecting their opponents, walking into these narrow corridors for champions like Seraphine can really thrive. And now I say that, immediately Seraphine gets caught up.
Quacks, that's your fault. That's a narrow corridor where the Seraphine gets picked off. You need to apologize to Lurz.
Sorry, Lurz. I lured you in there, but I'm pissed, bro.
Good punt on the back end. All right, 2M2MC, 5150. They're tired of all the shenanigans that have been in this 44-kill game at 22 minutes. Yes, that's 2 kills a minute. They're onto the Baron. They've started up on their own, and the rest of the team has come on down to brawl with the Purple Worm. The Broncos, just like last game, really can't afford to even try and contend this take. So it's the Baron onto the Buckeyes.
I don't think the UI shows it, but does 2M2MC have his innate teleport that you get as a top laner now? Hold that thought.
Oh, hold on. Holy execution onto Sigma Kin. Redemption comes across from Delight. Encore is going to hit onto 2 again. Lurz has been setting up the Broncos so well, and it's 2 more kills picked off. Good flash comes across 5150 away from Hydro's Cataclysm. But Lurz is Seraphine to be feared.
Yeah, and now all of a sudden, I mean, Snar Fury also has 7 kills on the Varus, 3 items as well. Boise State are kind of scaling up here. They're still 8,000 gold down, 3 dragons down, and Ohio State still have Baron buff on 3 of their members, but Ohio are really overstepping their bounds. Like 2M2MC, he's going in here, but by Guy, there's 3 people.
Oh my god. Oh my god, he might make it work. Nice deadly flourish, 5150.
Okay, never mind.
The Croc is not to be messed with. Picks up both kills onto the bottom lane members and still looking to chase down. He's trying to wrap Rat and Hydro on his own. He loses the dominance. He still wants this fight 1 versus 2, and why not? He just explodes Rat's health bar. 35 stacks on the Hubris. He's got an Axiom Arc and an Eclipse. This is a damage-loaded Renekton that just picked up an unofficial Quadra.
Yeah, and I feel like that might actually legitimately be the game because the rest of Ohio State have pushed in mid, pushed in top. They're grouping up now to try and take down these inhibitors. That might just be the way it's won. 2M2MC, the hero for his team yet again, and Ohio State University looking to put a bow on this 2-0.
Oh my god, this damage is ludicrous when he punches out. The cake does get back towards the fountain. But 2MC is dominating once again. 5 fire is going to lay up 2 members of the Broncos to slaughter in the name of the Buckeyes. Rat does get out. It's a Hydro dunk down the Cataclysm. This shouldn't matter though. The Nexus exposed at 2MC. He's not in for the kills. He's looking for the series win. He's looking to be the series MVP of the Buckeyes 2-0.
And we thought St. Clair Maryville was a bloody game. We did not know what was right around the corner now, did we, Slayer? 2 kills a minute, basically, here for game number 2. And Ohio State University going to take that series, their first win, hopefully of many here in Div 1's spring split. Well played to them. And now, Slayer, I will ask you, even though the Renekton brought the game back, the Pantheon was still plenty relevant in propelling the game forward. So between the two, because I feel like those are the two most obvious, who was the game MVP, my friend?
I would give it over to Sigma Kitten. I would say 2MC is like the series MVP because he has the game 1 MVP and then he's really prevalent in game 2's win at the end there. But I do think the Pantheon was just so instrumental. I mean, how many times did he find a successful dive bot lane, then look mid lane? I feel like he helped every single lane pick up kills in this game. So should definitely be our player of the game. We'll see if he does get it as we look at the damage numbers. And then, I mean, 2MC has a pretty strong argument for the damage charts once again. Wow.
Yeah, 32.9k, absolute insanity on the Renekton. Rocking that Ignite too, which I think is something we obviously didn't really touch on in this series, but top laners have really gotten into the habit since you have that teleport with your new quest to just go like damage summoners, right? Like a lot of top laners are rocking the Ghost, a lot of top laners are rocking the Ignite. I believe teleport is actually the lowest win rate summoner spell in top lane right now. So that just gives you more incentive to go for these scrappy summoner spells, go for these scrappy brawls. And Sigma Kitten, as you can see on your screen, will be the game MVP of this second match on the Pantheon. And yeah, deserve for all the reasons that you put, Slayer.
Just look at this Pantheon build, though. You are not going to ever see a build like that on Pantheon ever again. I did not realize he completed a Triforce. No Sundered Sky. It's Hubris Yomu's rush into a Triforce.
I mean, they said, hey, guys, we're going to try and steamroll this game or bust. Like, my favorite restaurant closes in, like, 30 minutes. I got to go. So let's wrap this one up. They did. They got a little bit of retaliation from Boise State around that late game, like 5 minutes before the game ended. But the moment that Renekton just started chomping everyone down in the bot lane, it felt like that game was in its very, very end stages.
Yes, it definitely was. And we are getting towards our end stages of the night. We do not have, I believe, a Buckeye picked out yet for the interview, but we will be back after a short break to hear from an Ohio State victorious team member to break down their 2-0 win over the Boise State Broncos.
At Ohio State, we are the agile, bold breakthrough teams. The never afraid to innovate teams. And the achieve more together teams. Together, we are the Ohio State University.
What would you do if you couldn't fail? Would you see every setback as a catalyst to keep going? This is the innovator's mindset. Because innovation demands daring. Is finding thousands of ways that don't work. And the one that changes everything. Because we know changing the world doesn't happen by chance. It comes out of the blue.
Back in a flash here, Division 1 League of Legends. We have officially wrapped up our first week of matches here, with the final one being an Ohio State Buckeyes 2-0 win over Boise State. And we will now bring in our player of the game from Game 2. It is Wilson, a.k.a. Sigma Kitten. Thank you so much for joining us on the interview desk, my friend. Just first reactions. Well, the first thing I want to ask you, obviously, congrats on the 2-0 win. What were we cooking on that Pantheon build? That thing got wild towards the end of that game too.
Honestly, I just I built Yomu's, and then I was thinking about just going the standard build, but then I looked at my KDA and I was like, oh my god, I have 10 kills. I might as well just build Hubris and full lethality.
Yeah.
Have some fun.
All right, I like it. Ego the build. I love it. Why not?
Yeah, absolutely. So really good series from you guys, but I kind of wanted to pick your brain a little bit about like Ohio State and overall like some of your teammates. So obviously you are the jungler for Fire. How is kind of that synergy between you two gone so far? And like, what do you think is like the thing that you guys do best with each other as far as the confluence of mid jungle goes?
Not that I play that much jungle anymore because I'm subbing in for Chalouse today, but usually I think we've just been playing together for years and years, so then we just built up the synergy over the years. I think the best thing we really do is like just fighting 2v2 together mid with these champions like Pantheon.
Yeah, okay, that's good to hear. You know, obviously this is an Ohio State team that brings, you guys have brought back a lot. There has been too much change, you know, going over from last year's roster coming into this year's. I'm curious, you know, as you get set for this, you know, spring split, obviously there's a lot of bigger things. You've got, you know, Division 1, the LoL Championship. What do you guys feel like you're looking to do most in this semester, improvement-wise, you know, accomplishment-wise? What's the team's goal, I guess, is what I'm kind of trying to get out of you.
Well, it's the last year for a lot of these guys, so I think we're really just trying to end our college careers with getting as far as we can, really, and just having fun along the way. I think for a lot of these guys, this league team will be a core memory for years to come, and I think just enjoying the time that we have in spending together now is the most important thing for us.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the shared connection there for the teams. Absolutely. I guess to kind of, you know, throw in my last question of the interview, bro, where the hell are the ears? I'm hearing from our producer that you had the ears on last time and they're not here. What'd you do with them? Where are they? What happened?
I mean, we're snowed in. I can't get them. They're at the compound.
True.
They're at the.
Yeah, I was gonna say
maybe next time.
Okay, yeah, next time. Yeah, I was gonna say how crazy is. I guess this is kind of a tangent. I don't really care. How crazy has it been with that storm coming in? You said you guys were snowed in. Like, how much of a warp has it been on your guys' day-to-day there over at Ohio State?
I mean, not really much. I've just been staying inside playing games and lounging around.
Right.
It's kind of nice because our classes got moved online, so
flashback to COVID days.
Yeah,
flashback. Yeah.
Okay, all right. So not affecting the Ohio State League team too much, just getting you guys more reps. Sigma Kid, before I give you final words, I've been doing this with a couple of people that are coming up. How you feel about the new season? Right, you're obviously gonna be playing on this whole new season for spring. Like, are there any champions you feel are busted? Are there any items? We had the Maryville support talking about Bandle pipes the last interview. Is there anything you've noticed in the new season of League of Legends?
Unfortunately, I couldn't show it today because they banned it twice, but I was ready to play the Crit Master E, and Hellablaze Crit Master E, that's the sauce that we're going with.
Okay, all right. That's the Sigma Kid stamped Ohio State Buckeye sauce. All right, well, I hope we get to see that sometime from you. We can hope people won't target ban you too much there, my friend. But that is all we got for you. Congrats on the player of the game. A great series. You have any final words? You want to shout out any teammates, friends, family? The floor is yours.
Shout out to MC. He played really well today.
That's true. All right, yeah. Silas Top. Loved it. Got the first game player of the game. So from one player of the game, shouting out the other. Awesome. Well, Sigma Kid, congratulations on your sweep over the Boise State Broncos. We will now say goodbye to Sigma Kid and start wrapping up our show here Quacks, it was maybe a longer day than we were expecting, thanks to St. Clair, but the Ohio State Buckeyes maybe shore things up, and now we have our a bit bigger picture idea on Division 1 through 1 week. Is it how you expected things to be going to kick off the start of the season?
I think things are a lot closer. I think we're looking for those margins to be thinner going into the spring split, and I absolutely could see that, especially, you know, toward the middle / top of the table with that St. Clair Maryville series. So I'm excited to see what the remaining season of Div 1 looks like, and which teams can best adapt to Season 16, as it seems like everyone has had some interesting thoughts and some shout outs on what has changed, what has been kept the same, and overall, you know, maybe complaining about how Riot has butchered their role like it is every season.
You know it's a league season when everyone thinks their role is the weakest and no one will admit their role is the strongest. Well, actually, I think top laners have... No,
if top laners complain, oh boy.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. I think top laners are complaining. I think they recognize that, like, their role has been very well warped. So at least we got top laners being top laners. That will wrap up the first week. The second day coming from us here. If you missed it, it was a Maryville University 2-1 over the St. Clair Saints and the Saints Bowl, as I called it. And then the Battle of the State Schools. Ohio State takes down Boise State in 2-0 fashion. Big shout out to our production team, that being Ice Fire Ride on the main technical director, and then our observer Caddy for the awesome show we had today. And of course, casting alongside my good buddy Quacks. That will be it for our show. We will be back with more matches next week, starting out on Sunday and then rolling into Monday, I believe. Make sure to go to the Division 1 website to throw in your pick'ems as well for the league to see if you can score yourself some nice bonuses for next week's matches. And until then, take care, everybody.
At Ohio State, we are the agile, bold breakthrough teams. The never afraid to innovate teams. And the achieve more together teams. Together, we are the Ohio State University.
What would you do if you couldn't fail? Would you see every setback as a catalyst to keep going? This is the innovator's mindset, because innovation demands daring. It's finding thousands of ways that don't work, and the one that changes everything. Because we know changing the world doesn't happen by chance. It comes out of the blue.
Firing shots high caliber round. If you know what's best, then you better get down. Down. Get down. Down. Better get down. Down. Get down. I wanna see you get to the ground. You're being held up by the UK sound. Firing shots high caliber round. High caliber round. Then you better get down. High caliber round. Then you better get down. High caliber round. Then you better get down. High caliber round. Firing shots high caliber round. If you know what's best, then you better get down. Down. Get down. Down. Better get down. Down. Get down. I wanna see you get to the ground. You're being held up by the UK sound. Firing shots high caliber round. High caliber round. Then you better get down. High caliber round. Then you better get down. High caliber round. Then you better get down. High caliber round. Then you better get down.
People don't let them talk, only the text. And each time they give up on each other, go next. People don't let them talk, only the text. Many times they give up on each other, go next. Fear being cast out, not that complex. We only need to realize and need them body back for us and not build a barrier around ourselves. Same ideology for riding many tracks. Give one point that would say otherwise. It's only in a discipline and not a bigger price. So in affection, you cry on my shoulder. This might be the biggest showdown in my soul. Not trying to pull ya, but all these ideas in my head are getting me to falter. Oh, you sending me a big paragraph thing. Complex I made when I left her red fair and square. Yeah, I guess I'm alright now. Drenching my mind in the alcohol and everything is blessed. And each time they give up on each other, go next.
All my energy is played with my time and the energy. If you don't like the way I think, don't need to be the love of me. I try to fix my mind and the habits would be using me. All are in the way I say, cause I know that you embellish me. Tripping on my love, but I don't feel the same way. I'm sorry, baby, go ahead and kill me. You ripped out all the segments of my soul, cause you need me. With that, I'm still here distracted by the same
You cry on my shoulder. This might be the biggest showdown in my soul. Not trying to pull ya, but all these ideas in my head are getting me to falter. Oh, you sending me a big paragraph saying complex I made when I left her red fair and square. Yeah, I guess I'm alright now. Drenching my mind in the alcohol and everything is blessed.
I can go anywhere, walk the desert